Good evening, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 27th of August 2022. I am, as always, your host, Bezic, and I am joined today by the bleachiest of demons.
Ha! It is I.
The glorious...
I'm gonna get a better intro someday.
The glorious silver voice of Mr. Jonathan Carrano.
Hello. It's not silver voiced at all. What the fuck?
Okay, let me
Hello,
rephrase
it's
that.
me.
The glorious silver tier voice.
Yeah, I mean, you've got more silver plating going on there, Crow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And
I like shiny things, so I don't care either way.
and then the bee with the electrified nipples known as Ardent Party.
I think that should be solved now.
It is. Well done.
Okay, excellent. I killed someone. It
Okay.
went, "Ee," and I heard a thump. Jesus, no one tell my FBI monitor Tim I can do that. They'll hire me.
They'll just send you to Florida. That's the sad part.
You'll get an offer you can't refuse from Hillary.
Oh god.
So she still needs to take out Maxwell in her cell.
Yeah. I'll take the hanging with 2 bullets in the back of the head suicide for that. Thanks.
Ah, the
And
classic.
so you shall.
Good morning,
I would
student.
like- At this point, I think it is necessary to offer a disclaimer. The Sultans of Shadilay has no information that will lead to the arrest or incarceration of Hillary Clinton.
Or anyone connected to the Clinton Foundation.
Oh, but we're looking. I mean,
Shut up, Carl.
We may be able to take out the entire establishment in England and Australia, but Bleach has been too busy making money to look into the Clintons.
Yeah, exactly. And nor shall I ever.
I can't believe we've done this.
Dear. Kongfeed says, good morning from the free state of DeSantis. Oh, you lucky bastard.
I'm other than the humidity, a lovely state.
Indeed. I keep saying that I want to move to bumfucker nowhere, Texas. Sounds lovely.
Well, the humidity and meth.
Yeah, but see, there's this thing called air conditioning.
This is true.
What would you do in bumfuck Noah, Texas?
Same thing I do here, just in Texas.
Sorry. Oh, God.
Look, all I need is
there's
an internet
nothing to it.
connection and air conditioning, and I'd be happy anywhere but Australia.
Honestly, you're just giving more fuel to Bay State. Bay State to make weird fucking edits.
That's a fair point.
Oh, dear.
I mean, where's the problem with this?
That
Ardent
was a
Party's
good video.
channel's going to change into something completely different from woodworking to woodworking.
Oh, no. It's going to be all
Oh, you haven't
flapping
seen
all
my
the time.
chat. You haven't seen my chat during my live streams.
Oh no. Has it changed since I last came in?
Oh, probably.
I would say definitely.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of puerile, wood-based humor.
No,
Yeah.
penile. Penile wood-based humor.
Yeah. Student of History says if you want cooler Texas, there are options. I'm
I
sure.
don't know. That all sounds a bit fallacious. I was gonna
But
say.
remember, you do need a coastline so you can just hop on a boat and fuck off.
You also need someone to fuck to do that.
Well, he's got the boat, you know.
Well, I mean, if you're into that, I guess.
Just get
Who
into
am I
the
to
gun
judge?
well and have a good time.
Make sure it's well lubed.
What do you need a woman for if you have access to the internet?
Mine's particularly good at cleaning, like really good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that.
Your internet connection won't keep your bed warm at night.
Neither will a thought.
Fair
It's like,
point.
what do you think hot water bottles are for, mate?
What do you think cats are for?
I just shagged that.
Don't shag that cat.
Accidentally popped it once. Oh, it was awful. Scolded for weeks.
What, the cats?
No, the hot water bottle. The cat's not full of hot water. Not yet.
Oh god.
Like learn
Oh,
local
dear.
Chinese.
Student of history mentions another good reason to move to Texas: constitutional carry. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, lots of
I'd like.
surprisingly something like over half the states are constitutional carry now.
I would
Yeah.
very much like to have a concealed carry license.
That would be nice.
I mean,
Not because I'm anticipating
Well, as long as you don't get caught with it.
because unlike what the idiots that known as the Democrats and the left in general want to believe, no, I don't want to shoot someone. I just want to have the
You don't?
option.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd like to have
sorry-
the opportunity.
sorry.
I mean, option. Yeah.
Say hello to my little friend.
It's not about just going out and shooting every leftist we can find. As fun as that would be, it's probably still going to be illegal. No, it's about if some drug-fucked loser pulls a knife on you, you shoot him in the face 17 times rather than getting into a knife fight. And if any time anyone asks, oh, is that worth killing over? Well, if it's mine, yes. Sorry, if it's mine and it costs more than 3 rounds of 9mm, yes.
9mm is getting expensive.
Exactly.
we're
Rounds
right
22.
at 25 states as of July 1st of this year.
Oh, cool.
What's that? Constitutional carry? That's awesome.
That
Yeah.
is great. Well, like,
And I take that back. Alabama is January 1st, 2023. That would, but so 24 currently, and yeah, Alabama at the start of the year.
Alabama's always been a bit behind.
They're not as behind as Florida right now.
Yeah.
They're still a permit required state. What is your fucking deal, DeSantis? Get on this.
I think it's like Trump with the internet. Some things just go past them and they don't quite catch them.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Like, anywhere but the US, I could understand permits if it was a shell issue. But it's the US. You've got the fucking Second Amendment. Get out of the fucking way.
Exactly. And it's interesting. One state is you have to be a resident of the state to do open carry or permitless carry. But I mean, I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, if it's their state, they make their laws. As long, it'd be nice to have it where non-residents can carry, but they're still on the right track.
Based Apes in chat, so keep all
Uh-oh.
the dirty jokes. Just leave them out now. You know,
This
We've
will
had
be the
enough
most
woodwork.
clean, pristine jokes ever.
we've had
You
enough
shouldn't have said
woodworking
anything,
jokes.
bro.
already,
Now he
I think.
knows to rewind.
No, don't tell him. Oh, you pardon.
Bloody hell,
Don't-
Ardent.
Don't tell
Wow.
Monkey to back that booty up.
Oh, dear me. So, speaking of shilling. So,
I love that mug design, by the way.
yes, so up first on the shilling is some of the art that Trim has drawn, but stuck too much this time.
Wait, are you saying this is the shilling of Shadilay?
Yes.
Oh God.
Beast is singing in the chat. Back to the start I go.
But yes, the one I want to
Other-
show everyone today, carry on while it loads.
We don't have Trim here to sing while he goes and gets coffee, so we'll have to settle for based.
Not the based.
My very far from dulcet.
We
tones
need a
when
new
I-
merch supplier, one that's stuff isn't dog shit to use. But either way, like some of the options, you can get phone cases with sexy, sexy art on it.
Ooh, pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you haven't jacked off to it already, what's wrong with you?
Wait, just once?
Oh yeah, that's gonna be clipped.
Wait, I'm the one who said we shouldn't be fucking talking about this stuff, and here I go.
Yeah.
Well,
Oops.
Yeah. So up next, I have something else that we all want to look at that might be interesting to watch when it fully releases. So it's a preview trailer. So if you're not listening to the stream already, I strongly recommend it, because this is going to be fucking hilarious. So, Lawrence Fox is doing a new thing.
Oh yeah.
He's doing a movie called My Son Hunter.
Oh no. Oh no.
So I'll tell you what's going down.
You know who I am.
They told me you were VIP,
Nice.
well connected to the government.
Gonna have all the
A
chance
moron
back.
forgets to pick up his laptop at a repair
Oh my god, he
shop.
actually looks so much like him.
You're
That's weird.
Biden. Act like
Amazing
everything you
enough.
built in life, I just ruined it all. I want to know everything that's on that laptop that can ruin my erection. My friends, it's time to party!
On the road, yeah, didn't you know? I'm taking control. I'm making appearance and I gotta go. Cause I get them dancing with their hands up. Yeah, I walk in and
Oh,
they go
baby.
bananas. I'm a bad, yeah.
I'm an artist.
And they're cheering my
Tell me how I can help
That's the
you.
kind of content I snort coke for.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I've been through worse.
You're the smartest man I know. Thanks, Dad. I just wish I could smack some sense into you. I'll never forget Corn Pop. He was a bad dude. No joke. I'm talking about suffering. No.
I can't seem to find anything but positive stuff on the Bidens.
Who's the point man for the foreign policy in the Obama regime?
Joe Biden. So it looks like you need $1 billion.
So the obvious next question is,
Where's Hunter? I can remember getting paid some money, but I can't remember what for. Well, my dad says we never discuss my businesses, period. Or my cut.
what's happening in there? Joe's in on it.
Party's over!
You had everything, Hunter, and you threw it all away. You hope the laptop will take down everybody with you.
China's not our enemy. They're not bad folks. I love my dad, and I just want to make him proud. I am the one who brings in all the deals. I am the one. Good boy.
Oh, damn.
I want to know where I can go to audition for a job where I get to sniff Gina Carrano.
I mean, yes.
Oh, who
And
wouldn't?
please, Gina, if you ever hear this, don't beat me up too much.
Just a little.
Just enough.
If you're not careful, she'll sniff you.
Wait, where's the problem here?
I'm not seeing a negative here, Crow.
I mean, yeah, there's the joke of death by snoo for a reason.
A state points out all the girls in this movie are 20 years too old. Immersion broken. Oh.
Oofed.
Do you think
Also,
Gina
yes,
is Gina
yes, Billy
playing
Blogs, the movie
Biden's
is called
daughter?
My Son Hunter.
No, it looks
Um,
like she's playing a Secret Service agent.
It does. Oh,
I mean, it
fuck.
would make sense if it was a daughter or a recent young nephew or something. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely the daughter. After the, but we can't talk anymore about that.
Yes.
Oh, fine.
Oh, dear. Oh, this is some interesting trending. Meghan Markle is a racist. We knew that.
I mean,
East
duh.
and true. And,
And
yeah.
mentally ill lunatics. Sorry, trans women.
I mean, well, if you just left it at mentally ill lunatics, that covers Meghan Markle pretty well.
So does trans women.
Ah, poor Princess Harry.
Okay, look at the very bottom right story. That's disturbing. His dad supports his daughter at Harry Styles' Love on Tour concerts by wearing matching outfits with her. Okay, it's one thing to try to be hip like the kids, but that's a little too far.
I mean, I can see, like, yeah, a dad supporting his daughter for her little tea party thing and putting on, like, a fake tutu just to be like, yeah, all right, I'm doing this for her.
Yeah.
But
I've seen
going
dads
out
wear
in
makeup
public,
for their kids.
Hmm.
Like, full on let their kids do makeup on them and stuff. But they didn't have, like, a mum in their lives. They just had them. So, like,
Right.
they had to do everything.
But also,
Oh, yeah.
Harry Styles,
Yeah, no,
isn't
that's cool.
isn't he one of those low Beach Boy knockoff losers?
probably.
Whatever the
I'm-
fuck they were called. The gay boys or
mean-
something.
Do you mean One Direction, was it?
Ah, yeah, One
I was
Erection, amongst a lot of them.
Yeah.
I thought they were called Torn Apart in Four Directions.
One Can Dream.
Yes.
What
Or one could
is
just get
that?
horses.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. It's not on the list, but student brings out that the trans has been officially been covered by the Americans with Disabilities Act, so being trans is now a protected class. Well, we knew they were mentally ill lunatics.
I was going to say, there's something kind of creepy about wanting to be in a boy band. Having lots of teenage girls screaming at you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's slightly
Yeah.
less creepy if you're a teenager, but still not great.
Yeah, it's kind of disturbing when it's like the New Kids on the Block reunion tour and things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem with One Direction is, despite the fact that they looked 12, they were like 18 several years ago, and at that point they were still hanging out with way too young kids.
And there we have the problem.
stay the same age.
Shut up,
All
Biden.
right.
That was it, yeah.
Where'd I
Fucking
park
hell.
my Lincoln?
Oh god.
Uh,
You know, I could watch Matthew McConaughey for years after that.
Yeah.
I'm just like, you damn nuts. I can't watch this.
I think the next movie is
Yeah,
the
oh yeah, here we
was
go.
Reign of Fire.
yeah, starring Lawrence Fox as Hunter Biden, John James as Sleepy Joe, and Gina Carrano as a Secret Service agent.
Oh.
Sweet.
September 7th, so
So who's
Next
putting
week.
this out? Is this Daily Wire or
Excellent question. It's probably Daily Wire.
it's
I hope it's a full
not-
feature-length film.
It appears to be.
oh yeah. I'm
It's got a Twitter page. And they've got a website. Of course they've got a fucking website. Okay, here we go, boys.
okay? So
Warning.
it's probably not the Daily
Th-
Wire.
this
because
motion
those guys
picture
are branded
contains
all over the place.
Sex, prostitution, drugs, cronyism, money laundering, more sex, a laptop from hell, Chinese spies, Ukrainian businessmen, the CCP, the selling out of America, the big guy, corn pop, more sex, additional drugs, and more sex with family. Sorry, like just family.
That's
Directed
probably why
by
they've got
Robert
the
Davey. ...
there. And family.
Oh, yep, there we go. Sniffing Gina
This is
Carrano.
a beautiful picture.
apparently it's done by Breitbart Presents Unreported Story Society Production. So
Ah,
Well,
okay.
there we
not
go.
the Daily Wire. So cool.
I actually think this is a great way of doing propaganda, though. Even if none of it was true, this is a great way of just being like, yeah, Hunter Biden's a pedophile, and then just moving on
yeah.
and be like, what? It's just a film. It's not based on real people.
and that's the thing. They're basically mimicking without the subtlety Hollywood from the 1920s and 30s. And it's
Yes.
just glorious to see this.
Another glorious thing is, okay, so let's pretend for 5 seconds that they're being slanderous. Okay, cool. It's now going to court. What's that? Breitbart's lawyers get to do discovery? Cool. Well, Your Honor, we would like to enter the laptop into evidence.
And that book.
Oh yeah.
We'd also like to
Oh,
enter into evidence
fuck.
this arrest report on Hunter, and this one, and this one, and this one. We'd also like to enter into evidence all these photos. Dear
Oh,
we'd like-
here's some travel records.
We'd like to suggest that Hunter Biden decides to prove us wrong instead of correct.
Yeah. That's
there
it.
is one
In
piece
order
of,
to win a
of-
defamation suit, you'd have to prove that they're lying.
Exactly. Well, and this is the thing I've started to suspect. Has Hunter, because of the position he was forced in by old Potato Head, was this kind of subconscious, I want to get caught kind of deal?
Well, I
Like,
mean, they did seem to suggest that in the trailer that he was trying to burn everyone down with
Yeah,
it.
it did sound
Right,
like
but
that he
in
was trying to
reality,
take
though,
everyone. Honestly,
that's-
it may have been at some point, but at this point, it's too crack-addled to know the fucking difference between up and down.
To be, in all fairness, he might have actually thought that if he could take down Hunter, his father, and then inherit his wealth, that kind of thing. It could be kind of just dumb backstabbing bullshit.
I mean, they are from Delaware, so I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. As Student of History says, either we do discovery or you sit there and swivel as we ass blast the ruins of your reputation in film format. Yeah, fucking Breitbart. Good on you, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere Andrew Breitbart is dancing gleefully over.
Exactly.
Hunter's younger brother's grave.
Oof. Wasn't Bo the older?
I don't know or care.
Oh, okay.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but I don't
But
know.
the only reason I'm even vaguely aware of it is because of the whole Trudeau-Biden family.
Incest porn.
No, there's some correspondences between them because Bo was probably like Trudeau's older brother. They were both being groomed for the
Wait,
political role.
is that guy going to
Oh, yeah.
grope up Gina Carrano's tits? Slucky son of a bitch!
Why do you think I wanted to know where to go audition?
Like,
And
shit.
I'm sorry, but I will happily take a right hook from a former pro fighter for the chance to... No, never mind. No.
And you guys are wondering why Hollywood became so degenerate.
Well,
Exactly.
it's pretty obvious.
Actually,
What's wrong with feeling up a grown woman?
funnily enough, with permission,
It depends. If she's into it, cool.
Well, it depends on whether or not there's consent granted, but...
Vice says I want
What's
to
wrong with
shake the
feeling up a
hand that
grown
shook
woman? It's
those
like-
boobs.
That is a good call, Monkey.
Right, on this topic, it actually gives us a brilliant segue to our first article of the day.
Oops.
Wait, we have articles today. That's impressive.
Women do, yeah, we've actually gone into an article before 3 hours into the podcast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Women
Mark
disapprove
that
of
down in the record
toplessness
books,
more
chap.
than men, study shows. Men are significantly more in favor of bare breasts than women, regardless of the context. On today's episode of How Fucking Stupid Are Scientists?
Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, we can
I
find
just-
out
Oh
under
crap,
no
that
shit
photo's
Sherlock,
not
for sure.
censored properly. That's not an elbow.
Wait, what?
Ignore that.
Rewind the stream, quick.
Ah, fuck, I'm gonna have to go in and blur out that part of the stream later.
Well, that sucks.
Students like, you don't fucking say!
It's almost like the patriarchy is really just women dogging on other women and blaming men for it.
Basically.
It's literally women being like, you know what? These women are taking advantage of the boobs and winning, and I don't like that.
Yes, these
Yeah,
women have
well-
nice tits, therefore men pay attention to them.
I'm
Therefore we
old and
need...
saggy, says Nancy Pelosi.
Sounds like someone just choked.
It wasn't me, but I was close.
I need to reach to the internet and slap Bleach.
Hey, you'd be closer to Texas.
Like, did Nancy Pelosi actually look any decent when she was younger, though? Let's be honest. I want to see what she looked like.
Good question. I'm gonna go have a look.
Oh dear God. Right, so new research...
If we hear in the background, we'll know what's going on.
Right.
He's eating a yogurt, obviously.
Yeah. So,
Very
this
rapidly.
really stupidly written article says they came to Brighton in their hundreds. Large breasts, small breasts, perky breasts, less perky breasts, and most of all, exposed breasts. They, or rather their owners, were there this week for the Free the Nipple campaign to reveal the double standards on toplessness created by, the protesters said, the male gaze. No, you're an idiot
yeah,
and you've
yeah.
never spoken to a man. How, as the research suggests, the campaign should also turn their attention to the female gaze. Women, it turns out, are significantly more likely to disapprove of toplessness than men. What's that? Women have their sexuality controlled by other women, not men? Because the men are perfectly happy for you to be a useless slut all the fucking time?
I mean, I've spoken about this with my partner, and it's kind of like, I get fed up because, like, it's you get all these advertisements sent to you where it's just them trying to constantly use the cleavage and then to advertise to you, and I'm kind of like, I'm bored of this because it's so obvious what you're trying to do. It's just like, obviously my partner is really, really against anything like that. She thinks it's very unbecoming and essentially way, but I'm like, I don't care either way. They're just boobs. But it's really interesting seeing the dynamic where like people are really vehemently like angry by it all the time. Like, I can't believe a woman would ever think this is a normal thing to do, etc. Very, very interesting. Because it's definitely not us that are actually having these problems. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with it, you know?
Student History says, all the men, this is fine. Itty bitty titty me, nope, balloon tits over there needs to cover up.
And that's why they're terrorists.
Yes.
Yep.
But
They don't negotiate with titties. I mean,
If you
terrorists.
If you check the video, I did find a picture of Pelosi young-ish. She was never really all that young looking.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm fairly sure she's some sort of prototype lizard skin suit.
Well, it looks like they tried to do an early cloning project of like Marlo Thomas, and it just failed.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure I saw a better photo of her than that in the past.
Student of history asked, did they even have photography back then? Yes, but it was all black and white.
But what fucking ludicrousness is this? Oh, the men want us to cover up. No. The men want to see nice tits. Even mediocre tits. In fact, pretty crappy tits are acceptable.
With you. I don't want to see someone with eggplant nipples, saggy boobs, and fucking dangling, or I don't want to see my grandmother's tits. There are certain tits that I just don't want to know about, okay?
True. But I can say, as a definitive fact, that straight men in all cultures on the planet find the tits of a woman of fertile age attractive.
Yes.
It's a basic scientific fact. Why we find tits attractive, that's a bit up for debate. I'm not quite sure what the Stone Age argument is. There's some arguments either way. But we know for a fact that men like tits. This is known.
Tristan, is that referring to me saying partner, by the way? In case you're wondering, I'm not married. She's my girlfriend. And she's my partner because we run a business together. So go fuck yourself.
Oh, you've been told.
Bum, bum, bum.
And of course, the immediate response is, well, make an honest woman of her already.
I'm like, no, I'll do whatever I want.
Based. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Patrol other
likes
men.
it 'cause she's still
You're
there.
not man enough to patrol me, mate. Fuck off. Right, on that bombshell.
Right.
Starting to verge into Hassan Piker
So-
territory. Chewing out her shaft.
No, we're not going into faggoty eunuch territory.
Speaking of faggoty eunuchs, Colin Harbkey, professor of psychology at Western Illinois University, said it did not completely surprise him that most men were in full agreement with the idea that it would be fine to see more breasts in their daily life. I'm not even sure where to start with that astonishingly stupid statement.
I mean, I'm sorry, but it's like, even if it's just a hint of cleavage, it's like, I'm good. I'm enjoying this. This is better than sitting around with a bunch of dudes at lunch. It's like, there's just a hint of boobage.
Mm-hmm. Well, so they say, because
I'm enjoying my lovely salad with a hint of boobage on the side, you know?
Yeah. What did surprise him, though, because he's a dumbass leftist, was the extent to which that sex difference overwhelmed all the others, such as context. Whether or not the response was a man or woman was far more likely to explain the level of approval of the picture than whether or not it showed a topless woman on a beach, say, or a street. There's kind of a paradoxical pattern where the data suggests that women police other women's behavior. It's not paradoxical if you've ever met a woman, you fucking idiot! Fuck me
This
dead!
man has never met an actual woman. He's met colleagues, but he's not interacted with women.
Hey, Cap Stash has popped in. Hello, man.
Oh, hey, Cap.
It's been a moment. Good to see you back. How's things going in your world? End of the world. Where were we while that's going on? Yeah. I'm sorry. How is it paradoxical that women police other women's behavior?
Considering men are expected to do the same.
Well, Yeah.
I mean, Arden, cover up. We don't need to see your nipples.
Listen here, pal.
But what? This is so stupid.
Listen, I like boobs so much, I grew my own. Now you leave me alone.
but this whole thing is so stupid. Like, how dumb and fucking close-minded and what's the word I'm looking for? Just fucking sheltered. Sheltered do you have to fucking be to think that men would make women wear more clothes?
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, isn't it?
Like, fuck me dead. Even in Islam, the reason they make the women wear the clothes is because they know that men are hornbags.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and Billy blogs, women do most of the slut-shaming. Exactly.
As they should, because slut-shaming is good for the women doing it. There is a distinct, evident, biological imperative for women to slut-shame.
Mm-hmm. Levels the playing field.
And less so than that, monogamy's kind of shit for women. Because
it's kind of not what men are biologically designed to do either.
No. And that annoys me when people who say it's an monogamy is something we're biologically designed for. No, we're not. We're biologically designed for like 5 guys in the tribe to have all the women and the other 50 guys to never reproduce.
You know, that'd probably do us a lot of good.
No.
Yes.
We got too many fucking cuckold leftists.
They're not human, so, you know.
But here's here's the thing they don't understand. Monogamy is actually good for men, because if each man can only have one wife, that means that all the other men at least have a theoretical chance.
Exactly, and it reduces anxiety and violence in societies.
Exactly, like it's actually proven. There is more violence in polygamous societies than there is in monogamous societies. Why?
Damn it! I demand concubines. Okay.
Because in monogamous societies, the men have more options than. Well, fuck it. I'm going to get nothing. I might as well see what happens if I belt the head of the tribe over the back of the head with a rock. Mm-hmm. On the flip side, though, monogamy actually works against women when it comes to choosing the biological imperative of choosing the most fit mate. Because for the following examples I'm going to give, let's assume a tribe of 100 people, all of whom are adults and split perfectly 50-50. In a tribe like that, all the women are going to have a biological imperative to mate with the best man. Yes, the men also have a biological imperative to mate with the best woman, but they're less fussy. In a polygamous society, all those women are going to belong to like the top 1 to 5 guys in the tribe. So that's 45 dudes with nothing going for them. So what's to stop those 45 dudes from getting together one night, going round to the chieftain's hut and stomping on him for half an hour?
I doubt that they would just go for a half hour in that kind of situation, but we get your point.
However, in a monogamous society...
I just love Billy Block's post here. State-sponsored escorts for incel men. For public safety.
Interestingly, that's been suggested before and wouldn't be the worst, and is theoretically not the worst idea in a society where prostitution is legal.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, that would probably, have solved some problems that we've had in the past.
I don't know if I'd use the word solve, but it would certainly have a demonstrable impact.
I mean, if you've got somebody who's not stressed if he can ever get a woman, then he can go focus on other things.
Well, that's it. In a monogamous society, where each man can only have one wife. Well, okay, now all 50 of those men have a woman, and okay, they've now popped out kids. Right, they're now busy keeping her alive and keeping the kids alive, and they're less concerned with beating the head of the tribe in the back of the head with a rock. Now, of course, because it's human nature, some women in the tribe may still sneak off behind a tree with the chieftain. Problem is, what happens if they're single? Let's say we remove 20 men from the tribe, and it's still a monogamous population. Right, so now we have, say, 20 women, all of whom now have this bundle of pain-in-the-ass suffering, known as a child. And who's now caring for that kid? Who's responsible for that kid? Well, someone's got to keep it fed, and... Oh, I slept with him, I slept with the chieftain. Look, he's got money and resources, I want some of that. How's that going to work out for the chieftain's wife? Exactly.
I mean, it depends. I mean, is she one of these gatekeepers, or like a normal woman, or is she into the free love 60s horseshit?
Well, she won't be, because we're talking about a Stone Age tribe where you can't just ask, where you can't just turn around and go, hey, daddy government, I'd like me some free money. No, this is a Stone Age tribe where everything you have is gathered by hand.
At a Stone Age level, I expect that any woman who screwed another woman's husband would find herself catching a stone axe.
Most likely.
Yes.
Unless it was like, Genghis Khan's first wife, and then she's like, yeah, okay, well, as long as I don't have to take care of it, go have 3,000 children.
Men like that, they are very much outliers, but at a general like Art says, if you catch a woman screwing your husband, well, screwing leads to babies, and if he has to look after her baby, well, that's less resources for your baby, which gives your baby less of a chance, so you put a stone axe in the back of her head.
Exactly.
But how about...
It's amazing how basic human nature really kind of leads down the road of, let's go with this monogamy thing so we don't just make ourselves extinct within 2 generations.
Like, monogamy isn't human nature. However, monogamy is the answer to a very distinct problem. And we figured it out a long fucking time ago. And before you get to the axe in the back of the head problem, okay, you're now the wife of the head of the tribe, and there's this woman who keeps hanging around near your husband, and she shows him her tits in that way and gives him that look that you just know means trouble. So you take the lad out behind the woodshed and you slap her around a bit. Problem fucking solved.
Actually, in that case, I would think public shaming would be more used, because women just...
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason in some cultures women who get up to sexual perversion get their tits cut off. It's public shaming, and men like tits. Like,
this is also true.
Men aren't like as a general rule. Yes, men do like bigger tits. However, men also like any tits on a woman of fertile age. Like even the itty bitty even the itty bitty titty committee guys will go, why not dive in?
As our friend Professor Herbkey was saying, this does not completely surprise me. Talk about a fucking understatement.
Yeah. Now, on the flip side, say we're not talking about married couples. Say we're now talking about a dozen unmarried women. Okay, so you've got the women who are good at homemaking, you've got the women who are good at cooking, that one over there's really good at weaving, and that one's got giant tits. And she's a massive slut. Well, she could sleep around with all the guys and try and get with whoever and then get the resources from them, because you don't really know. Or you could slut shame her. No, you get one man Because we need providers too.
Thought patrolled.
That's it. They will patrol the thoughts so that they can have a man. Because they need resources. On a Stone Age level, environment of evolutionary adaptation, where our instincts evolved, women need men to provide resources and protection. But we'll get to protection. I can waffle about protection later. In order to get resources, right, what can a woman do when she's heavily pregnant or carrying around a very young infant? That wasn't a hypothetical.
Convince her husband to not invite friends over and be a complete shrew? Oh, wait.
Okay, but how does a heavily pregnant woman or a woman with an extremely young infant get enough food to get enough resources to survive and not have the baby die in the process? Well, that's going to require an additional human. At least one additional human. Now, okay, so you need an additional human to provide resources for you and your little bundle of spit, piss, and vomit. So...
Wait, who gave birth to Joe Biden recently?
Yeah. So, under those circumstances, who's going to be willing to give you those resources? Is it going to be that woman over there with 2 kids? No, fuck no, she doesn't care. Is it going to be that single dude over there? No, he's not going to give you fucking resources. He's going to, because you've just had a fucking kid, so you're no use to him. You can't have his kid for at least, I don't know, 8 months. I'm not familiar on the biology, but it's months and months and months until you can possibly get pregnant again. So you're no use to him. Because biologically, it's imperative for him to have his own kids. Otherwise, his genes don't survive. So if he has any extra resources to what he needs, well, he is going to be sidling over to the single women in the tribe and going, want some berries for some dick?
Dick berries.
Is that how that works? No wonder I can't get a date.
Well, why do you think it's traditional?
Your berries, mate.
Why do you think it's traditional for men to pay on a date? It's
fair point.
Not patriarchy. It's to demonstrate that the man has excess resources to provide to a woman.
Yeah, that's simple truth, yeah.
So going back to our Stone Age tribe. Right, so we've ruled out all the women with kids. We've ruled out all the single men. We're going to rule out all the men with kids for the same reason as the women with kids. They've got better shit to focus their resources on than you. And unless they're the chieftain, they're not going to have enough resources to maybe have you as a side bitch. So even if you didn't have the kid already, you won't be too much use to him. So who in the tribe gives a shit about keeping you and your kid fed? Well, it's the father of the kid. And you don't want him wandering off and fucking other women. He's got...
Well, unless you're Hillary, and then it's like, better things to do.
And I will correct what I said. It's not so much, hey, bitch, want some berries. It's, hey, bitch, want some venison? Because the women are the ones who do the gather. The hunters are men, the gatherers are women. And as we've seen from tribal communities and the early agrarian, somewhat tribal communities that we still have. Right, the baby's like 2 months old. It's now, actually, it's usually less than that. As soon as the woman recovers from birth, you get your piece of leather or cloth or linen or whatever, and you strap the baby to your tit, and then you go out and harvest some berries. Why? Because you fucking starve if you don't. But this isn't the modern world.
It's truly amazing how, like, oh, I can't just wallow here in my glory of being a mother now? Really?
No, it's like, bitch, get up. We need to eat. We need to get food ready for winter. But yes, there is only one person in the entire tribe, other than perhaps your parents, who again might still have Like, again, an adult back then is a lot younger than what we consider an adult now. So it's theoretically possible that your parents could still have a young, an infant or a young child that they need to care for. But assuming they don't, like, they're still going to be older and possibly weaker. So, you're almost certainly going to have siblings. So if they've got any excess resources, it's going to be shared around amongst the lot of you. No, you need one person who has nothing to do with their time but look after you. And that's going to be your husband. And if a woman goes near him, you're going to fucking rip her to shreds. Like, you might drag the bitch out into the town square by her hair and go, "Hey, girls, keep an eye on this slut. She'll go for your husbands."
I mean,
that's it. Women are patrolling for resources.
Yes.
I mean, that's literally what you see in places like Brazil when there are people literally sleeping with people's husbands. They get dragged out to the street and they pretty much get stomped on.
Yep, by every woman around, because they know they want not just the slut to learn a lesson. They're sending a message to any other sluts. Oh, if you mess with one of our husbands, we're all gonna fucking have a go at you, because they all know that they want their husband looking after them and their kids.
Nature is a beautiful thing.
It is.
Indeed.
And trying to pretend that evolution and human nature doesn't impact what people do, well, it's so stupid only a progressive could believe it.
Well, this is kind of getting into something that's bothered me a lot, is this weird left-wing narrative that it's almost like humanity comes from some other planet and that we're interlopers.
It's like,
no, we're part of nature.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, well, actually, that reminds me of something I saw scrolling around YouTube shorts from Jordan Peterson the other day. Humans are great apes. We are better than the other great apes, but we are still great apes. Now,
we're the greatest of apes.
Humans' best apes.
Yes. Great apes, and even more so humans, the females have a really big fucking problem. It's that their babies are useless.
Jesus Christ. You're not wrong, but Jesus.
You gotta break it down to bare bones to get the point across. A baby human or ape is almost literally still a fetus. It has not developed. How long does it take a baby cow or a baby horse to walk? Couple of hours at the most. How long does it take a human baby to walk?
Up to a year and a half.
Yeah, about that.
A year, 2 years-ish. Cool.
If they're up to 2, they're kind of slow developing, but yeah.
Yeah, but somewhere in that ballpark. So for at least a year, it's useless. It just lies there and poops itself. Right. You now have to stop it from dying. Well, what can kill a baby? Well, not being fed kills babies pretty quickly. So you need to keep the baby near its food source. And you live in the Stone Age, so you don't have formula. So what feeds the baby? Titty. Specifically, lactating female titty. Right. So, and how often do babies need to eat? Fucking regularly. Like, at least quite often every half hour. So, well, you've got shit to do. But the baby also needs to survive. So you take the baby out into the fucking woods with you while you forest for berries. And then you just strap it to your chest, and then when it wakes up and wants something to eat, well, it's a pretty simple fucking solution.
Legislation.
Yes. And alternatively, you take a 6-month-old baby, you put it on the floor, and what does it do? It sits there, it screams, it poops. Right. Now...
So many jokes I want to throw in.
Yes, I know. It could also be President of the United States.
Good, I didn't have to be the only one to say it.
But yeah, so Joe Biden's sitting there screaming and pooping on the ground. And the baby's sitting there screaming and pooping. Now, a wild animal has decided that it would like dinner. Now, wild animals really concerned with not wasting energy. Chasing after deer through the woods, really fucking tiring. Alternatively, there's that screaming shit-smelling thing on the ground over there that can't run. That's a great fucking snack. Easier fucking food than rabbit. Rabbits can run away. Screaming poopy babies can't run away. So wolf comes over, and if there's not a human around, well, dingo stole your baby, didn't it? So, how do you keep the baby...
needs to be here for that.
How do you keep the baby safe? Well, easiest way...
Lots and lots of guns.
Yes. But easiest way is to strap it to the mother. Because wild animals tend to not go for humans, because humans are between 5 and 6 foot tall, usually. Even the women are somewhere above 5 foot. They also have binocular vision like all other predators, and tolerably good hearing. They also do this thing that's really annoying for predators. They hang out in groups. Okay, so now you've got, I don't know, a dozen women foraging for berries, within easy earshot, maybe having a conversation about how shit winter's going to be if they don't get these berries in. A wolf's going to look at that and go, fuck me, there's a dozen of them. Okay, maybe I'll pick off that one at the edge. Well, you can prevent that by going, hey, Grandpa, you're a bit too old to be going out on the hunting expeditions, but why don't you take this spear and go hang out near the women that are foraging? Wolf fucks off. Wolf's not fucking interested in getting stabbed to death.
Amusing how we still mimic that in a lot of ways today, where it's like, oh yes, Grandpa's here, he'll do whatever. And it's like, all right, well, just give Grandpa a spear, and then maybe we can improve society.
Yep. And also, if Grandpa's at home with the spear, and you've got, I don't know, a dozen Grandpas, well, you don't have to worry about half a dozen shitbags from that neighbouring tribe coming along and deciding that they might like some of your food or some of your women. Because what is the thing that's most dangerous to a human woman? Well, it's always the human male.
I was going to say feminism, but close enough.
True, but they hadn't quite invented that in the Stone Age yet.
19th Amendment?
That's a threat to humanity.
The public order, anyway.
But yes, so you're out there in the world, and the grandparents, so the older men and the boys who are a bit too young to be out on the hunt per se, but you can still give them a spear and go, if you see some wolves, gather the women in a circle and stand there pointing the spears at the wolves. A bunch of 12-year-old boys can do that. If a 12-year-old boy can shoot a guy with an AR-15, a 12-year-old boy can stand there with 6 of his mates with a spear and yell and scream at a wolf. And yeah, and if you do have, a couple of guys from a neighbouring tribe come along and see a bunch of unguarded women, well, they can do whatever they want to them. They can take their shit, they can kill them, they can rape them, they can kidnap them. But you then stick a dozen guys there with spears, and all of a sudden, okay, there might be enough of us that we win, but how many of us are going to die in the process? And you can go first.
Well, that's a big thing. Humanity has an interesting habit of trying to find ways to get rid of the other guy, but keep yourself alive.
Yes. And interestingly, humanity is the only species that regularly kills other members of its species.
Well, I mean, I can't really blame us.
Yeah. But it is a unique difference. Like,
I mean, a man's got to eat.
yeah. But, like, when deer fight, are the deer trying to kill each other?
No.
No, but deer do compete in different ways.
Yes, they
So,
do. They
yeah,
do.
I
They
see your
still
point.
fight for dominance, but they tend not to kill each other. In fact, the most killing of the male, I think it's going to be in your big cats, where they'll actually kill another male to get rid of it.
Wolves, big cats.
Wolves don't actually necessarily go for the killing. Don't have to kill them to chase them off.
I was under the impression dolphins also like to kill each other as well.
Maybe. I'm not terribly familiar with it, but yeah, it's very rare for animals.
Too, apparently.
Yeah, it's very rare for animals other than humans to kill each other. And
okay. When you're talking about each other, yeah.
Yeah. What about silverback gorillas? Do silverback gorillas kill each other? No. Do other great?
Could you weigh in on that?
Yeah, I mean, we should get an expert in here, really.
Yeah. Do other great apes kill each other? Not really. It's almost entirely exclusive to humans.
Now, would we call based ape a great ape, or?
It's kind of, I don't know, middle of the road ape.
Yeah.
I mean, he's claiming he's the greatest of apes, but it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And he's saying chimps kill the fuck out of
chimps
each
kill
other.
Chimps are fucking weird.
Yeah,
chimps are strange.
That is true. Well, chimps are very close to us. So
Yeah.
it kind of makes
I mean,
sense.
silverback gorillas do get violent, but it's mostly a territorial thing, and it's much, much rarer than with chimps.
Tristan points out the chimpanzee war, but still, great apes. Or I don't know if they're necessarily great ape, but still, a highly developed ape. But there's something in what we innately are that makes us more likely to actually kill each other.
Well, I mean, we are, in a lot of ways, the most apex of predators.
I'm sorry, I just look at people like fucking Hunter Biden and wonder what kind of predator you're talking about.
I'm... Fair point.
I'm not talking about killing the young of other males when you take over a tribe or anything. I'm talking about killing adults of your species. It's really interesting. There might be more than just humans and great apes, but it's very, very rare, even amongst predators.
Yeah, the only species that comes to mind for a species that dates upon itself are things like spiders and sharks, but generally that is usually postnatal cannibalism.
Yes.
They're competing for resources immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It turns out there are 8 species of great ape.
And like if you take 2 males of any kind of predator and you lock them in a fucking cage and then don't feed them, one of them's going to kill and eat the other.
Ah, so that's what happens if you lock Hunter Biden and Epstein in a room together.
They both kill themselves. Yeah, that's very interesting. But yeah, humans. I'm not entirely sure how I got, but my point was that the greatest threat to a woman is men.
Yes.
The only
that's why
the only thing that in the wild is going to attempt to physically attack a woman, unless she is alone and weak in the wilderness, is a man. Usually hopefully of another tribe.
I'm pretty sure there is, I can't remember if it's 100% how it works, but basically when you make love to a woman and you come, your body releases hormones that basically make you really sleepy, so you're less aggressive and less likely to actually harm that woman in order for our species to continue without accidentally destroying itself because of angry man syndrome or whatever.
And not to mention, if you can just fuck a dozen women in a row, it's not really going to help the survival of the tribe. No. What the tribe wants is for you to fuck her and then sleep there overnight, then have breakfast, then fuck her again. And just keep doing that for the next 20 years. Taking breaks for her to pop out a child.
The breakfast of champions. Coffee and cigarettes.
Yep. Yeah, anyway, basically the point is women fucking hate sluts because sluts harm their chances of successfully raising their own young.
But I'm a proud, empowered woman.
Yeah, guess what? That still makes you a woman. Also makes you a lopsided monkey as well. But don't worry about that. The rest, we all are.
An empowered woman. Is that one that has an electric oven?
Yes.
That
simple answer, yes.
That's one of the things that really gets my goat about modern women going, oh, unpaid labor in the home. Bitch, please. Like, you go back to the 1800s and tell me how long it takes to do your daily fucking chores then. Because you don't just get to put the dishes in the dishwasher and the clothes in the clothes washer, press a button, and then go watch fucking Netflix for 3 hours.
Well, even if you had a kid, you can't just pull the dirty diaper off, chuck it in a bin, and you're done, put a new one on. You gotta wash that filthy friggin' thing now.
Yep. And if you're smart, you don't do it in the same water as the rest of your washing. And, well, hot water works better. Well, and you're now in the 1800s. How do you make hot water? Well, you need to take firewood, put it in the oven, and boil and heat the water. Oh no, you're out of firewood and the man is, I don't know, he's out in the fucking woods hunting and he won't be back for 3 days. Well, you're going to have to nut the fuck up and cut firewood yourself. Because women used to cut firewood. Why? Because do it or freeze to death.
Nut up or shut up.
And of course,
you said that phrase, and that's all I could think of.
And people wonder why I'm kind of fascinated by Amish and Mennonite women. It's like, they go out, they do things, they get things done, they don't complain, and typically they have a better work ethic about everything.
Well, that's because that's what a woman in the 17 or 1800s was like. And then
Base tape.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, and Trim's in chat. Welcome, Trim.
Yeah, howdy, Trim.
Hey, Trim.
Base says the unpaid labor argument is serious. Well, I need to cook and clean my home and clothes. You're not planning to do that anyways, you gross bitch.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Actually, it reminds me of should you leave the toilet seat up or down? Why the fuck are you arguing about that? Close the lid, you fucking animals.
I have a rule in my house.
Just make sure the damn thing is flushed. That's all I care about.
Well, I have a rule in my house. If you use the toilet, you've got to put the whole thing down.
Yes.
And I have actually kicked women out of my house for refusing to do it. And they're like, but why? It's like, look, if you're going to bitch at me about putting the seat down, I'm going to bitch at you for not putting the whole thing down.
Yeah.
It's like, how about I just fart and then blow it right in your fucking face?
Well, that's it.
Fan and just fart in the fan. Fan pushes it right in your mouth.
Yeah. You should both close the lid because we're not living in the wild like fucking animals. And you know what happens when you close the lid? The fucking seat goes with it.
Exactly.
End of fucking discussion.
The phone doesn't end up in the water.
Yes. Anyway, let's read some comments because I have basically been ranting about how women are evolutionarily predisposed to slap around the local slut.
We need more of those women. We really do.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back. So I've basically been rambling like an idiot for half an hour. Which is apparently why you're all here.
The streets carrying slippers.
Yeah. And Capstasher, when he popped in, said he's been taking a long break from politics. Yeah, that seems reasonable. No, I don't blame you at all. Knowing what's going on sucks.
Yeah.
They do say ignorance is bliss.
Mm-hmm. Tristan Armstrong said, "Are tits still an object of fascination among like Masai tribes where women just let them hang out all the time?" Yes. They've done research on this, and I'm going to quote Lindy Beige's video on tits as to my source on this, but research has been done, and that all men everywhere in all tribes and all cultures are interested in and fascinated by tits on a woman of fertile age.
See, I'm wondering if it's to do with the idea that a woman with big boobs or good quality boobs, should I say, is going to be better able to look after kids. Basically, they're better able to produce milk. And
No,
therefore...
that's actually not true. That's actually an urban legend. In fact, exceptionally enormous breasts
technically what are they called? A mutation, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'll explain what type of mutation it is in a second. But
a great one?
Yes. As far as the male psyche is concerned, and I'll get to that in a bit. Hang on, what was my point? Oh, yeah. Big tits suck for feeding babies.
Zick, were you distracted by boobs?
I'm thinking about boobs. Of course I'm distracted. Hold on. Let me take the image of the boobs and put it over there while I think about the practicalities.
Yeah.
Compartmentalize, man.
Yes, I need to compartmentalize.
Boob mentalize,
yes.
No, wait,
so, the primary function of boobs is to feed babies. Now, humans are the only species where the woman has breasts before they first have a child. That's actually part of my second point. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. But it's worth, keep that in mind. Now, when it comes to ginormously large boobs, actually makes it harder for the baby to latch on and harder for the baby to breathe, because the whole thing just deforms inwards when the baby applies pressure and then just wraps around its mouth and nose.
Ah, so smothering them to death.
Yeah.
Nice.
So super giant boobs. I mean, that's how all sane men want to go. My idea is to go with one on each side of the head and just go on.
In my own bed at the age of 80 with a belly full of wine, and I'll stop there.
Exactly. I want my heart to go out having the best time of my fucking life. Anyway. Yeah, as far as a baby's concerned for staying alive purposes, as long as the milk comes out, that's great. So it needs to be in that middling range where it's not ramming its nose into the rib cage and there isn't enough flesh to deform around its nose and suffocate it. So, small boobs and big boobs, baby doesn't really care. Baby likes middle-sized boobs because it can get a good feed.
What you're saying is the itty bitty titty committee might actually be optimal for babies?
No.
No.
Okay.
Capacity is restricted significantly.
It's actually worse. But, look, no. But babies think that medium is premium.
Okay. I like that. That's a good rhyme.
It is. It comes from weird anime communities, so you need to be careful using it in public. Fair content warning.
I'm going to have to tell my partner that. She's going to love it.
Yeah. Now, thing is, men, as I've said before, men like all boobs on women of fertile age. Doesn't matter what size they are. However, men's interest goes up as the size goes up. And even the comically ginormous boobs, the male brain still goes, ooh, titties. There is no point where I'm getting to this in a moment. We're going to talk about the genetics that Arden asked about earlier, or Chrome possibly. And either way, so no matter how big the tits get, the male brain still goes, ooh, titties. Even when they've been surgically enhanced, the brain still goes, ooh, giant dangly front things, me liking. Now,
that's why you have such a thing as post-nut clarity, guys.
Yes. Now,
yes.
Have you ever seen a peacock? Specifically,
filthy, disgusting animal on Earth.
Yeah, no,
I've been attacked by one.
Yes, so
I try to avoid seeing cocks as much as possible.
Well, in this case, the cock is relevant because the cock is the male of the bird, and we are going to talk slightly about both. Right. So, male peacock, what are they famous for? They're famous for their giant, pristine plumage. And if you've ever...
I thought they were famous for staring at glassy surfaces and shitting all over the place.
That too.
Kind of feeling a bit attacked here.
People aren't...
Making a fucking racket. no good reason.
People that's not the important bit. We're concerned with their tail feathers. Now, and if you've ever seen a sick peacock, its tail feathers are all droopy and drab coloured. So, what are the tail feathers telling the female of the species? Well, it's telling them that I'm so well fed, I can afford to do this. I can afford to waste energy and resources on these pretty feathers up my ass. Now then, do them being a metre long help the fucking peacock? No. Does it help the peacock find food? No. Does it help the peacock escape from predators? Definitely not. Does it help it camouflage? No. The tail feathers are for one thing and one thing only. Attracting female peacocks. Breast size is the same. It's called Fisheurian runaway selection.
So what I'm hearing is I'm checking out plumage most of the time.
I was just thinking, does this mean me being a fat ass actually is very good for us?
No.
Damn it.
Actually.
But I have all this wealth. I can have all this food.
Actually, you are onto something there. It is a thing where people associate being overweight with higher levels of wealth. Because it's just straight up true. Especially the further back in time you go. Like nowadays, with fast food and junk food, it's cheaper to be an unhealthy fat ass than it is to eat well. However, in the 1600s, like take King Henry VIII, for example. Absolutely fucking ginormous. Why? Because he sat on his ass most of the time and had phenomenal amounts of food. The peasants, on the other hand, they'd probably be stronger than most modern men. Hell, the fucking women would probably be stronger than most modern men. Because they're doing manual labour all day, every day. The food they're eating is the food they need to maintain that. So you're not going to see a fat peasant. You might see fat merchants, and you'll definitely see fat aristocracy, but you don't see fat peasants. Because if they've got that much money, they stop being a peasant.
Yeah, fair point.
So, to an extent, and that's also why it's less objectionable for a man to be fat than it is for a woman to be fat.
I'm good with that.
Because women seek resources. Men don't go looking for a woman for resources. If a woman looks at a fat guy and goes, ooh, he's got enough food to get that fat, I'll have some of that, thank you. But a man doesn't look at a...
The African girls were always hanging out with me in Alberta.
Honestly, wouldn't be surprising. To them, like a comedian on one of the stupid Got Talent shows was like, I'll follow a fat bit as someone who's fat. They got food.
Yeah,
I mean, you only have to look at people like Dan Bilzerian, who basically is a playboy, has lots of money, and just has all these women just coming and flocking to him all the time because, you know, he's got all this money. So they're like, yeah, okay, I'll come down in a bikini.
Exactly. They're chasing resources. Yeah. Well, Hugh Hefner, even in his prime, he wasn't a fucking looker. Like, they weren't with him because he was sexy. They were with him because he had resources. That's right, Kat. They're here for the same reason you are. My resources.
Women, they're basically controlled by cupboard love.
Right, now I'm now going to explain how cats and women are similar.
Controlled by what kind of love?
Cupboard love.
Cupboard love, okay.
You never heard of cupboard love? It's what cats do. Because you always open the cupboard to get the food out for the cats.
Yep.
And then as soon as you do that, they run over and start rubbing themselves on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a cat person.
Mm-hmm.
I should hope you're a person.
Yeah, back to the comments, because I've got to try and read some of these. So I'm going to skip a bunch. Billy says women do most of the slut shaming. Women do all of the slut shaming, nearly. Like, it's not just most, it's nearly all. Student of History says, anyone who's ever had a social interaction with women or seen social actions between women, it's either all cool or the thinnest of passive-aggressive disapproval. And then Student also says, the women are the Sharia police for women in Islamic countries. And they actually enforce it harder than the men do.
Yeah, because men are soft on women.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Unless they can be hard on women.
Yeah, but that's a different challenge. But also, in Islamic law, the reasons they give for making the women wear the full body coverings. We're not going to talk about the fact that it is actually oppressive to force them to do it, but the reasons they give for the women to do that, it's because from their point of view, if the men see a sexy woman wandering around, they're going to get all distracted from important shit they're supposed to be doing, and ooh, sexy woman. It's also great for ugly women.
I mean, yeah.
It's one of the reasons that women in those societies, they're not that, especially the less westernized ones, they're not that fussed by it. Why? Because you're a fucking uggo, a burka's great for you.
You can deceive many a man if she's got her plumage out.
Yeah. Indeed. Billy said that some women should be made to wear niqabs.
To be fair, though, there are a lot of really desperately sad men out there.
Yes. And yes. I've said this before, and I don't think I've got the full argument in my head at this time, but a man's range of acceptable looks is far wider than a woman's.
Oh, yeah, by a long shot.
And I've got a slightly formulated argument on that I'm going to get to later because there's a relevant article. And it says, I'm not saying bring back military brothels, but bring back military brothels.
We had to solve the insult problem somehow.
I mean, fair point. Granted, I don't think we want to follow the Japanese examples.
No. When I'm talking about military brothels, what I'm talking about is the sort of thing that was done in, say, Vietnam, where,
oh, yeah.
The military provided health care and payment to these women in return for their voluntary consent to sexual activity with the soldiers.
Yes. I'm not sure how fully consensual it was, but yeah. It was theoretically consensual.
There were, military brothels during the First World War that were, I would say, mostly consensual, and it was because these women were like, oh, look, there's resources and healthcare, and I mean, what's to go wrong? And there were mandatory medical requirements and things of that nature for all participants.
Exactly. And what happened? Oh, cat, what's the matter?
I'm being shamed for not being a cat person now.
Yes.
Good.
Cats are superior to women.
I don't have to do it later.
Actually, I could probably make an argument
when
as
you
to
die
why...
at home, your pet might eat you. Mine will lay down and die with me.
He might as well eat me. It's not like I'm going to use it. I like Kitty. What else we got? Student History said, if there's 20 men, us all included, and us not the chief, we're not getting laid. We want to get laid. The women are too busy scoring Chad Chief and his backup dancers. Why should we not club a motherfucker?
I mean, fair point.
Yeah, and that's why monogamy is great for men. Well, they're great for all men except the very, very top. Like, in polygynous societies, it's great for the one or two guys right at the top. Shit for all the others. But in monogamy, really great for all the bottom. Well, it's great for the middle. The bottom's just screwed all the time, and as it should be. And
wait a minute. I'm not sure I agree with that.
It's fine. We're not the very bottom. Male feminists are.
Oh.
Yeah, no, they're the power bottom here.
They're not even power.
No, not even close.
Right.
I can't ever imagine being so desperate that I'd ever call myself a male feminist. Fuck that.
Well, I mean, you're also not a predator, so there you go.
Yeah, not being a rapist.
I could try.
Yeah. What else?
No, I say I'm a monster, not a predator.
Oh, so you're a monster rather than a male feminist.
Student History said, well, she's now got to worry about her own kid having competition for the chieftain's hut, and that's the right to violence. Exactly. if men, because men, it doesn't take a lot to satisfy a dude. Some dudes, they want to be the absolute top, but most dudes are quite satisfied with the house in the suburbs, a wife, 2.5 kids, and a dog, and maybe a cat.
They just want to be king of their own little castle.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
That's it.
Yep.
All the men want is their own little domain where they rule. And that could be just be a little house in the suburbs. And for nearly all men, what more do you need? If that house contains everything that's required to make you happy, why the fuck would you live in the city? Yeah, what else we got?
My only caveat is I want an internal combustion engine, and then I can be content.
You like internal combustion. Monkey says, best pub brave in the world, based wifeys get together to breed out the slut for sleeping with their men. Exactly the point we made. Student said it's multi-part issue. There's resources for children as they grow up. There's resources for some other women. And then there's the issue of who gets the big hut later on when Daddy Chief dies. Yes, and if you've got a bunch of little scrublings all scampering around wanting their fair share, oh, that civil war around the Chinese Empire's collapsed.
Thank God. We really need that to happen.
See, wow.
Yeah.
It's collapsed several times.
I mean, again, please?
Yes. But
Well,
that's
they say
what's
if you
led
forget
to a
history, it
lot
repeats
of...
itself.
That's what's happened to a lot of empires or kingdoms. The leaders died, and
you
you've
look at-
just got infighting, and all of a sudden it's just gone.
No, I think what happened to Charlemagne's empire is one of the greater examples of that.
Yep. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, student says, listen, if the rest of the body's rocking, the itty-bitty-titty card can be ignored. Yep. Student also said she has the father do the heavy lifting jobs like hunting and defense, and she carries the baby to go picking berries. Bingo. I think that's before I specifically got into that point.
I don't know about the whole itty bitty titty thing, because like I don't want to date a person who has the body of a 12-year-old boy. You know, just
Well,
not my thing.
Are
They
you trying to say
don't.
you don't find Elliot Page attractive?
Not particularly. No.
Well,
no zippers.
the now no longer existing person known as Ellen Page was fuckable. I'd have tapped that. Because
Called her pretty, yeah.
I don't know if I'd have called her pretty, but she had something going on. But
Mental illness?
Mental illness as well. I have to say too.
hey, just because we're all dumbasses and distracted by the body. I mean, if mental illness ruled out a woman.
I mean, fair point.
I mean, a lot of us have been saying "don't stick your dick in crazy" for a long time, but do we ever listen?
No, sadly.
Well, that's the thing. Men have two heads, but only enough blood for one at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fun while it lasts.
Billy said...
B. Latmus says, I like small tits well enough. A womb is not negotiable.
Yes. But that's... And that's also the I think actually that I never finished the point I was making about what Crow said. A woman can have no tits and still not look like a boy.
No, true.
Yeah.
What's her fucking name? Famous actress. Nothing at all in the tit committee. Clearly a woman. Not
Audrey
Ellen
Hepburn?
Page. Audrey Hepburn's
Hepburn?
not a bad example, but I'm thinking of one that's actually still alive and in colour. Okay, here we go. This is going to fuck up my Google search. A small tits actress.
Small tits actress.
Flat actress. Still alive.
Oh, Google's got your number.
How about Cameron
No,
Diaz?
that's Sarah Jessica Parker. Oh, Cameron is definitely not in the itty bitty titty committee now. Have you ever seen The Mask?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's pretty stuck.
Push
Well,
up, Stonehouse. Oh,
I'd say
they're adding
middle.
Taylor Swift into this list? No, those aren't itty bitty. Neither's Mila Kunis. Rihanna definitely not. Keira fucking Knightley, that's who I was looking for.
Oh,
Keira
Keira
Knightley,
Knightley. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd agree on that.
Yeah,
And definitely a woman.
yes.
Yes.
Nothing at
At
all
least
in the
to
tits
all
committee, but very
visual
clearly a female body. Like, you'd look at that from behind and you go, ooh, that's a woman, all right. But yes, men generally do prefer bigger breasts, but it's one of the most negotiable things.
Mm.
As long as the tit to ass ratio is 1.5 to 1, then I'm okay. But once you start expanding the southern border too much, I'm out.
Yeah. What else do we have?
I'm very much a fan of curvy hips, so.
Yeah.
There's curvy hips, but then there's the ass that you can put a plate on and use it as a table. I'm not into that.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
not into that.
Nicki Minaj is kind of borderline. Lizzo is.
Nicki Minaj
completely
isn't
out
a
there.
human female, though.
Yeah,
It might be
she's some
female,
sort
but it's
of,
not
like,
human.
Well, yeah, she's a miracle of modern engineering. Yes, I'll grant you. that.
I
have
wouldn't
to
call it a
remember,
miracle,
though, that
but a product of modern
These
medicine.
people, you have to remember that these people have fucking hip and butt inserts inside them, these fake things,
Yeah.
to exaggerate them to the point that they look like they are actually physically deformed and not just healthy or fit or muscular.
Yeah. Student History says, hold up, are you telling me I just needed to go get a container of blueberries to get some? Well,
Yes.
as I kind of said, not necessarily a container of blueberries, but you come back with a whopping great deer
Somebody just
carcass
said it
over your
just
shoulders and go,
commented that-
hey, bitch, want some venison?
Based ape, that comment really got me.
The modern equivalent of which is pulling up in your $100,000 car going, hey, babe, I can afford another 10 of these.
I need a shame bell.
Face, Dave. You need to be publicly shamed for that.
Yeah. Read that out.
Yeah.
You got to read it out.
I will in a second. I'm catching up. Student said, wrap the baby up, you into a baby pack in time to go get food.
No, not that one.
Yeah. He said,
I
I'm
like
a
some
great
little
ape,
titty
the
sometimes.
best ape.
You're so far behind. Oh my god.
Yeah,
He's
I'm like
way,
half an
way
hour
back.
fucking behind. So I'm scrolling through.
I like some little titty sometimes. Can dress up and cosplay as an Epstein client.
Oh!
Oh, that's so good. That's so bad. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, now he's got a recording of me saying that. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't reading that for a reason.
Fucking hell, monkey.
Oh well. Talk about taking
Yeah,
it
just a
down.
little bit.
Base Dave has truly gone full chimpanzee on this chat
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
End of history says, "Oh fuck, I missed that. Holy shit!" All caps.
You can go back in time, student of history.
I need a
Just saying.
soundboard. I so badly need a soundboard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Bloody hell. Fuck's sake, monkey.
Student of history says, "I can't deal with this. I don't even have a full cup of coffee in yet."
Christopher.
Yeah, I do recommend coffee.
Yep, this is too much. Yeah. Trim said, fight is justice, medium is premium, and stonking big tits rule. What else do we had? Christopher said, I like thick women, but I have a limit. I like my women with me. Well, that's the thing. When men say they like curvy women, they don't mean women with rolls. They mean women that are properly filled out and look like they've had 3 meals a day for the last year. Because turns out that a well-fed woman, less likely to die, less likely to have the baby die. If the woman dies, well, the guy's just wasted all his fucking time on that. If the baby dies, well, he could try for another one, but if that keeps happening, it's a bit of a problem. Especially if the death of the baby takes out the woman. Like, the woman dying is really fucking bad for dudes. It's also why men tend to try and prevent that.
Yeah,
Which
I like an
kind of
hourglass
feeds
figure.
back into human nature. It's like, it's in our best interest to make sure the woman survives, and therefore our progeny needs protection as well.
Okay, I am now going to grab, if I can find it somewhere in here, It's a tweet that I
I
wanted to
don't
show.
want to know what you're going to grab.
Wait till you see the pictures.
He's gonna grab something medium, I believe.
How the fuck is it in here? It's whopping right.
Justin Armstrong says curvy is a 0.7 waist to hip ratio. Some of those curves have to be concave.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right, so this is something I was going to bring up later. It's a tweet that Geods was sharing about what is the ideal female body type. And this isn't where I plan to bring it in, but you can't get more fucking appropriate than the conversation we've been having.
Let's see
11 and 12 are kind of on my list.
I like 11. 5 is nice, but that's because she's pale and a redhead.
I wouldn't object to 15 either.
5 is
3,
the
4, and
wrong
5.
side of curvy. For me.
I would go 3, 4, and 5, but then again,
I'd do everything but 5, 6, or 7. And 5 is debatable if it made a good offer.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably add 8 to that for me. 8 and 9, maybe.
7 I would put out. 13 I would put out because that just doesn't look healthy on a woman, in my opinion.
It could be the pose, but it doesn't. It's not the
and
greatest look, but it's not that bad.
8 would have to have one hell of a personality, same as 10.
Honestly, I'm just looking at this. It's like 12, 14. Yeah. I'm ditching 11. I'm going for 12 and 14.
I'm surprised no one said that they want lucky number 7.
Yeah, no. That's
13 might have a cock.
I don't think so. Not with fucking hips and waist like that.
Oh dear.
Dear.
All right, go ahead. Some of you have entered your preferable number, but
If only you could do a poll in chat, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, we're not big enough.
We kind of are. Just
we're doing it.
Everybody hit your favorite number.
Yeah. Tell Chris likes number 5 because he's also a thick chaser. But he says he can deal with 6 but never 7. Yeah, 6 is just no for me. And 7,
I've been with a 5 before, and it took me a while to get used to.
Well, I don't think
I've dated a 1, a 10, a 6, not a 12, which is my ideal. 1, 10, 6. I think an 8 was in there.
Yeah, there's no short stacks on this list for some reason, so I'm out. I can't talk about history there. So, yeah.
No, my ex is probably a 5.
As far as 7 goes, I'm sorry, I've got a rule. The woman can't weigh more than I do.
That's my rule, and I'm having a very difficult time right now.
I mean,
from
that's my
7,
rule.
That looks like an age issue to me.
No, it's fucking fat. It's fat as shit.
There's that too, but
it's probably also old, but it's
To be fair on Arden's part, though, I've seen a 7 and she's like 22, and I'm just like, what are you doing with your life?
I'm going to go vomit now.
Yeah.
B. Latvis likes 14. UCY Bidawan likes 12. Student likes 12. Yeah, I'm gonna say out of this list. Yeah, from this list, it's definitely 12. I do 12, 13, 14.
Now,
possibly 3 as well.
If you took the coloration of number 5, that ginger pale color combo, put it on pretty much any of the others,
I'm not convinced that's not the fucking porn star known as Siri.
Oh, that
it
might
probably is. just because it's like, pale, kind of busty. Yeah, probably.
You might very well be right. I mean, I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, gee. How does Arden not know the white redhead?
You type redhead. You type redhead. Yeah, you type redhead into Pornhub once, you're going to see Siri.
Billy Blog says all of them except 4 to 8. I mean,
I've noticed nobody seems to go for the ones like 1 and 2 all that much. 2 is actually kind of attractive to me as well, though, because of that hip
I've
ratio.
dated a 1, and she was rather interesting in a lot of fun ways.
Psychotic.
yeah.
No, she actually fairly, good head on her shoulders. She just was a little too freaky for my taste.
Yeah, I
if you
wonder
get
what
my
it is
meaning.
about too, because yeah, not bad, but not really doing
honestly,
it.
I think
Might be the length of the torso.
Yeah, that might be. That's
where
probably
I'm going
it.
with the 2, because that's like, okay, there's just something a little bit out of proportion with her, and where 10 has the similar long torso, but maybe it's the pose. I don't know.
Might be, yeah. I kind of feel the same way about 12 though. 12 to me, it looks like a Barbie doll. That hip area, it's very reminiscent of a Barbie doll to me, and I've never found that body shape attractive.
I don't know. I'm not looking that way.
Holy hell, Crow!
What?
See, I'm a hip guy.
What? There's nothing to see there.
Yeah. all I can say to chat is envy Crow. Envy Crow.
I know when my bread's buttered.
Hell, you'd probably call her anything that she wanted.
Holy Jesus Christ, you son of a bitch!
I hate you, Crow. I hate you a lot. And
Fuck you, Crow.
I will continue to hate you until I die.
Yeah.
Also, you lucky bastard.
Yeah. I mean, I feel sorry for her, really.
I do too now. She's not getting me, so.
Yeah.
And there comes the male competitiveness.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just going to delete this before anyone has it as a spank bank.
Too late.
Too late, I've seen it. Billy Blogg says, which one of you pers likes the guns?
The guns.
The guns? What's the gun?
Number 7 has a gun.
Oh.
Number 6 is approaching gunt.
Yeah, I've also heard it referred to as fupa, and I'm just like, what the hell?
Fupa and gunt are kind of dissimilar because a fupa is slightly lower.
Yeah. Moving away
on
from
the
those
attractiveness
two
level,
abominations.
Oh, no. Yeah, much definitely.
I just realized what gunt means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Billy was just saying, you don't know what a gunt is?
Oh, it just clicked. It just clicked, and
excuse me.
Yeah.
Clearly, I don't know what a gun is because I don't have to deal with one.
Yeah.
So
I'm
no faces. It's just the brown paper bag challenge.
I mean, essentially.
Kind of, but yeah, the face isn't the point. Yeah, the point is the body type, and yeah, the face can make or break a deal. But like, I've been trying to figure out what it is about 1, and I think it's that 1's a girl while we're looking for women.
Yeah, there is something.
Yeah, kind of.
Ichthyophilic, is that the right term?
I don't know, but it strikes me as like an 18-year-old. I'm so oh fuck off.
There is something about women between the ages of 18 and 25 where they just thicken in all the right places, and it just makes them look way more womanly, mature and attractive. Whereas like a teenager, they just look like a fucking bag of bones that not interesting.
Yeah.
They're not fully developed, you know.
The awkwardness is still there.
Yeah.
You see what
and I'm talking legal teenagers for those not.
Yeah. You see what one says 14 and 15 look like fun times as well. Yep. I think 14 actually looks better, though. I think that's down to the swimsuits they're wearing. I just don't like 15s. It does her no favors.
Yeah, that weird like high-waisted bikini type.
Yeah.
It's like.
What do you guys think about?
It looks weird on the hip bones.
What do you guys think about cello hips? I mean, I'm kind of curious. Do you know what cello hips are?
Hips?
Yeah, it's when they have like a double bow in your hip. Quite common among women.
I don't think I've seen it, but
I find it interesting.
It doesn't sound
3
bad.
has a bit of a cello hip. She's got like you can see the top of the femur comes out, and then there's a little dip back in, and then it comes back up to her hip bone.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see it in a lot of Greek statues, quite funnily enough. But
I mean,
you see a lot of people idolize the smooth hip, like in number 14, where it's from waist to the thigh and it's all smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, yeah, I'm pretty fond of that. That's my curvy.
Yeah, but if I was into casual sex, I'm pretty sure I could be talked into every single one of them except 5, 6, and 7.
Sorry, that phrase really got me. If I was into casual sex, I'm like, okay.
There's nothing casual about it, damn it.
If you put a tie on, does it still count as casual sex?
Well, it depends. Is it wrapped around her wrists on the bedpost, or
is it just business casual sex if you put on a blazer?
It's Jeans Friday, sadly.
Yeah, not 5. 5's actually, I probably could be talked into having a go at 5, but 5's a bit much for me to say I like what it's showing.
I do want to ask the chat, the guys who are saying they're into 5, is it because of the color combination, that ginger and pale, or is it because of the body shape?
Yeah, it might be the low resolution. I think
her bikini's really quite awful.
It is.
Does not fit her frame at all.
That's got to be fucking Siri.
Yeah, but I'm also taking that out of the list. I don't like that roll at the
it's
side.
the roll that it's the rolls
wrong.
It's the rolls that do it, and the what did we call it? The rib rolls, like that body without the extra fat. Yeah, absolutely. But that's just too much extra.
Yep, I'm definitely standing by 12 and 14.
I've definitely converted from a 5 to an 11. So what's this over on the right
in the
side?
chat? In the comments on this, how many people are just posting pictures of like scantily clad women now? Because like I want we've got the guy saying whatever this is, but how many other people do you think are going to be posting that, like trying to show off?
A fair point.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, you should subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Actually, surprisingly little.
Only gunts.
Wow.
Subscribe to.
There's not so much simping. I'm really surprised by that.
Mm-hmm.
Subscribe to Only Woodworkers. You get to see me in a mankini.
You're
Latva says,
again.
"Remember, weight can be lost. Personality can kill relationships slowly." Yeah.
Oh
sure.
yeah.
But we're not we're not discussing personality here, and that's why the faces are missing. We are purely looking at body type.
I don't know which number correlates to what I'm attracted to, really, because they're all attractive in their own ways.
I would say
7, Crow.
No, all right. There's some that are beyond the pale.
Yeah. I would say that when it comes to ones that are actually attractive to me, well, there's obviously a preference, but the ones that fall into what I consider attractive, 2, 3, 2, 3, 12, and then 3 to 15.
Now, see, I have this weird thing where I don't.
I mean, I'm not opposed to
overly
8 to 10
women.
See, I do.
and it's weird because in the back of my brain, it's like, okay, she's got this amazing set of abs, but will she be having extra complications with childbirth? That's where my brain goes.
Maybe. It's a weird thought, but I mean, I do like a toned woman, not like ripped. 13's probably a smidgen more ripped than I like, but she hasn't exercised so much that she's lost the fat in her chest, so she's still got tits that make up for it.
Yeah. And I think for me, that's why it's like 12 and 14. It's they look healthy, but they're not overtly just like overly ripped. I mean that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, if 13 was slightly less ripped, that'd be my favourite. But as it stands, probably 12 and 14. Ardent says to me, 8 says Tone. Well, to me, 8 doesn't have anything resembling a fucking waist. It's a square.
Although I'll take 8 over 5, 6, and 7.
That's not exactly a challenge. But
No.
I don't know if the pose is making it worse, but to me, 8 doesn't look like they have the cut-in waist. And oh my god, now that it's zoomed in, 10 needs a fucking hamburger.
Yeah. But still, I'd take that over 6, 7.
I was going to say
again.
8, 9, and 10. You could probably bench press.
Probably.
Don't threaten me with a good
Well,
time.
out of the
They're just they're too thin for me. I wouldn't be interested.
Out of the
like I said, they have that 10-year-old boy feel to me. I'm just not interested.
Out of the 3 of them, I like 9 the most. 10 is unhealthily skinny, and 8's just a square. Like, I'm not... If I wanted a square, I'd go find a femboy.
Like 4 is probably the largest I'd go, because you can see that in the right kind of clothing, she could probably be wearing something really, really flattering, and those curves can look really good in the right sort of setting. But like even she's on the larger side, where I'm kind of like, bit too much. Now.
Well, for me, 4 and 11 look very similar.
Yeah.
And for both of them, they're not balanced properly.
Yeah.
They need bigger
4
tits.
looks a bit... Yeah, 4 and yeah, you've got the big fucking thighs on 11, and 4 kind of looks like she's got a bit more tummy than anything else.
Like, if 4 had the tits to go with the rest, wouldn't be that bad. And 11...
was this I'm just realizing, is this actually one of the topics that we're talking about? Or are we just getting distracted discussing the intricacies of women?
I mean, I was actually going to bring this up in a different way as a slightly different topic, but it ties into what we were talking about well enough that fuck it, why not? Because we're talking essentially about what men are attracted to, so it's close enough.
Yeah, Tristan's comment. This is all probably a long con, and Bezik's going to reveal that 3 of the candidates are secretly tucked.
It's definitely 7.
It's 1,
7 and
7
11 are tucked.
and no, which one is it?
So if I was going to guess, I'd say maybe 15, because her hips don't look wider than her shoulders.
Yeah,
but it could just be the lighting.
Yeah.
Latva says bring in Disco so we can make it awkward. See,
I'm get Disco to pick her favorite body type.
A bastard. I'm such a bastard that if Disco was here, I would have done this anyway. Anyway,
I mean, I don't see any problem with disco shaming.
Oh dear, I can make so many comments.
I'm going to pay for that in unsubtle ways later, I'm sure.
I don't think that's going to
I don't want to know.
So like 8, 9, 10. 8 is just a washboard. 10 is unhealthy. 9 is definitely a member of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee, but they're not that bad to me. Like, and like personally, I can't see where Crow's coming from. Like, it looks like a dude. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just that I've got high resolution, but like I can see enough feminine curves, and there's just enough in the tits. But yeah, like
what, like 15? I would just say if I was going to guess, it would be from the width of the shoulders to the hips. That's it.
Oh, no,
nothing else there signifies anything.
No, I wasn't talking about which one's secretly attractive. I'm talking about the attractiveness of 8, 9 through 10.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely girls, but they look like teenage girls to me.
True. Like same as 1, it looks like a teenage. Yeah. But they all look like they're teenage girls. They're not women.
They're the kind of shape that they could wrap up and literally become a 12-year-old boy if they wore the right clothing.
Oh yeah, possibly. Especially 10 and and 8. And it wouldn't take much for 9 to wrap it down and could be convincing.
When you compare 8, 9, and 10 to 1 actually has this really wide set of hips.
True.
And then a very narrow waist. And it makes it much more distinct that they're female.
It does, but I don't know. 1 looks younger. Well, 1 looks younger than 8 and 9 to me. And it could be the pattern and the pose.
It might just be the coloration and pattern on the bikini, too.
Yeah, and this isn't the highest resolution picture for us, I don't think.
10 just... poor girl. Fucking eat.
Just don't go too far and overeat and become 7.
Yes.
Don't go from a 10 to a 7.
you think 7 weighs the same as 8, 9, and 10 together?
Probably more.
I mean, she probably is the same from probably 8 through 15.
Like
if you take out 11.
And ironically, you could probably bench press 10 with no prior training.
I mean,
Like
again,
the
don't threaten me with
average
a half
man
decent time.
probably has enough upper body strength without practicing to literally be able to throw her around like a fucking teddy bear.
What are you talking about, Base Ape? Base Ape's like, I like how we're all sitting around talking about which girls we do. Let's face it, nobody is saying no to any girls. Like, yes, we have. We've been fucking berating them for ages.
Yes.
What
Well,
are you
that
saying?
was part of the there was part of the point though, Monkey. I wouldn't knock back. I'd only knock back 5, 6, and 7 if they had ID to prove they were legal. If they didn't have ID, I'd be knocking back like 1, 8, 9, and 10.
But it is kind of an interesting thing to say, amongst ourselves and chat. It's kind of this realm of most men are not into this fat acceptance bullshit.
No,
No,
they're straight up
Fuck
not.
that.
Like some men are.
I don't
like,
accept fat on myself. I want to get fucking thin. You know, fuck being a fat ass.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think this is something that, again, it's
lol,
women
ardent sevenths are no
oppressing
always.
women. Yeah, women oppressing women. Oh yeah, it's okay to be fat because they don't want the competition.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it is. It's
Oh,
reverse
you're
slut
definitely
shaming.
beautiful, I swear. You don't look like a fucking washed-up sailor.
But yeah,
But it's kind of an interesting. I mean, I think if we look at it in terms of competing for resources, women are definitely like, yeah, okay, but, I'm bringing less to the table because of feminism, so therefore I must encourage other women to become fat slobs.
well, that's entirely it. It's about leveling the playing field. You've got a bunch of either of fat or otherwise unattractive women. And actually, sadly, a lot of feminists would be attractive if they spent 5 minutes not being a feminist, like fucking Anita Sarkeesian.
Oh, that's a big ask, though.
Yeah, sadly, personality can ruin a lot. But like Anita Sarkeesian, the big booty baby murderer, if they weren't fucking crazy feminists, they'd be attractive. But because they're crazy feminists.
No. Anna Kasparian.
Is she the one from Young
probably,
Turks?
Yeah.
I could probably be talked into tapping mine. But like, as long as she's crazy, she's got no chance in hell.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been with someone crazy once in our lives, I'm pretty sure. And that pretty much when you do that once, unless you're a fucking masochist and you really enjoy suffering, you don't tend to do it twice. It's like, okay, I've now learnt the lesson. Yeah.
That's exactly it, student. He says, Bleach, are you saying fat acceptance is a post-feminism coping mechanism / survival strategy? It's entirely what it is. Because, like, take a look at, like, Big Red and all these other feminists types. They're meh. Like, yeah, a lot of them are ugly, but most of them are meh. So how does a meh woman compete with any of the women here except 7? Like, all of these have more to, except 7, have more to offer than most feminists, including 5 and 6.
The thing is, people also seem to forget that personality can even if you've got a great body, if you've got a shit personality, it can really fucking make it just unattractive to some.
Indeed.
Like, if you're a fucking
Twilight
piece of
Mist.
shit, and I know that you're a piece of shit, I'm just not interested. Like, fuck off. I'm not going to waste my time.
And that's the thing. It's these feminist women who are constantly they're trying to level the playing field by making the playing field just insufferably bad.
Well, it's the same problem that all postmodernism, woke, French, egalitarian, not actually bullshit has. they desire equality by leveling the playing field. But raising up the bottom is too hard, so we'll just drag down the top. It's the exact same problem that is infesting all of education.
I'd like to drag down her top, if you know what I mean.
You see why I'd be the ones basically hitting it on the head there. They're applying socialism to attractiveness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And it, like, as I'm saying, rather than... It's harder with attractiveness, but as has been proven by a lot of women, a little bit of effort can go a long fucking way, especially if you whack on some makeup. Like, holy shit. Like, you want to talk about fucking lying. Like, a makeup can make an ugly woman drop dead gorgeous. And it can make a good-looking woman fucking a goddess on Earth.
Well, I mean, it's basically war paint.
Yeah.
It is. And
I'm kind of like, well, oh, okay, well, yeah, this is why I'm into, Amish women. It's like, they don't wear makeup.
Mm-hmm. Well, and question, like, why do women wear makeup? Oh, they wear it for men. No, they don't wear it for men.
No.
They wear it for them so they can beat the men.
And beat other women that they're competing against with
makeup
resources.
is entirely about making them better than the other women. It's also
war paint. Like
it is. It's exactly war paint, and it's reverse feminism in the attractiveness hierarchy. Makeup lifts the bottom. Feminism drags down the top. Feminism, don't wear makeup, get fat. Congratulations, you now look like a feminist who was ugly to start with.
And on the point about personality, Real Holtzinator had a really good comment. I don't know if you guys caught it while I was transferring devices. He says, Amber will always be a 1 no matter how she looks. Yes, because if you crap on someone's bed, that pretty much knocks you to the bottom of the pile. I would take 7 over Amber Heard at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
you'd probably find that 7 has a nicer personality too.
Probably.
Shot.
But I wouldn't.
I don't at least make a better sandwich.
I don't generally like to rib on people because of their weight, but because these people can be really nice people at the end of the day. They've gone through a lot of shit. Usually that's what happens when these things happen. But there is something to be said about acknowledging the fact that being fat is unhealthy, and it's actually a positive thing to acknowledge that it's a negative thing to do to yourself. And the more we try and fucking hide it, the more actually we're damaging ourselves and the society that we're
that's it. Fat
raise our own
shaming
fucking
is
daughters
good for
in
you.
the future.
Yep.
Yeah.
Christopher
that's
Everard
why
says,
we're doing the SWATs thing.
Christopher Everard says, well,
I need
girls
to
will
update
tell you
that
that
soon.
no, they're wearing makeup for them to feel pretty. I've encountered many girls who would die on this hill. Right. Let's expand that. They're wearing the makeup for them to feel pretty. Why do they want to feel pretty? It's to compete with other women for men.
If not for the sake of their own hierarchy amongst women.
Yeah. And that's it. Like, there are attractiveness hierarchies in all female groups. Anyone who ever went to school with teenage girls will know this. Anyone who ever went to high school with girls knows this as a fact. Their hierarchies are based almost entirely on attractiveness. Meanwhile, male hierarchies, yes, the attractiveness does have a basis, but the nerds over in the corner, do you think their hierarchy is based on attractiveness? No.
Not particularly, no.
Well,
there's things like strength, intellect, how funny you are, and these can all be things that we know women like, and they're all competitive areas
that's
that
it.
we're all competing.
And
with.
it's how men can it's how unattractive men compete. An unattractive man might be a great hunter. He might be a great comedian, like Louis C.K.'s
and Hunter Biden.
No, Louis C.K., for example, has a kid. It's not because he's a good looker; it's because he's a successful comedian. Not only is he funny, he's also
because the female pinned him down and took it.
Maybe.
Given his proclivities.
Yeah, possibly. But it's not because he's attractive. He's an absolute fucking train wreck of a man. But He's got a sense of humor, he's funny, and he's successful in his field. So being successful in your field is one of the most attractive things a man can do. Doesn't matter what that field is. Being at the top of it is attractive. For obvious reasons. If you're at the top of your field, you're a good provider.
People often forget that social acclaim and social position is also a resource, not necessarily just a status. If you have a position that is higher up, you have access to other things and therefore other resources that others do not have. And that's why, social positions like that are an attractive aspect.
Theodore says,
status itself is an asset.
Yeah, indeed.
Sorry, what did you say, Arden?
I said status itself can be an asset.
It's the primary asset for men. Like attractiveness alone will not win you relationships. Attractiveness will get you laid, which helps. It's actually really, really good. But it doesn't get you relationships. It doesn't get you a dozen children with that woman. It might get you one, which is less helpful. Theodore says, I think both can be true. Women wear makeup because they like to look pretty and to attract the man. I like wearing suits and stuff to look good. I am in nowhere trying to attract the girl. That's exactly my point, though. Why do they like to look pretty? Why do you like to look good? It's about your status and their status. Women wear makeup to increase their status in their groups and to increase their attractiveness to men.
Not only do they do it for their own hierarchy group,
because it boosts their status.
But not only do they do it for their own hierarchy group, it's not just a dichotomy of, they only want to look attractive for men or they only want to compete with women. They're also competing with other men in the same marketplace where they know that the boss might be a guy and they have a choice between a smartly dressed guy who's pretty qualified or her looking nice in her outfit and maybe not as qualified necessarily. So they use things to their advantage, literally as a resource, like a weapon.
Why are most receptionists female?
Exactly.
Because if you're trying to run a business and you want people to come in and buy, one of the easiest ways to get men to come in and buy is to stick a sexy woman at the counter.
Yep. The old cliche of sex sells is always prevalent.
Yes. It's an undeniable fact of humanity. And as I'm saying, why does a man want to look good? Why does a man wear a suit to look good? Why a suit? What does a suit tell you? What if you see a man, so if you're in the CBD, it's in the business district or the center of town, and you see a man in a suit, what do you assume about him?
Tells me he's about to go to the red light district. Oh, wait, no.
That too, but
it says about wealth usually.
Yes, it's either wealth or what does it tell you about the kind of job he does?
He's probably got very soft hands.
Yes, you see a man in a suit and you assume that he. Well, you know for a fact that he has if he's running around the business district in a business suit, if a man's running around in his business suit in the middle of a business district, well, you assume that he's got a white-collar job, and you assume, probably incorrectly, well, not probably, but potentially incorrectly, that he's going to be making an above-median income.
Those bastards with their above-median incomes.
Now,
damn them all.
Who thinks a suit's actually comfortable? Suits look great, but are suits actually comfortable? Are they functional?
Can be.
Are they functional pieces of clothing? What happens if you raise both your arms in a suit? You fucking
poorly made suit. It's
functional
awful,
in what sense? If you're talking about functional for fighting, then no. But if you think about all the parts of the dress sense, things like tie were designed to stop water getting in between the buttons.
Yeah.
So they have functions that you don't necessarily know.
They do have functions that don't necessarily exist anymore, but like you raise the modern suit, like if it's one of the ones that's got shitty shoulder pads, or the way that arms are tied. Like, they're made to look great when your arms are by your side, but you raise both your arms out horizontally, shoulders bunch up, stick against your neck. Looks fucking
You completely
stupid.
ruin the lines of the suit.
And like if you were purely focused on comfort, you'd be dressed like fucking Steve Jobs.
Yep.
Why can people
have
like
self-respect.
Steve Jobs and Bill Gates get away with dressing like slobs? Why? Because they're already
Because they've got
successful.
money.
Exactly. That.
And everybody knows they've got
Yes.
money. You know, you don't need to have it's basically I have to fake it till I make it kind of rules,
It
essentially.
is.
In a lot
It's
of ways,
exactly fake it till you make it kind of rules. And it's again about leveling the playing field. And it's basically the uniform of the white collar group workers.
Yeah.
It's just straight up leveling the playing field. Everyone's now wearing a suit. Congratulations, you don't stand out. So what can you do? You might try changing a tie, doing this. But it's very different to, oh, let me get my
We're gonna go
powdered
full
wig.
American Psycho with this.
And yes, but it's very different to what they do back in like the Tudor period, etc. Going in with the big ostentatious flowy wigs. They don't bother with that shit.
I think we should bring back the giant codpiece.
Wait, nobody else has already?
Yeah.
I'm kind of
So,
disappointed.
speaking of leveling the playing field, and Theodore says, I think
Fear
people
my
can
codpiece.
and do try to look good for its own sake, not necessarily anything to do with status. No, that's what I'm saying, though. Looking good isn't good in its own. Why do people want to look good? There is no value in looking good unless it gets you something. And that something is either access to mates or status, which then gets you access to mates.
You could argue that looking good also provides you with self-confidence. However,
Yes,
self-confidence
but
is a
I'm then
factor
going to argue.
looking good for other people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's the point of the self-confidence? It's to look good for mates or prospective employers or prospective business partners, and we're back to status. Why do birds groom their feathers?
Because they're fucking
usually 'cause they're-
narcissists.
And filthy.
Yes, it's for pest management and to make them look good. Why does a bird
Aerial bastards.
Why does a bird want to look good? Why do birds have brightly coloured feathers?
It's
Yeah,
so they're
you're
really
always gonna
difficult
poison
for
them.
hunters to
Oh,
find them.
It's
and by
all
hunters, you mean
about access to mates. Do chimps?
Oh, no.
What do chimps do? Chimps will sit there and go through each other's fur to chase parasites. But you don't see
I
a
thought you were
chimp.
gonna say they fling shit for a second there.
They also do that, and guess what that's about? Oh yeah, status.
Base, do you feel personally
That's got a
attacked?
big rank of fucking like status now. Everything's status, damn it.
It
I'm
literally
waiting for the
is.
chalkboard to come out.
Everything
paranoid
is
lines
about
everywhere, you know?
sex.
Just a second, I gotta do something.
Oh dear.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, yes, we do mean more than basic cleanliness and kempness. Like, cleanliness is roughly equivalent to a cat licking itself, or a bird checking for parasites, or a pig rolling in the dirt, or an elephant rolling in the dirt. These things are all about parasite abatement. Why do humans wash? Because we grow bacteria, which smells bad and gets us sick. And if we didn't smell bad or get sick, why would we bathe? We might occasionally wipe the dirt off. And why would we wipe the dirt off? Oh yeah, so we look good.
And being clean is actually a sign of status.
Yes.
Yes. So it is. Being able to afford the time to be clean is an indicator of success. Everything is it's all status all the way up.
Sorry, that's just what my brain went to.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong. It works perfectly for the segment.
And Christopher Everard in chat just made a comment. I heard a phrase once that I love very much. It says, everything is about sex, except sex.
Yes, sex is about making babies.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, in pretty much only humans, pleasure.
Yeah, there's a few
The
other
possible
things.
exception of dolphins.
Well, the
Fucking
animals that have
dolphins.
sex for pleasure, what do they all have in common? They're all extraordinarily smart and have highly developed brains.
Fair point.
I mean, I don't know about some of the human race.
You're right, I'd rather have the
Fair
dolphin.
point.
At
No,
least,
I've never watched a dolphin wank. There's still time.
Oh,
I
God.
mean,
Tristan
never say never,
says,
bro.
chimp sexual mores are backwards though. Males nest in trees with the alpha at the top. Females fuck their way up the branches until she hits a male that says no. Oh yeah, what was I saying about polygynous societies with the alpha at the top? It's all about sex.
Fair point.
So, welcome to our TED Talk.
Welcome
Now
to
get
Basic.
out there and preen.
Yeah, yes, preen, damn it. Make yourself desirable to mates and show off to your peers that you are successful enough for them to want to associate with. Why do you think
And emulate
that the first thing you're told if you're going for a job interview is dress up nice, do your hair, walk in confident? That's right, because you're trying to indicate that you're already successful. Because success attracts success. No one
I thought
running
they just wanted me to be attractive so they could fuck me, you know?
See,
told me that I should dress for the job I want, but the last time I showed up to an interview in a Batman outfit, they told me I should go see a therapist.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, I can't see that being a wrong
No.
advice there at all.
But it's everything we do above basic hygiene is about sex or status, or as part of status, fitting in.
Or resources like food.
Yes.
Yep.
Which is usually tied to status, because the higher your status, the more food you get. But like one of the other key parts is fitting in. Have you ever noticed how places have cultural dresses? Where do cultural dresses come from? It's about
Well,
identifying.
normally tailors.
Well done.
Or
But it's,
seamstresses.
Sorry,
Yep.
I'm just being a troll. But yeah,
Yeah.
I know you're gonna.
but every place has its cultural dress. Cultural dresses change from neighboring villages. Language changes over very small distance. Why? It's because you're trying to identify outsiders. Because what are outsiders? They're a threat. They're a threat to your resources, status, and access to mates. And I can...
So everyone raise your left hand to shoulder level.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, though. That's entirely the point. It's
Great.
all about
I'm gonna
mate
tell
being
in chat that this is way better than a TED Talk, by the way.
awesome. But it's all about group belonging, which ties into your status and your access to resources, which ties into your ability to succeed genetically. If you can't mate, the biological definition of success is mating and producing young. If you don't do that, you have failed the goal of all organisms. Your genetic line
I
ends.
failed.
Which, let's be honest, for most Democrats would probably be a good thing. But, and again, actually I can tie this back because, to what we were talking about earlier. Why do leftists all talk the same way? Why do they all use their coded language? That's it. They fit in, so you know they're part of the group.
Why they have groupthink?
Literally.
Yeah, the term herd.
That's all what it's about. Humans are pack animals.
Humans
yeah,
are fucking
no.
idiots too. But
Yes.
Humans have a
Beside the
massive
point.
herding instinct. Have you ever driven to a parking lot your vehicle as far away from everybody else as possible and come out of the store and bam, there's at least one or two right near you.
Yes.
It's the herding instinct in action.
That's
right
it.
there.
Because humans aren't solitary predators. Because we're slower and weaker than everything else out there. Yet somehow we've managed to eat our way into the extinction of thousands of species.
Damn right. Whoop.
Why? Because we hunt as a group.
And let's be honest, if chimps were able to master firearms, they still wouldn't be quite as good as we are.
I mean, I'm tempted to give a chimp a gun and send it to New York City.
Don't threaten me with a fantastic time.
Oh, can we give the chimp guns and meth? Teach it how to smoke both?
Yes.
Why the fuck not?
Well, I mean, it's naturally going to happen if they go to New York anyway.
This is true.
Billy
Just hope it
says,
doesn't have an existential crisis.
hold on, what if you have loads of brothers and sisters and you help them have loads of kids? Not as...
Help them?
Stop fucking their wives.
Yes, one. And he says, I don't mean by incest. So let's exclude fucking their wives and incest. Okay, it's not as good as having your own kids. But it's better than strangers having kids. Oh yeah, we've now discovered...
your genetics.
Yes. You're at least promoting your family line. We've now invented the family unit, and we've now discovered why tribes quite often can be traced directly through the line, through a biological line, usually from a patriarch, in the correct definition.
Well, you know, I in a way, I think it also exemplifies some of the fascination with genealogy as well.
Well, genealogy. Where does the art of
a lot of lines?
Where does the art of genealogy start? It comes from the royal families in Europe. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Status. Because if you can show that you're the grandson of this king and this king, oh, and this king over here, and this one was an earl, well, that makes your claim to the throne stronger. It's all about status.
I'm definitely announcing that when Elizabeth finally goes away, I will be announcing my intention to become King of England.
Based. Yeah, I think we should just skip like the top line of succession there.
Oh yeah.
And what I was saying about accent and fitting in and... Sorry, about accent and... cultural clothing and fitting in. Why do gangs dress the same? It's about fitting in. It's about identifying your own and excluding outsiders. Now, they actually did an experiment, or rather, not necessarily an experiment, but they did some observational research in the tower blocks in England, if you're familiar with the kind of thing I'm talking about.
That's roughly analogous to the projects in the States.
Yeah, basically.
Some places I've lived as well.
But the tower blocks even more condensed than the projects. We're talking 1,000 families in a couple of football fields.
Christ.
Who has the strongest accent?
Probably the foreigners.
No. The people with the strongest accent are the young men. Who has the weakest accent?
I was thinking like pure accent rather than localized.
Yeah, I'm talking localized because it's about fitting it. So, the ones with the strongest are young men. Who has the weakest accent compared to the broad population? So, like, you've got your broad English accent, and then you've got your localized, like, Cockney, grabbed into an area stuff. Who is going to be the most generically English?
I would assume the young women.
Exactly. Can you guess why?
Simply because they can go other places and marry in.
Exactly. That's exactly right. A young man finds success, safety, and increases his breeding opportunities by being part of the in-group. And how does he identify this part of the in-group? Well,
accent and dress.
Accent and dress. Now, a female in the same group, well, she also wants access to more resources, more success, and more breeding prospects. Well, she's got an advantage. She's female. She can marry into success and resources. So maybe she doesn't want to sound like one of those degenerate lowlives from the projects. Maybe she wants to sound more upper class. She might even put on a slightly upper class accent. Because maybe she wants Mr. Bleach to come along, Mr. English Bleach, Mr. English Demon, to come along and save her from the projects. Doesn't work like that for guys.
She's got to look like number 12, and she might have a chance.
Well, that's it. An attractive woman, we all know that an attractive woman can get a guy of a much higher social class than her. Because, especially in cultures like England, you can move social class really easily. A woman from the projects can quite happily marry a rich lawyer from the city.
Meghan Markle. Sorry.
Yes, but also no. To an extent, yes, but that's I'm not talking quite that specific. But a guy's not going to be marrying some rich, successful fucking woman if he's from the projects and sounds like he's from the fucking projects. No, his best chance...
No, mostly not.
No, sadly, his best chance at breeding and reproducing is the daughter of some single mother. And then he fucks off because he doesn't have...
standards
paternal responsibility. But yes, standards worth passing on, but particularly paternal responsibility. Paternal responsibility is what keeps babies and women alive when you don't have social welfare.
It's actually kind of a interesting topic for me because I definitely do not speak like I'm a local. Never have. And much to my breeding detriment, it sounds like.
Ah, but see, you sound different. You don't sound better.
Mm-hmm.
Now, sadly, it hasn't turned into anything worth talking about because I'm a weird, fat incel loser. But to Australians, I sound posh.
Seriously?
Yes, because I don't speak like the average Australian. I can, but I don't. Because I didn't learn language from hanging around with people because, yay, weird autistic kid. I learnt language from reading and TV. So I sound like a weird mix of American and English.
Yeah, I've gotten that as well. My early schooling was with nuns who would happily beat the Newfoundland accent out of me. So, and you guys have heard my actual speaking voice. When I fall into that, I'm reading something or whatever. I sound essentially the same sort of issue. I sound posh. When I lived in Alberta, I actually got told I sound American, which floored me for a minute.
Sounding English or American in Australia is different. Because guess what you need to be an American or an Englishman in Australia?
I would assume shit tons of money.
Da-ding! Also known as resources.
It really is all about sex.
So, sounding posh can make people go, ooh. And there's a reason why the posh people sound posh. In England, there's that posh accent. And what's that good for? If you happen to be posh in the 1900s, that's good at excluding the lowers. Which is good for making sure that your grandchildren... Because, for example, if you're a father in... Let's go back a little bit further to make it easier. In the 1800s. So you're a father from we'll say the lower upper class. So you're wealthy, bordering on breaking into the nobility, kind of. Well, perhaps you want your son to actually marry into the nobility. That would be really helpful for your grandchildren's chances of success. So what do you do to make your son to help your son break into the nobility? You send him to the noble schools. So he sounds like a noble. And then maybe, oh, you've got lots of money, and then you can help him have lots of money. So now you have money and you sound like a noble, and maybe there's the third daughter of a noble family that's running a bit low on funds, and ooh, look at this. Shove, 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 arranged marriage.
I mean, me personally, I'm like, I'm at the stage where arranged marriage wouldn't be as objectionable as it used to be.
I know, right?
I honestly think it might actually be helpful.
Mm-hmm. If chat wants to know what a working class Australian sounds like, think Steve Irwin, and then you've got Bogan, which is below that.
Billy says he wants to hear your best Bogan accent.
Oh fuck! I don't know if I can even do a Bogan accent. It's hard enough doing I'm Steve Irwin type accent. How would a
while you're trying to remember it, though, I'll give you a moment because Tristan Armstrong wants to hear me say a little bit in the Newfoundland dialect. The phrase you're asking for is "Stay where you're to till I gets where you're at."
Yeah, but you didn't even drop into the accent there, right?
Well, if I drop into the accent, I have to speed up, and then it's "Stay where you're to till I gets where you're at," eh?
Exactly.
That's what people are here for.
But it also excludes people. Bogan. Oi, cunt! You want some smack or you want me to kick your fucking head in? Actually, no, it's more like kick your fucking head in.
Yeah.
I still can't do an Australian accent.
It's one of the it's got to be one of the harder accents to do properly. People fake it all the time.
You have to drink heavily and say cunt a lot, I think, Crow.
I mean, that is kind of the default.
I'm halfway there. I'm British.
Only to remember, boys, if you're trying to sound Irish, you have to sound like you're ever so slightly drunk and just a little touch gay.
Well, that really depends on which part of Ireland you're in, I guess.
Aye, that does.
I find the Irish accents quite nice, but there's different types, because Northern Ireland doesn't sound at all like Southern Ireland. In fact, each county has its own unique accent.
Yes, and
if I recall correctly, the Northern Irish aren't really Irish, boyo.
Northern Irish sound a bit more like this, a bit more harsh, a bit more deep. Like they're going to fuck your mom.
Funnily enough, the way I learned my Irish accent was just repeating the word fuck over and over again from my Irish friends.
Oh, fuck. I just watched far too much Father Ted, and then I went out to County Kerry, spent a week climbing. I actually went up Mount Carrantoohill. I don't know how to pronounce it in Irish.
I hear you're a racist now, Father.
I hear you're a racist now, Father. It's my favorite fucking lines. Or, that would be an ecumenical matter.
Yeah, I don't even know if I could do a good American accent.
Oh, I'm fucking awful at American.
Y'all.
The worst part is you've got to determine which part of America you're in to do the accent.
And one of the hardest things is Americans.
That's what she said.
One of the hardest things is my dick, yes, but I'll put away that picture of Crow's girl.
For fuck's sake!
Oh, for fuck's sake! Not me girl again!
No,
it's always about your girl.
One of the hardest things about an American accent is that British and Commonwealth English speakers enunciate with pitch. Americans enunciate with volume.
Yes.
What's an example?
If you're trying to sound like, say, a news
I'm going to steal this one again from Lindy Bait. I'm sorry I was late. I was caught in traffic.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I don't ever remember doing that, but that maybe I do have strange diction though. So
that it's also
and you're a
a
southerner
more
too,
rural.
so that may make a difference.
well, see, that's the thing. I don't sound like most Southerners around me.
A fair point.
That was intentionally exaggerated to get the point, not to sound like an accent. By the way,
the only accent I get even close
it's more
to
like,
is
I'm sorry, I was late. I was
panhandle.
caught in traffic. While
Let's see. Sorry, I was late. I was caught in traffic.
Sorry, I was late. I was caught in traffic.
Yeah,
Next on the news.
Yeah.
Fucking savages on the road here, what?
Hold on, I just need to try and readjust my voice box to try and say it normally. I'm sorry I was late. I was caught in traffic.
Yeah.
Like the words in between just start to blur.
You guys want to go down?
And sorry, I got it slightly wrong. For English speakers,
Sorry, that's my American.
For British speakers,
Oh,
it's
you
clarity, and for Americans, it's volume. Like a British speaker, it's like, sorry, it's like caught in traffic. Like you can just give up all the words except the prominent ones.
And that's actually where a lot of the Newfoundland accent kind of similarities with the British is, because we tend to smash things together and get our words out very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one thing I've noticed. A lot of them, American speakers, when they're not kind of amongst their local accents, tend to speak a little bit slower than everybody else, which I find kind of fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Like
I really like it might be like what is it, New Orleans accent or something, that kind of that slow sort of
that southern drawl,
that laborious way that they like to talk.
Yeah, they speak real slow because it's fucking
but
hot
in that
down
southern
here.
one, do you notice how when Crow was hitting the keywords there, the volume actually increased?
Yep. And you see why I be the one. Bleach, you sound like you're from Texas or somewhere close by. Actually, not even close. I'm from the Midwest, the central, the old part of the West.
He's part of the old Republic, yeah.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry.
well, it's one of the interesting things about the advent of television, specifically where you're receiving large amounts of programming from other countries. If you watch a lot of television, especially as you're growing up, especially as an American. Well, all Americans who watch a lot of TV now sound like they're from fucking New York or Hollywood.
Yep. And that has
you now sound Californian.
I'm seeing a lot of extermination of regional accents in the U.S., and that drives me completely bonkers because and while I've never taken my local accent to heart because I just don't like it, and I don't really like the people that I grew up speaking around.
That'll do it for you.
But to me, it was like, okay, why is everyone sounding exactly the same with this strangely accented kind of New York bullshit?
Yeah, the answer's TV.
And and it's interesting, back in, I think it was the late 60s, early 70s, there were actually a lot more regionalized accents on television, like, the Andy Griffith Show and things of that nature.
Yeah,
but now everyone sounds like a news anchor.
Yeah, and for again, you can look at England. Everyone sounds like they're from fucking London.
Oh, I fucking can't stand it. Londoners are such prats. Fucking piss me off, man.
Says Pratt.
And you see why I be the one? Nope, not Oklahoma. Actually, kind of the Indiana and Michigan border.
So I got up a quick article on what I was saying because where was it?
Got up, Eddie.
Yeah. Theodore said, "Bloody hell, Bezic, you're incredibly cynical." 1, yes. 2, it's called not being cynical; it's being realistic. It's driving everything back to its basic evolutionary impulse. And yes, as humans, we can alter our evolutionary drive to an extent, but we're still animals.
I was going to say, has he not seen the show before calling you cynical?
Yeah, You leave before Nonce Watch every time?
Welcome to the Sultans of Cynic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cynics of Shadilay.
Yeah. So here's an article on what I was talking about accents. So, accent perception. Social identity theory. Social identity theory is a theory that describes intergroup behavior based on group membership. Markers of group membership can be arbitrary or non-arbitrary, such as gender or language, Accent is a non-arbitrary marker for group membership that's potentially more salient than most other non-arbitrary markers of race. Blah, 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 blah. Now, we can actually see an example of this is, for example, we can see examples of discrimination of outgroup based on language. For example, speaking German in the United States during World War I. Or we can see the example of the word of literally the shibboleth. From Judges 12:5-6, following quote depicting mass killing people based on their accent. The Gileadites captured the fords of the Jordan leading to Ephraim, and whenever a survivor of Ephraim said, "Let me cross over," the men of Gilead asked him, "Are you an Ephraimite?" If he replied no, they said, "All right, say shibboleth." If he said Sibboleth, because he could not pronounce the word correctly, they seized him and killed him at the fords of the Jordan. 42,000 Ephraimites were killed at that time.
Just because they couldn't pronounce a word proper. What dicks?
Yes.
That sounds like dealing with some of the English when I've visited over there.
Well, to be
you're
fair,
not saying that right. And it's like, nah, fuck you. I'm using old Shakespearean English. Suck it.
Yeah. Right, so...
I just had an image of an American tourist showing up in London going, "Forsooth, good fellow. Where be it?"
What ho, peasant?
I mean, clearly you have never been around me traveling internationally, because I will be that guy, just for the hell of it.
I expect you to come around in a full suit of plate armor and a fucking giant mace to just bonk on people's heads. What? Look, it's a chav! Oh, this will be fun!
Yeah.
Don't threaten me with a fantastic time,
Yeah,
bro.
so...
Yeah, right.
Up next we have...
One of the things I wanted to say about accents before we move on, though, one of the things I've always found absolutely fascinating and hilarious is how if you take someone from one environment and put them in another, for example, if you surround me with drunk Scotsmen for an evening, I start to sound Scottish at the end.
Watch
And
that,
it's not because
Ardent.
I'm
You start
intentionally
to
putting it
fit in.
It's all about sex. Wait, sorry.
It's all about group membership, which is your access to sex.
Okay, again, surrounded by drunk Scotsmen.
That's right.
How is it not still
We're
about
not
sex?
changing the comment.
I said what I said, and I meant it.
Oh dear. But yes.
Okay, I just gotta shut up now.
But no, that's another.
no.
That's another
I
thing.
didn't
That's
say permanently.
That's another thing that ties into exactly what I'm saying. If you take someone and put them in another group, their accent adapts. Why? So they fit in. Which is about group membership, which is about access to resources and mates. And oh look.
Notice how my accent hasn't adapted to this particular group.
Yeah. And actually, Theodore also makes a good point. Doesn't it also happen that people in foreign environments strengthen their accents trying to retain their own identity? Yes.
Yes.
Especially if you take a look at the enclaves of cultural enrichment in England.
That's what I was going to point out. They generally have to have other foreigners around to reinforce that accent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and people will strengthen their own accents because it's about their identity, and it's exactly spot on. But unless you're consciously trying to do that, and I'm really bad at it, I won't just pick up the accent, I'll pick up speaking patterns from people, which is really fucking annoying. Like, if I hang around someone enough and they've got a particular speaking pattern, especially when I'm talking to them or where they can hear it, I'll fall into that speaking pattern, and then I'm like, hold on a fucking second, I don't say that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I have this, I find it very annoying if I'm with a lot of very Southern people, I'll start talking more and more like them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You might pick up some women that way, or maybe some men.
And it's about.
I mean, you never
fitting-
know.
And
Bless
If
your
you're
heart.
trying to pick up, if you're trying to pick up the boys, you have to kind of sound like this.
What?
Oh my god.
What was
Speaking,
that?
speaking of
Flip
being
it-
all about
flip it,
sex with
monkey.
gay Scotsmen,
Have you what? It's just, oh no, I can't even go back into that accent. now.
Oh,
I'm
dear.
laughing so hard.
Just like, okay, I'm waiting for Base Tape's edit of this.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is going to be shit.
Oh.
What are you doing with this silly
This is going to
accent?
be fabulous.
Just become a lot leathered.
Mhm. Right, I've got one last thing to read about on accents, and then we might move on to something else that's ridiculous. So,
I mean, I don't know. We could probably do a whole podcast on just this.
possibly.
You see why I'd be the one. If you want me to lisp for the rest of the stream, you need to get a super chat in here quick.
Oh, that's like a second. Super chat away.
I'm not doing this just for attention. I want some money.
Oh, what was it? Okay, who here is familiar with Reno 911?
Not really.
Sorry.
There's a character named Terry in there, and that I just realized that's kind of the accent I'm doing.
Oh
dear.
god. Right, so evolutionary
Okay, I think I've calmed down now.
evolutionary underpinnings of the own accent bias. Accents function as markers of social group membership, broadcasting information about the individual's in-group / out-group status. Da-doing. However, unlike other seemingly more conspicuous non-arbitrary markers, the accent of an individual is not outwardly obvious to a casual observer unless the individual speaks and is within hearing range of the observer. This raises the question of how such an easily hidden characteristic became a marker of group membership in the first place. One predominant account suggests an answer to this conundrum lies in evolutionary history. In modern societies, people of many different racial backgrounds live together, which provides modern humans with the chance to experience a wide range of racist and racial characteristics, e.g. coloured skin. However, in early societies, neighbouring communities could not travel far except by walking, thus they were likely to look similar. As such, a natural selection pressure may have existed that favoured social attention to accents, which functioned as an honesty signal, i.e. an honest signal of an individual's group membership, so individuals could easily identify in-group members from the potential threat of out-group members. In comparison, the selection pressure to socially attend to race was less relevant. Which is why your accent is about your in-group membership, and your in-group membership is about access, about resources and status, and you need resources and status so you can reproduce. Therefore, accents are about sex.
I make a silly
Well, I'm
accent because it gets me laid. Hello, my dear. Would you like to come to my place?
And ironically, we know that.
Crow.
Unironically, we know that men have done that, therefore we know that it works, therefore we know that it's true.
Oui, mon petit chou.
What was that about petting tissues?
Speaking of gays, and the whole of the French,
But is there anyone alive who cannot do the peppy? Fell right out of
oh,
it.
puppy,
Apparently you are the one, monsieur.
Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberries.
right,
The French accent.
Do you know what that insult means?
I do.
Your
I do
dad was
too.
a drunk.
Yes. Well
Yep,
done.
elderberry wine.
Oh, I need to start making some.
Right, so,
Wine, that is.
so
Send some my way.
speaking of drunk gays, and everything being about sex, how about we talk about Boris Johnson for a bit?
Oh, I mean, I thought you were going on to non-SWAT, so this is actually quite a relief for me.
No, I'll save non-swatch
okay,
for
I can
right
work
before
my way
white
through
bills. Right, so this is an article from the
Oh,
22nd. Swing voters wish Boris...
Billy has been pestering me about a clip for you in live shows of Catherine Tate doing a Northern Irish accent.
Let's have a look.
Tristan Armstrong says, I used to teach English in Seoul, and for one
Well,
glorious year,
Father.
I was the one with the sexy foreign Eddie Ripper accent.
Did you hear about our John, Father?
No, I have not, Mrs. Leary.
He's a gay man.
Is that the guy from Game of Thrones?
Is that right, John?
It is.
Aye. What of it?
What do you think of the incense, John? Did the top notes not get you right at the back of the throat?
Oh dear. Yeah. Right, so swing voters wish Boris Johnson had not been ditched as Prime Minister and prefer him to Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, research shows. Right, the first thing is, what was the fucking question? Do you prefer Boris Johnson to Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, or do you wish he was still Prime Minister? Because those are completely different questions.
Yeah. I'm sorry for everyone English. It's like you're going from garbage to hot
Trash.
garbage that's been sitting in the sun and rotting.
And is
Oh,
actively
don't we
on
know it.
fire.
I mean, yeah, when Kimmy got knocked out, it's like, yeah, you guys are fucked.
Yep. Basically just screwed.
I was quite surprised to meet a 16-year-old yesterday, one of my friend's children's, and they were against wokeness. They kept calling it out and it's bullshit. I was like, what the fuck? They know! They know!
There's hope for
No.
the future.
Yeah.
Not
It was
possible.
good. It was a white pill.
Yeah, so, yeah, basically all I had to say was, of course they prefer Boris Johnson to those two abominations.
Abominations.
Theodore Pinnock
Having
says Boris was
flashbacks.
an incompetent fuckwit. That's right, and he's still better than Liz Truss and Rishi the Liar Sunak.
They could be abominations.
Ooh.
What's the difference?
Alabama Nations?
What's the difference?
Alabama.
Just the
Where is
accent.
Obama from, actually? Is he...
Syria.
He's not
No,
from Obama.
Obama was
Hawaiian,
born
isn't
in
he?
Hawaii
It's Hawaii, okay.
and grew up in Chicago. So that's part of the reason why he's got some strange diction as well.
Interesting.
Strange diction. Is that what you call
Yes.
Big Mike?
But
Yes.
Obama actually also, you can hear that he was privileged. He's
Oh, yeah.
He's
that is
Ivy
one of the
League
most
educated.
affected accents.
Mhm.
That's like, and strangely, he has one of the more annoying accents to me that I've ever heard.
Oh dear. Okay. Let's see.
At least it's not just America.
How about
not
we
just
go-
me getting annoyed by English.
Well,
No.
speaking of America, should we take a quick trip?
Yes, let's go.
All right,
Oh,
burn
what,
New York.
you-
Wait, what?
You're being metaphorical, aren't you, you bastard?
Yeah. How about a video of 3 Arkansas police officers brutally beating a man? But no one's going to care because he was white.
What did he do?
Doesn't matter. Look at him. He's holding his head to the ground and
no,
punching.
fair point, but knowing what the charge was, like if he was diddling kids in the McDonald's parking lot, then I could kind of
I could understand the
whooping they're giving
motivation, but oh fuck me! Did you see
no,
that?
No, this is a brutal video. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
The-
it's
the-
distractionary strikes to the head of one thing, but holy shit, picks his head up
Yeah,
and
that's-
pounds it on the fucking ground. Congratulations, sir,
attempted murder.
you win attempted murder.
Yep. Yeah, this is just unacceptable on many
It doesn't
levels.
matter if he was reaching for a weapon. If he's reaching for a fucking weapon, pull your gun out and blow his brains out.
Yeah.
That cop's clearly got 2 hands. Literally, all he's dealing with is the guy's head. The other cop's got his arms, and the poor guy's just trying to protect himself. And then, bang! Picks his head up, beats him in the ground, slaps him in the face, rips his nose. The poor guy's just trying to stop himself from being brutalized.
Yeah, this is just really one of the most unnecessary police stops that I've seen in a long time.
Like, even if the guy had diddled kids, that's not okay. You take your child diddler and feed them into the wood chipper after a trial. Because we're not fucking monsters.
Yep.
Alternatively, he can choose execution by this after his trial. And that's not a problem.
Yeah, I mean that's just.
And the
that
very
makes
end of
my gut reaction just cramp up really hard.
the very
like
end
I
of
was,
the video.
it was still bad. Like here, where they're kneeing him and smacking him in the head. Like, okay, maybe you need him to get his hands behind his back so you can restrain him. Like,
the
and
knees
then
to the side of the head is
like
enough,
the knees to the
but
side,
doing
and
this-
then just pad up and like, fuck me, Dad. That's how you kill a man. Like, I can absolutely
run the
understand
video right
belting
to the
someone
end, though,
repeatedly in the head with your fist if you need them to get their hands behind their fucking back. That's one thing.
And
the soon as he goes head up and then slam into the concrete, congratulations, that's attempted murder. I hope you rot in jail.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know, I could see where the first knee in the side. Okay, maybe the guy lost his footing, but watching it closer, it's like that was very intentional. And
like the knees,
all these guys
knees to the side of one thing. Knees to the side of one thing because again, distractionary strikes can be necessary. I would say that the guy in the middle, we throw him out of the police force. The guy on the right, we do for assault. And then the guy on the head, we put him away for attempted murder.
Yeah.
Actually, the guy in the middle looks like he's just trying to cuff the guy. But whatever the fuck that piece of shit's doing, he needs to spend the next 30 years in prison.
Oh, look at that bastard! Yeah, I'm gonna punch him in the stomach now that he's.
Watch right through to the end of the video. You see the cops notice the guy with the camera and start pointing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, but they don't want him filming.
No, Justin Armstrong just said. So while it's
we can see both of the guy's hands. Like the guy in the middle, he's trying to get the right arm behind the guy's back, and the guy on the right might be trying to get the guy to loosen up and do that. But this guy, bang, that's attempted murder there. Like it's question. Even this is it's too far. This is too far. You're not actually helping. You're just being a dick.
Mm-hmm.
Knee to the head. You're not helping. And then bang, attempted murder.
Yep.
For the record, that guy's ankles look really dark for a white man.
True.
just pointing it out. Like he is exceptionally dark skin toned for a white person.
But Officer
Maybe he's one of
Douchebag here
Italians
needs to spend the rest of his fucking life in a cell.
He might be from Italy.
There's no good reason to fucking treat someone like that.
No, there's probably people we'd all like to see go through that because they're vile, evil people, but let's be honest. Actually, saying that in an idle conversation rather than actually
I would have less problems with civilians doing this. But these are cops. They're supposed to be trained, and they're supposed to represent the force that they are supposed to be the controlled violence of the state for the benefit of the civilians.
Yeah, they're supposed to be far more professional than this.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are equipped and trained.
And Billy Blogg, yes, we all wonder why they're beating him, but we're also wondering why the hell did they think it was necessary to beat him like that?
Oh, one of them is a sergeant.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. And he throws a punch after he stands up.
Well, he actually kicks the guy in the spine when the camera...
Yeah, right there.
I think that was a punch. Yeah, there's the kick to the spine.
And then it kicked him, yeah.
Then a knee into the spine.
And these guys probably are wearing some sort of protective toe on their boots.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the force. Sometimes they don't have any steel toes or anything like that.
Well, in a good boot, you don't need a steel toe. Yeah, like a fabric reinforced toe.
But I just wanted to point that out, that it's not necessarily the most protection possible.
No. I would recommend steel cap toes for them because the amount of times you see cops get their feet run over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Student of history says police are supposed to be the fair, neutral arbitration of the state. That is why it is egregious for cops to operate like this. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Tristan Armstrong asks, "What do you think? Body cams on or off? Doesn't matter."
Yeah, the body cam will only
well,
get the conviction faster.
If they're off, well, then we can just do them for obstruction of justice, I reckon.
Yep.
Like, I'm rapidly approaching the point where, regardless of the cost of storage, if a cop's body camera is off, then we throw the charge and potentially put the cop in prison.
Yeah. Or at the very least, reprimand them.
Yeah.
My personal take on it is the body cams should be put on when they put on their uniform in the morning. The minute they start their shift, that camera should come on, and it should be unable to be turned off by the officer.
I disagree with being unable to be turned off, but...
Now, I understand you guys are going to object on privacy grounds. My point being, they can then call dispatch or whatever and say, I need 10 minutes for a bathroom break.
No, that's
whatever.
Pointless.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I get where you're coming from.
I think there are times, though, when officers have to deal with members of the public in a way that... And not this kind of way, more of like, hey, buddy, you're fucking up hard. I know you're better than this, yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to make a problem for you long term, but you've got to help me out.
That any time there's a use of force and the body of any kind and the body camera is off, the default should be to be critical of the cop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I actually went from being against body cams once upon a time to, there's no reason for this not to be mandatory.
Well, good people and good cops like body cameras, because body cameras protect good people and good cops from bad cops and bad people. No good person is against police body cameras. In fact, any cop who's against body cameras should just be fired. Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
Yep. And, well, granted, you're assuming that I'm a good person, but anyway.
Well, I mean, for me, personally, I've worked as a bouncer. And if anybody that was doing this kind of shit was working with me, I'd either quit or demand they were fired.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but...
There's just no good reason for this level of violence.
Exactly.
No.
And to clarify, I don't think anyone's confused, but to clarify, for the sake of it, there are times when pounding a cunt's head against the concrete is the appropriate thing to do. In a one-on-one fight where they pose a lethal potential danger to you. Like, if you were at the point where it's entirely possible that they can overpower and kill you and you believe they're going to kill you, yeah, absolutely pound their head off the fucking concrete.
You know, one of the possible defenses...
This isn't a use of, an excessive use of force in a, high-risk situation for these cops. They fully are in control, and they need to be answering for this action.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I have problems even if they were justified in using lethal force. But they're clearly not justified in using lethal force.
Yeah, and one of the things I could see being brought up as a defense for these guys is probably the idea, oh, well, we're not allowed to put them in chokeholds anymore, so we have to have some other way to control them. Okay, and put them in a hammerlock. They're not going anywhere.
I mean, the guy in the middle seems to be trying to get the guy's arm. You can't put him in a hammerlock if you can't get the arm where you want it.
Yeah, and they're different color uniforms from the looks of my video. I don't know about the resolution.
Yeah, there's it looks like the guy with the exterior flak jacket is from a different department because of his patch.
Yeah, his patch looks different.
Yeah.
But the other two, like, one of them's clearly the other guy's sergeant. And he's the first. Yeah. Yep, he's the first one who notices the camera. Then the other guy's like, go away. No, fuck you, cunts. Cameras help good people, and
yeah, no, this is just Rodney King all over again, only with a different color on the bottom.
Yep.
Regardless of what this guy did, and apparently Rodney King had only committed like a driving offense or something.
Well, that's it. What happened to Rodney King was bad. Just straight up. Grant, it didn't. It's. I don't think it was a race thing. I think it was just some cops are fucking scum and will do anything.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
But
power attracts the corruptible.
yes, it's just a fact of power. It will. It attracts people who desire it. Unfortunately, you're supposed to weed them out. Problem is, when you defund the police and treat cops like shit, the good ones leave. So
what's their incentive for staying?
All your applicants and all your remaining cops are the scum who are there just there for the power. The ones who aren't there for the power go, fuck this, I'm going to go be a paramedic.
Yep.
Yeah. Or a firefighter.
Mm-hmm.
Or anything else.
Or, personal security or Secret Service or FBI. Oh, wait, no, bad example.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good catch on yourself there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of pointless race riots, Summer of Love Mayor Jenny Durkin being investigated by South Police over missing communications during 2020 riots. Oops-a-doodle.
But it's the summer of love.
The text could clarify the confusion surrounding the orders allegedly given by former Mayor Dumb Bitch's office, instructing then Police Chief Other Dumb Bitch to begin plans and implementation for abandoning the East Precinct and allow armed rioters to occupy over 6 square blocks of Capitol. They never should have abandoned the station. Like
so
that.
Is this the Chaz? Is this
yes?
how that
This
formed?
is the yes.
Okay.
Like, if there was ever a time for people to be pointing guns out windows and shooting anyone who tries to climb through one, this was it. You do not let them take the building, because the building represents the will of the people. Like, fuck me dead. Like, they want to whine about fucking the Capitol Hill protests being a fucking insurrection. No, this was an insurrection as much as that was.
Oh, I mean, this
was more of an insurrection.
Definitely.
They were armed rebels assaulting the lawful arm of the government and taking and seizing ground. Like, if there was ever an excuse to deploy the National Guard and just hose the cunts.
I mean, personally, I think they should have stated them, but, that's because open rebellion like that.
That was open fucking rebellion. What happened at the Capitol Hill was a protest that got out of hand by generic agitators that were definitely pro-Republican civilians there that were doing the wrong thing. No doubt about it. However, it was not an insurrection.
No.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. What kind of insurrection in America doesn't bring guns, for fuck's sake? Like, all these people that they arrested weren't armed.
There have been noted peaceful protests in the U.S. where they come armed and it's like, hey, officer, I'm carrying this. No, ammo stored over there, not touching it, yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. They knew that taking a gun there would be a problem, which is why they didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
They were there to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard. Then some fucking idiots who may or may not have been paid by the FBI kicked shit off. And I'm certain there were Republican shitbags, right-wing shitbags, left-wing agitators, FBI informants, and generic douchebags looking for a good riot. Guarantee all of those were there.
We have to say Liz Cheney? I mean...
Speaking of people trying to steal the country illegally. And if I want to talk about an insurrection, where's General Faggy McFagface? Oh, wait, that was a coup.
Yeah.
Up next, we have some good news from Texas. Federal judge rules 18 to 20-year-olds have right to carry guns in Texas. Hallelujah.
This is a very important case in a lot of ways to me because it makes the statement that owning a firearm legally is not a second-class right.
No, it's not. And restricting it to 21 and above is ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry. And it's stupid enough. It's especially stupid in America, but it's stupid enough in every other country. I'm sorry. But if you can take an 18-year-old and give him an assault weapon and then send him to some third world shithole to shoot 12-year-olds with AKs, he should be allowed to have a fucking gun at home to protect himself from gangbangers.
Yeah, absolutely.
That applies in any country that has an army. If you've got an army, your citizens should be allowed to be armed. Oh, but that's different. They're trained. Sorry, in the army? Have you seen those fucking idiots?
I've always hated the trained argument because I'm sorry, if you have a firearm and you're responsible, you've probably been trained by your parents, or you go out and you learn yourself.
Well, yeah, that's it. You shouldn't need formal training. You just have to not be a dumbass.
Yeah.
And if we want to talk about training, I would present as argument Uvalde.
To be fair, if they argue for the whole training thing, basically all you have to say is, all right, well, we'll just introduce training. Now everybody can have it. You can't complain.
Well, that was one of the things I was thinking. If the requirement is training, congratulations. It's now a compulsory class in year 12 to do firearms safety.
Oh, and look, now that you're protesting, we have people who are much better at killing you dead when you act like a prick.
Yeah. But, like, if their argument is that they're not well trained, well, fuck it. We spend so much, we waste so much time on pointless shit in school. I don't know, the phys ed teacher can fucking teach shotguns or something. We can do firearm safety in school. Oh, wait, they used to.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. When, where I went to school, which, kind of redneck Riviera type places, one of the mandatory classes, and it was taught by NRA instructors, if I remember correctly, was all about firearm safety. It was like a hunter safeties course, but it was all about, you don't do this, you don't dare point it at anything that you don't want to shoot, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, you need basic training like that for children because they don't understand guns. So if you actually train them up, when they get to an adulthood and they think, actually, yeah, I am going to get a gun, they're not a fucking idiot about it, and you can't guarantee that these, as adults, are going to have the responsibility to train themselves. It's just not. You can't sit there and force them to do that because they're an adult now.
They also shouldn't have to because it's their right. You don't have to prove the ability to drink water to have the right to water.
No. That's not what I'm saying. You should still, like with riding in the UK, riding on a motorcycle, you have to do compulsory basic training to even get on a motorbike on the road. It's not hard, but you need to have some sort of basic level of instruction, and that should be taught to you at a young age, like driver's ed is in America. That's how I feel it should be done, because without any training, you're actually just putting an explosive weapon in someone's hand that has no fucking sense, because they're a kid. That's where responsibility comes in from parents and adults around them.
Well, that's it. And before they get that compulsory training, like, I'd probably say, like, year 11 or 12, whatever year where arrange it so that nobody turns 18 before they can do the course. So, I don't know, towards the end of year 11 or however it works in the States. But before that, well, they should be operating under the competent supervision of an adult. So they shouldn't be allowed to possess it without competent adult supervision. Which I don't think too many people would disagree with. And by that, I don't mean...
I would just for the sake of argument, but no, I do agree with you there.
I don't necessarily mean they have to be right next to each other. I mean, if you can see the kid with binoculars, it's fine.
Well, and that's the thing. It's there's always exceptions, but the most unsafe with firearms are the ones that have never been exposed to them.
Yeah.
And
oh, absolutely.
Well, that's it. The people who have accidents with firearms, there's two ways of looking at it. The people who are most likely to have an accident the first time they touch a gun are the people who aren't exposed to them. Technically, the people who are most likely to have accidents with guns are the people who touch them 365 days of the year, but that's just some semantic statistics bullshit. So we're not going to play the fucking Democrats game of going, oh, but there are so many accidents. Yeah, you don't say that about cars, you stupid cunts. Go away.
Yeah.
So many accidents, just like the Democrats.
Speaking of Joe,
oh wait, no.
Yeah, speaking of Hunter Biden.
Now that was an unhappy big accident.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was an unhappy train wreck, more accurately.
They're
Fair
happy
enough.
tracks?
But this is also good because it means that now that we've got the Supreme Court decision in New York, and we've got this, we're looking at some pretty good precedent. Like, in any country but America, I would say that all citizens should have the privilege of being armed. All citizens should have the privilege of being armed. Which means that if they are a competent, fit adult, they can go out, they can do a safety course, and they can get licensed, a shall issue license for concealed or open carry. There shouldn't be a difference. If you can have a gun, you can have a gun, I don't care. Anywhere but America, that's how I think it should be. In America, fuck off, give any adult, like, fuck me, Dad. I think that if an adult becomes an American citizen, they should be given a fucking gun with their citizenship papers.
Yes. And we'll give them flags. I think we should give them guns as well.
Uh-huh. This represents the country, and this is for you to defend it with.
Yeah, and I've worked at, naturalization ceremonies before. They're typically the most patriotic people that I've known, and yeah, it's like if you gave them that caveat of here's a firearm, you must defend your new nation, I would be deathly afraid to be an invader in that case.
Exactly. And that is why people like legal immigrants who want to be part of their society.
Yeah, they're good for it.
Yep.
They actually want to defend it.
Mm-hmm.
They value it in the same way you do.
Someone who loves your country before they ever set foot in it is a great asset. In fact, if the Democrats want to import a bunch of immigrants, how about we ship New York off to fucking China and we can import Cubans?
I mean, yes.
The Cubans wouldn't say no. They'd be like, wow, what a relief.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. They'd also be less likely to deal with communist bullshit.
And I've got a cousin who married a Cuban, and that guy's like, anything communist, he just goes ballistic, and it's great.
Good.
Yeah.
As they should.
As he should.
But yeah, anywhere but America, because America's got the Second Amendment. I think anywhere, like, ideally, any adult should be allowed to just walk out and buy a gun at the local Walmart. Ideally. No bullshit. Okay, sure, we'll have a federal background check. Fuck it, why not? Just to be satisfied. But I'm not a fan. But actually, no. No. Screw that. We should get rid of background checks. Because if you can't be trusted with a firearm, you shouldn't be out of prison.
Yep.
And that's actually something I was going to bring up. I'm actually against the idea of someone who's a convicted felon who's completed their sentence being told, no, you're still not allowed to have all the same rights you had before.
Yep.
Well, like, where's the benefit? Where's the incentive to reintegrate?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like, I'm one of the things
Where's
that
the incentive to reform?
Yeah. One of the things I've spitballed is maybe like a fixed period after their sentence, or like a extended probation or something, where, like, included as part of their sentence, like 4 years of confinement plus 1 of probation. And then once that's served, all sentences just should include mandatory probation. And then after that probation is served, here is your gun and here is your voter ID.
Yep. And the big problem I know in, what was it? I think Virginia, they just started It's like, okay, you're out. Here you go. Here's your voter rights restoration. That, if I remember right, because I, didn't really get to pay attention to that at the time, but people went nuts because the only qualification was you had to be out of prison. That was it. There was no show of anything other than
not
and
physically
this was
behind the
even,
walls.
on probation. It was like, yeah, okay, whatever, we don't care. Just as long as you vote for the right party, you'll get your voting rights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that completely.
Yeah,
That's the idea Bezic was talking about. The idea of probation. If your sentence is not complete, you have not paid your debt to society.
no,
Exactly.
and
On the flip
I
side
think
of that,
we
the
should.
moment you've paid your debt to society, you should have all your rights
Yeah,
restored.
and for
Agreed.
a lot of crimes, that'd mean reducing the confinement stage by a lot, which is good. And then we whack them on some probation for like 2 years, and if they don't fuck up, well, congratulations, here's your shit. Oh, you've only committed one crime, congratulations, your record's sealed.
I think alongside that, you would also have to have harsher punishment as well. Like in the UK,
Yeah,
for
for-
example, we don't have the
absolutely.
death penalty. We don't have, I mean, the death penalty, I think, is a very, very strong thing to argue for.
The only
because-
arguments I can think of against the death penalty is that the government can't be trusted, which is a valid.
Well,
Which,
there's that.
to be fair, is a reasonably fair argument.
Well, I mean, if you can justify taking someone's life, you can also justify turning them into a slave because their life has no value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that
Interesting.
makes me a little bit more against it.
Well, remember, prisoners should, in theory, still have rights. And one of those
Exactly.
rights is to not be required to perform labour, because even then, they should still own their person to an extent. Like,
I
they
would
still own their
disagree
person.
only on the nature of the crime.
I mean, you have to consider that even if someone is committing the most heinous crimes, the legal system should be above that. It should be better than the people it's incarcerating.
Like,
To a
but here's
point.
the thing.
I just I
you wanna-
get kind of on this track of punishment should be excessively harsh and fit the crime, but once that's done, you don't have that hanging over your head. any
Okay.
further.
Let me postulate this then. Death
Alright.
penalty for littering.
No.
I mean, it's excessively harsh,
agreed.
but it doesn't cause reform.
No. Prison needs, by definition, to be harsh enough to discourage future crime and also be rehabilitative so they don't want to commit crime. You need to include
I
both
agree with that.
punishment and rehabilitation. Because if the goal of prison isn't to rehabilitate them, don't waste time, just kill them.
Yeah.
And
agreed.
there are 2 points I want to bring up here. Before we talk about how harsh the punishment is, one of the things that actually lowers crime is the likelihood of discovery. Like if you have if you're of the mind that I want to do this, but I'm going to get caught, then you're far less likely to do it. That's
Yes.
the first thing.
Which is why I say, if it's under $950, it's not even a misdemeanor, is a fucking stupid idea, San Francisco.
That's an extremely stupid and antisocial idea.
Yes.
And on the other end, when someone is released, don't just boot them out the door and go, okay, you're on your own, no supports. You have to realize, if you're talking about somebody who's been in jail for 5-10 years, they've become what's known as institutionalized. They need support to get their brain back out of that system.
Yeah. And
They
that's
may
it.
also
They
need
should,
support.
they should be eligible. Sorry, I'm basically just going to continue your idea. They should be eligible for psychiatric help at the expense of the country, because the goal is to rehabilitate them. They should be eligible for welfare, because if they're already there for stealing, like, this is also one of the reasons that I am in favor of welfare to an extent. As a taxpayer, I would much rather a potential criminal receive X amount a week, then need to steal to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the point I was
BD.
trying to make is more not just giving them money.
Yeah,
to
yeah, but giving them
actually encourage
skills,
them to do,
giving them health care, giving them treatment, helping them. The goal of
access to business loans and a scholarship.
yeah,
BDA1 says, I'm pro death penalty. If you kill a mother and her child over the $20 in her purse, you should be put down as soon as possible. I think
Agreed.
this is where it comes in. Like there are instances where I think the death penalty is acceptable. Like there's indiscriminate proof that you've done something. There's admission. All of these things that really say, I don't care. I killed that person. I don't care if it was only 20 quid. Yeah, sure. When it gets to that sort of level of crime, when it gets to the point where you're unclear for sure, there is any sort of hint of any doubt that it might be someone else that committed
well,
the
that's
crime
the
and
thing.
not you.
It shouldn't be
That's where it starts to
beyond
fall down.
reasonable doubt. It should be absolute certainty. Like
It
the
should be
guy
proof.
who in
Absolute
London
certain proof,
who
yeah.
stabbed the gay people in the park. He's on fucking camera doing it. Just kill him.
Yeah, the guys who killed that soldier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If it's
And
definitive, but if you can't prove it with certainty, but you can prove it beyond reasonable doubt, prison.
And I think that the biggest problem as well now is the corporal punishment itself is hidden from view. It used to be you had a public hanging, so people would see that there were actual consequences if they were irresponsible and did something wrong. If you do it privately behind everyone's eyes, no one's going to know, oh yeah, well, if I did this, I'll get death penalty. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, well, it's basically anomalous that they cannot actually see what the results of their actions will be, and therefore they don't have the fear of God placed in them, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
That's that out of sight, out of mind.
But
thing.
Yeah.
I think I might have said most of this earlier, but yeah, the goal of all prisons should be rehabilitation, because if they're not going to be rehabilitated when they get out, there's no point releasing them. And if you're going to keep them in prison for 80 years, that's a death sentence that's just a really, really fucking delayed death sentence.
Death by timing.
Yeah, it's just death by time. It'd be much better for everyone to just take them out, out front of the prison and drop them.
Yep. And that I'm not a big fan of long prison sentences for those reasons. But yeah, as long as it's harsh and meets the crime, then by all means.
That's it. Prisoners should not have luxuries. Like, we've been over it before, how prisoners in Australia are looked after better than the fucking unemployed. Like, do you think that's going to discourage recidivism? I don't fucking think so. No, prison needs to be as short as possible, as harsh as possible, to get the fucking message across, and then, as part of that, we help them to not do it again.
Yeah.
Because
what about repeat crime?
Well, I was actually going to come to that, Crow. I know of at least 3 homeless guys who were living in Calgary when I lived up there, who basically said, look, we're outdoors in the summertime because it's comfortable, we can sleep outside, and nobody rousts us around. But the minute we have to start looking at going into a shelter, it's just simpler to go and commit a petty crime that we know we're going to be put in jail for about 6 months for, and just go and do that, do the time, and then we're kept warm all winter.
Yeah.
Well,
and the thing is,
in that
there should
case,
be harsher punishments.
Yeah, like
with repeat recidivism, it absolutely should become a harsher. What's the term? An aggravating factor.
Yeah, indeed. All prior convictions and punishments should be open for consideration by the judge. Like, it may be forbidden from the jury, but the judge should have it for sentencing.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
these guys, and like, I do have a lot of sympathy for a lot of homeless people. But the homeless people who sit under a bridge for 6 months, then go to prison for 6 months, then sit under a bridge for 6 months, then go to prison for 6 months, repeat. I'm not opposed to just hanging them. Like, I prefer not to. But at what point do we just admit they're a fucking waste of oxygen?
Well, I think perhaps some sort of assessment for conscription into the military might be an option.
Well, but you've got individuals that are well above the age or physical capacity to be in the military. I think.
Well,
and it's going to be an odd sound, but the old poor farms were in some ways a better option because they had to do something in order to leech off the government teat.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to that idea. And I also think that for welfare, for the unemployment, I am not opposed to the idea of requiring work for the welfare at minimum wage rate.
Yeah.
But the welfare also has to be a fair and reasonable amount, which in Australia it's not. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect people to want them to have to work for their money. But I also don't think it would be unreasonable, like in Australia, for example, it's like $600 a fortnight. On minimum wage, that's maybe 3-4 days. Cool. So you do Monday and Wednesday each week, or 8 hours on the side of a highway picking up litter. I don't think anyone would fucking argue against that. The problem...
There needs to be some encouragement to get yourself out of the situation as well. So
exactly.
Yes, you can support yourself on the thing, but you actually are providing a community service at the same time.
Yes.
And
if that much money satisfies you, if you're that fucked in the head, fine, I don't care. At least you're not homeless and stabbing people.
Yeah. And you're contributing to the society that you're part of.
Which, funnily enough, will help their mental health. Oh, and it'll keep them fit, which will make them easier to slot into the workforce. Oh yeah, and they can have a reference from their supervisor. Like, just a reference from the supervisor going up, saying that he wasn't hiding behind the Portaloo smoking crack. Like, that can't hurt.
Yep. Yeah. And, I think it's important to kind of get rid of, this overbearing surveillance that we all see creeping up more and more, where people are unable to go and recreate a new life for themselves because, oh, hey, guess what? You're going to be stuck because we can find out all about you, and you'll never be able to, better yourself, even though...
Well, you're right.
A lot of these people would.
For a lot of people, I think the option to, again, like, say you've done one petty crime. I don't know. You got drunk, you got in a fight, you hit a guy, you've been in prison. You're now out, you've now done your probation. This is where we wipe your fucking record. Publicly. However, if you come back for assault in 2 years, the judge can still look at it.
Yeah.
But this background check bullshit...
private records in
this background check bullshit needs to go. If someone can't be trusted out in public, just keep them in fucking prison until they can, or kill them.
And, I would make an argument there are certain types of crimes that should have some retention of records, but that should only be accessible to certain types of employers.
Yeah. Like, maybe someone who's been done for embezzlement, a bank should be able to do a background check and see that.
Yep.
Like, shit like that.
But yeah, if you want to go work at the damn 7-Eleven and you have a conviction for...
weed.
I don't know. Yeah. Then they really shouldn't have access to that.
No. Another thing that Billy's kind of alluded to, private prisons just shouldn't exist. There should be no money in imprisoning people. It should only...
I will point something out here, though, because Tristan is responding to Billy Blogg's question about the private prisons. He says that the private prisons in the U.S. make about $33,000 an inmate a year. Here in Canada, the claim by the government, who is the jailer in the country, is that it's roughly $110,000 per inmate per year. So this proves that private enterprise is more efficient than government.
Yeah. Let's see. Gregory says, who it has apparently come back from the pub, says, okay, but what about nonsense? And Billy says, child rapists go on register. No, we shouldn't need a sex offender register because child rapists go in the fucking chipper. You
I'm
rape a
still
child,
more of a
we
Brazen
kill
Bull
you.
fan, but yeah.
I'm not particularly
there
fussed
should
about
be
the
no
method,
compromise.
but if you rape a child, we kill you. Sex offender register goes out the fucking window.
Yep.
Yes.
Same thing for a proper rapist. I'm not talking about. Firstly, we take this. He's drunk, she's drunk. They both go back to a hotel room, and now he's in trouble shit, and just throw it out the fucking window. And then we take any rape that's clearly a violent rape, and then go, congratulations, here's a rope.
And in the case of someone, for example, making a false claim, or rape, for example,
yeah,
if they're found,
we'll
if they're
have a false
found
claims
and proven
register.
to have made a, yeah, if they're no, not a register. Fuck that. We don't even need that. What you do is you put that person in jail for the amount of time that the other person would have been looking at.
Mm-hmm.
That solves the problem right fucking quick.
Yeah, but for violent rapists, death. For I was drunk and he was drunk, he raped me. No, fuck off. Get out of the court. That's just some bullshit. Stop being a slut. Don't drink so much.
Yep.
But it's the things in the middle. We look at a really harsh prison sentence. And if they do it again, then we kill them.
And Based has made a comment, and it's absolutely sickening that this would actually be the case. He says he knows a guy on the sex offender register. When he was 18, he streaked on the last day of school. Technically, he did show his penis to small kids. That shouldn't have even been a charge. He should have just been told, "Don't fucking do that again."
That should have been one. That at the most, that should have been one of those. Congratulations,
that should have been a reprimand.
It should have been a judicial reprimand, or something like a deferred sentence for being a dumbass.
When I was like 10 years old, I was
community
a very smart
service
kid.
actually would probably be appropriate for that. Congratulations, you're a fucking idiot. You're now going to spend the summer break where you would have been having fun and going out with friends on the side of a highway.
When I was 10 years old, I was a bit of a dumb kid, and one of my friends convinced me that this car park that was nearby was actually like a scrapyard.
Oh no!
So we basically ended up smashing up a car window. Well, actually, it was a van window. And, you know, the police eventually drove by. They eventually pulled in, called us over. He managed to run off. Now, this friend of mine had one leg, and he managed to fucking run off with, like, crutches. And me, being a dumbass, I just sat there and talked to the police. Didn't realize it was... Because, I didn't think I did anything wrong. And basically, because of that, and because of... I was just there like, yeah, I smashed it. What's the problem? They basically only gave me a slap on the wrist because I was just being a fucking dumbass.
Well, that's also a thing as well. Like, we do need to go back to the days where if you're a kid being a dumbass, the cop smacks you around the back of the head and kicks you up the ass. He takes you home.
Yeah.
Your mum slaps you around the back of the head, kicks you up the ass, and tells you, right, you're not getting any dinner, no dessert, and I'm going to tell your father when you get home. Then your father slaps you around the head, kicks you up the ass, and says he's disappointed in you.
Yeah. I got grounded for a whole year for that.
Seems
and
fair.
I served the fucking whole thing. Yeah. Never had problems with police since.
Funny that. What's that?
Yeah.
Learning that actions have consequences as a child stopped you from being a criminal shitbag?
Yeah.
Wait, what? How dare you be oppressive to
It's clearly
kids?
It's only minorities that are violent criminals that kick up the ass. It's only them.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm white, I'm privileged.
Clearly.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. Oh, you're white, you're privileged. Right, so the fact that my parents have been unemployed for most of my life. My mother was a stay-at-home mother, which is good. It actually helped me a lot. And up until he was injured, up until he was put on disability through injury, my father worked. But for my entire teenage life, they were unemployed due to that.
I think what bothers me most is the assumption
privileged?
of privilege without actually having any fucking reason to assume it. Like, white people are privileged, just like as an out and out thing to say. I'm like, well, why? Why are we privileged? What the fuck are you talking about? How? Where have you pulled this out from your ass from?
Well, that's it. If you're
saying you are.
Like, if you're capable of telling us that we're privileged, congratulations, you're actually privileged. Like, if we're going to play these games, having the ability to either be here talking to me face to face or to be on Twitter telling me this puts you in the top 10% of the planet, so shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but that's white supremacy. It's like, wait, so are you? Come on.
Tristan says,
you are also white supremacy.
Crow, you had a father to kick you up the ass. Suppose you were raised by a single mother. Yeah, well, this goes back to my theory about why women are a single mother. Single mothers, due to slattery or bad choice in man where he fucks off, are completely different to single mothers through, say, death of the father.
No.
I mean, I'm the whitest black man I've ever met, Gregory.
But do you act black?
I'm so black that I went over the other side to the white scale and basically like paper.
Yeah. Nice. What else do we have? UCYB1 says the cases where an 18-year-old bangs a 17-year-old and people get put on registry. Yeah, that's some straight up bullshit.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
In response to that, Tristan said, don't most places have Romeo and Juliet laws to forestall those scenarios? Some places do, but it's not most. I don't think it's even most in the US. And most countries don't have them at all.
I think we have them in the UK, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, oh god, here we go. I'm going to... Romeo and Juliet laws, here we fucking go.
We have got some laws that are like related to that. Obviously, you're legal from the age of 16 in the UK. That still sounds fucking weird whenever I think about it.
But this is why I'm in favor of tiered Romeo and Juliet laws.
They changed our consent age here in Canada about 10, 12 years ago, I think now. And it used to be 14 across the board, which obviously is disgusting.
Wow.
Way too low.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem.
Matches Germany, actually, Bleach, just for the record.
Oh, yeah, because we can trust the Germans.
Well, there you go. But they changed it now so that 16 is legal age to consent with anyone up to the age of 19. Full age of consent starts at 19. So if you're 19 years old and you're dating a 16-year-old, there's some potential gray area there. But if you're 22 dating a 17-year-old, you're getting charged.
Yeah, there's no good reason for that kind of gap at that particular time.
No, and at this point, I think it's appropriate to again say, all right.
Code Exempt over on Odyssey says, well, said 6 minutes ago, sorry. When I was in county, I was housed with both state and federal inmates. Even government jails are funded per head. Yes, which is a problem. To an extent.
Older person's age plus 7.
That's the creepy rule.
What's this?
Yeah.
That's the creepy rule.
Oh god.
My age plus 7 is 26.
Yeah, so 26
30,
is the youngest you can fuck.
30,
Without
30,
being
actually.
creepy. 30. Hold on, what? How fucking old are you?
I'm 40. I'm 46.
I'm 22 for me, so.
Great. Now I'm curious.
Yeah.
Take your age, cut it in half, add 7. I get 30. And I'm fine with that because at
I
30,
get
a woman would still be
22.
fertile.
So,
26.
Now everyone can do some math and work out how old you all are.
Technically 22 and a half for me, I think it was.
What we figured out here is Bezic is the youngest of us.
Yep. It's crazy, isn't it? So here's an example of the Romeo and Juliet laws. Like France last year toughens child sex laws but adds Romeo and Juliet clause for consensual relationships. So, oh my god, fucking hell, France. New legislation in France means sex with a child under the age of 15 is now considered rape and has a maximum punishment of up to 20 years in jail. Only now, France! While the age of consent was previously 15, prosecutors in France had to prove sex is non-consensual to obtain a rape conviction. Righto.
I mean, but isn't that kind of like the basis of
everywhere else's?
Non-consensual?
Yeah. No adult aggressor
so-
will be able to claim the consent of a minor younger than 15 years old. Yeah, congratulations. You've now arrived at the same level of understanding as everywhere else. Fucking hell, France.
Every other civilized country.
Wait, the French are civilized?
Ish.
You know, they couldn't make it too harsh too soon because they are the people who are so loving and so on with everybody.
Half of poor Macron's ex-relationships could have been in trouble.
Wow, yeah. He's bending the rules just to keep his wife in.
Keep her from being convicted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some politicians voiced concern that people could be convicted of rape for having consensual sex with someone now classified as a minor despite being only marginally older. As a consequence, the Romeo and Juliet clause allows for consensual sexual relations between a minor and an individual up to 5 years older. That's too fucking long.
Yeah, a 20-year-old screwing a 15-year-old is no.
That's blatantly wrong.
Like, Billy Blogs, to answer your question, I think 25 was the average for most men on dating sites.
Well, 25 is probably the upper limit of what you're looking for if you want a woman who's going to be fertile for the next 18 years.
I don't think I'd go for much younger than 25 simply because of the maturity level.
Well, that
Crow, I don't know if you noticed, but Gregory Price thought you were black up until now.
Yeah,
because you're a Crow.
Yeah, I realized. That's why I was making a joke about the white paper stuff.
Okay. I got distracted by something else I had to Google real fast.
Yeah, no worries.
Just admit it. You were Googling to see if Crow was as black as his plumage.
I mean, to be fair, my plumage is dark blue. That sounds better than
I was trying to find his partner. Which I wasn't, for the record.
Record or personal safety?
Oh, I'm not worried about personal safety.
He might swoop in and peck your eyes out.
I've got
right.
two.
So apparently, there's a website called ageofconsent.net, which makes me very, very concerned. But okay, we'll use it anyway. So close in age exemptions, Romeo and Juliet laws. So let's, for fuck's sake. Yeah, the following states less than half. Age of consent laws around the world. Well, yeah, we need to know. I mean, what the fuck? Okay, so it's dead because it's poorly designed by possibly pedophiles.
Grim.
What about this shithole known as Australia? No, don't care. Place and age exemption laws? No. So, God, why do they make it so hard to find this information?
I mean, part of me is kind of like, that's a good thing. It's not easy to find, and the other part's like,
the part of me that just wants to do research is like, but the part of me where it's like, oh, thank God, the pedophiles are spending slightly less time on this. Is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the pedophiles would actually spend any time on it because they'll just spend their time sharing images.
Holy shit, Delaware's is ridiculous. If you're 16 to 17, so the age of consent is 18, but if you're 16 and 17, you can have consent with an older partner as long as they're under 30.
I mean, let's be honest. This was passed for Beau. I mean, Hunter. Yeah. Close enough.
No, I think something like a flat 2 years is probably more reasonable. Though I mean, yeah,
I could see somebody making an argument for maybe 3, but you would really need to be pushing that, and it's like, okay, an 18-year-old.
Yeah, an 18-year-old with a 15-year-old is starting to get.
Yeah, beyond that though.
I think, yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one, really. Like, when it comes to being both over the age of consent, any age, whatever.
Well, that's it. You hit 18, well, it's now your problem. Under 18, under 18, I'd say, is a flat rule, 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, although you can legally have sex with a 16-year-old in the UK, I think our rules are based on if you're a person of, influence,
authority or influence,
a doctor, authority. But I would hazard to guess that anyone over the age of 18 could be argued to be a position of authority because they are an adult. And
especially, and this is even a problem in the States, but especially in, say, the UK. or anywhere else where the drinking age is 18 and the age of consent is 16. You're 18, you can buy booze. What is a 16-year-old booze? Congratulations, position of power.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be inclined to say a flat 2 years. Like, my gut instinct wants to say 1 year. But I can see quite a few incidences where that could go astray, where we're talking about like 367 days.
Yeah. I mean that, and that's one of those. I think if it's a dating relationship where one's graduated, the other hasn't, the parents should be fully aware of it anyway, and that kind of should be an arbiter of, okay, do the parents know the individual, yada yada yada.
Yeah, exactly, things like that. Tristan says...
I think things also need to be called into question about whether the parent is actually doing their due diligence if their child is under the age of consent.
Well, there are some places, Australia's one of them, where theoretically, if a child is engaged in sexual activity, they look at the parents for neglect as why is this kid unattended with someone they're fucking. Problem is, to actually do something about it would require Child Protective Services to not be corrupt, not be feminist, and not be underfunded.
Good luck with that.
Billy asks how I would deal with the Muslim child rape gangs. Machine gun.
I mean, that seems far too
kind.
You use the machine gun to shoot them in the legs.
Go on.
Make them dance.
Yeah. Tristan brings up another really... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, to me, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Just machine gun in the legs. I'm thinking like flayed alive, but anyway.
Well, if I have to deal with the problem personally, machine gun. If we're doing it as a society, everyone feeds a Muslim rape gang member into the chipper.
Oh, even better. Feed them to the pigs.
Yeah. Then
Wouldn't you
eat the
just
pigs.
use them as lion feed so we can have some decent gladiatorial games?
No. But then they become the bacon, and then you eat the bacon.
Cannibalism with extra steps.
Literally. What else we got? Tristan says, I think that age of consent stuff's pretty much settled nowadays. I mean, like...
It should be.
Japan should probably be higher. Germany should be higher.
Other problems. There's other problems where you have 14-year-old, 13-year-old girls on TikTok sexualizing themselves and knowingly trying to get as an older guy as they can to try and see what they can do, to see how far they can push things.
Yeah, which is just I think that's a problem with parenting.
Yeah.
No, you don't happen to need internet access, yoink.
Yeah.
Billy Blog says that's racist and Islamophobic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tristan says, well, age of consent starts pretty much out. I don't agree. I absolutely want Romeo and Juliet laws, and then I want to hang pedophiles.
I don't see why those two are mutually exclusive.
No, they shouldn't be. We should have both. But he also says, there's that worrying area of law when one 14-year-old sends news to another 14-year-old and someone goes to jail for it. Yeah, the boy. A 14-year-old girl can send a nude to her 14-year-old boyfriend, and then he can go to jail for possession of child pornography. Technically, she should be done for distribution, but we all know how that works in practice.
Mm-hmm.
It should just straight up be exempt.
Yeah, that's definitely a just
like
I would
write
society.
Like I'd be very careful about what exemptions I make in that. Like, well, firstly, everyone knows that I don't buy that drawings are real people bullshit, even if they are meant to represent children. They aren't. Like, firstly, I'd throw that out, but then secondly, I'd write into it a specific exemption for a girl sending a boyfriend a picture, or someone sending someone a picture to get them into trouble. Because
And there should be a motive.
I can entirely envisage a situation in which a 16-year-old would send an 18-year-old, hell, maybe even a teacher if they somehow get their number, which again I have questions about why they have the teacher's number, send them a picture and then go, Mr. Police, he didn't give me an A. Would you like to check his phone? No. But I also want people who make child porn just executed.
I'm just executed. I mean, I'm thinking just horrifically destroyed by wild animals.
No, Tristan, I will have you know that I am a proud Yuri fan. No, I'm not into gay shit. But if I'm gonna look at something, I'd much rather it not be dudes. But and again, I'm not in favor of some of the weird shit that comes out of Japan. I just don't buy this bullshit where, like, if I draw 2 stick figures and then label one of them 14 and one of them 21, and then draw a stick penis going next to each one's going into each stick figure's mouth, the stick figure on the left shouldn't be fucking child porn. But the way the law is written, because it depicts, that's technically a crime. Whether anyone, I don't think you could get a jury to convict on that, but technically the way the law is written, granted that does bring up a problem with 3D stuff and how you can get super realistic 3D. That starts to get into a really interesting thing where it's like, and it's like, I'm very morally opposed to this, but I find it hard from my principles to argue against it. Because from my point of view, the whole reason we make it child porn illegal is that in order for it to exist, a child must be harmed. And the reason we make possession illegal is because that encourages production, which harms a child. Because in all child porn, you can point to the child and go, that's the victim. Well, in theory, there's a victim. But if someone draws something, or some absolute fucking creep spends 16 years in a 3D modeling program, and it doesn't use a reference, crucially, it's like, who's the victim? Like, I don't buy this victimless crime bullshit. It's one of the reasons why I want to throw out all drug laws. Actually, I want to hang drug dealers and make possession just not a crime.
Now, I will say there is one definite victimless crime. In-law murder.
In-law murder.
I mean, is there anything that is less victimless crime?
No, it's self-defense.
Saving a marriage, you know.
Oh yeah, the poor dogs at the bestiality protest. Yeah, I'm gonna stick...
Oh, God.
I'm inclined to stick bestiality in there with rape and child molestation, but it should definitely be a very severe crime.
Yep.
Billy says, I believe the anime furry trans pedo pipeline might be a real thing. There is a bit to it, but there could be a pipeline, but it's not a guaranteed thing. It's not, oh, if you like anime, you like furry stuff, you'll then like this and this. It's not true, but there does seem to be a correlation between those things that overlap. Though I think a large part of that is a disassociation with reality on all levels. And here's one I'd put...
Yeah, I could see that argument, although mostly because I'm not familiar with any of that.
No.
Thankfully. But it's like, yeah, okay.
There is a little bit to the stuff going, oh, what Japan does is a bit creepy because their age of consent's really low. They don't have any laws that punish people who draw depictions of people who are allegedly this age. Like, I haven't seen any, thank God, but I know that there exists, even worse than Lolicon, is Toddlercon. Like,
Oh,
what kind of
Jesus.
sick fuck do you have to be into that? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, you filthy fucking degenerate? You need help. But again, there's no victim, so I have... It's like, I want to strangle you, but also... you.
I think that comes down to intent. And
Yeah.
there's distinct and very strong intent with that, and I just... Yeah, I'm right in the wood chipper. That's my mentality.
Yeah, that one definitely feels like a wood chippering. Like, I would be happy, though. I would be happy to say that possession of that kind of stuff, and even, like, I'm into anime, so obviously there are levels. There's the stuff, like, fucking filthy degenerates have drawn pretty much every age ever. And people that are supposed to represent every different age. Like, you've got your 900-year-old vampire lolly who's allegedly supposed to look like 12 or something. Like, whatever, don't care, it's a drawing. But then you've got, like, the babies, you've got the toddlers, you've got the young children in primary school. Then you've got, like, middle school and senior school. It's like, there's obviously different levels of disgusting there. Like... There's the filth down here that I want to burn on principle. And then, like, especially, like, if you were to draw someone that looks like an adult woman with big tits and then go 16, is that child porn? Could be, if it's supposed to represent that.
Damn close.
Like, yeah, it's very concerning. And I wouldn't say that a court shouldn't be able to go, we think this person should be imprisoned for actual child porn. Also, here's their collection of other degenerate shit. But there's going the stuff in itself, like, because, like, people will say that it should all be tarred with the same brush. And, like, yes, it's all degenerate and disgusting, but there's different levels of disgusting. Because there's a difference between an 18-year-old in college and a 17-year-old in high school and a fucking child, you filthy animals.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're at the point where it just... there's got to be pushback for the simple fact that if there's not, you've got these just psychotic people that are going to be like, hey, well, there's not really a law against it. But, yeah, but there should be. And
well, I don't think there should be, but
kind of
this is one of these things
of
where I think we need to rely on societal shaming rather than the law. Like, these degenerates absolutely need to be ostracized and insulted and treated like crap. But I don't think they should be imprisoned for sitting in a corner with a pencil and paper and drawing something.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's definitely hit that level of...
This is why moral disgust is a good thing, guys. This is why the leftist degradation of moral standards is a problem. Because then you end up with things like this where it shouldn't technically kind of be illegal because it's not really a thing, but it should also be absolutely morally lambasted, and society should treat you as worse than society should look at you and go, ew, disgusting, filth, shame, shame, ding, 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 get the bell.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, when people stop shaming each other, I think that was the biggest mistake.
Mm-hmm. Gregory said it's the line of thought police. Well, that's the thing. Like, the slippery slope does exist, and pipelines also exist. But you also run into a thing where it's like, oh, violent video games make people kill in real life. Well, we know that's not true. Porn makes people rape. Well, we know that's not true. Does this shit make people into pedophiles? And even if it does it make them actually molest children? Possibly more so than the others, but it's not a guaranteed thing, and not a fan of thought crime.
Yep. Yeah, it's like I just yeah. I think we need to get back into the habit of putting people in their place socially.
Indeed. Memphis Manford asks, any thoughts on those who can draw a photo realistically? How do I phrase this? The drawing itself, I don't have a problem with per se legally. However, what are they drawing from? If they're drawing from imagination, I want them over there with the other people who draw disgusting, degenerate shit. If they are drawing from a photo or a model, I want them in the chipper. My primary concern is whether a real child is involved at any point. If it is, chipper. If it isn't, social ostracization.
Yep.
Because Billy says, I'd have serious concerns about anyone who collected lolicon and toddlercon. Good!
You probably should.
Yep.
You probably should take a second look at them. Chances are, like 99.999% of the time, they're going to be no different to anyone who collects porn of any kind. However, there's also going to be a higher likelihood than the general population, I would suggest. What the percentage is, I don't know, but it's definitely going to be higher than the general population that they might do something dodgy.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the proclivity is there, and I haven't acted on it. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, because it's one of those things that's really hard to research. Because like we've talked before about how there's a difference between a pedophile and a child molester, and child molesters go in the garbage, and pedophiles get the treatment they need, and a constant reminder that if they become a child molester, we chip them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the proclivity may be there in some people, but I also don't think it's... Like, there's Japan's easy because lots of weird shit comes out of it. Like tentacles and shit, because of it, which are a result of their weird fucking censorship laws. But, like, people look at a lot of shit. People fantasize about a lot of stuff that they want nothing to do with in real life. And, well, yeah, it's definitely going to be higher than the general population. I don't think there's necessarily looking at pictures of 17-year-olds or looking at lollies, as they're called, is going to necessarily translate into being attracted to actual kids, because they're not quite the same, especially depending on the art styles and whatnot. Like, when it starts getting into your 3D shit, like, then we need to be going, congratulations, you've won a trip to the shrink.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you don't want to go? Well, guess what? We've got a place for you right here in line.
Mm-hmm. Billy's talking about... He mentioned earlier that liking lolicon and toddlercon makes your map, doesn't it, though? No, not necessarily. Because, fortunately, we've got all of Japan to look at. And as a weeb, I can look at that. No, lolicon and toddlercon does not necessarily make you a pedophile. Maps are bullshit. Maps are pedophiles. But liking lolicon and whatnot doesn't... Lolicon and toddlercon different. I'm pretty sure that liking toddlercon, you're pretty likely to be a pedo. But lolicon, it's a lot vaguer, especially in Japan. Like, in the West, it's very different to how it is in Japan. Because in the West, in a lot of places, people are like, ooh, I do have this proclivity, so I'm going to skirt the law this way to Japan. But it's not also... But... how was I phrasing? Yeah, like just having an inclination to it, liking it, for whatever reason, even if you're wanking off to it, doesn't necessarily translate to liking real kids. It can do, I'm sure it can, but it's nowhere near a high percentage thing. But yeah, maps are bullshit, they're pedos. No, actually, no. Maps are worse than pedos.
Yeah, they're pedos attempting LGBTQ camouflage.
No, maps are pedos are actively attempting to molest children. And since intent is part of the law, all maps go in the chipper. Oh, but I haven't molested a child yet. Yeah, yet's the problem in the fucking chipper. But yeah, like, assuming that pedophilia is actually an innate thing, which it seems to be a thing where the pedophiles legitimately have their brain structured in such a way that they have this problem. Well, clearly we need
good reason to exterminate them.
Well, again, until they commit a crime, I'm not in favour of that because reasons. Yay, libertarianism. You can be such a bastard having principles. Like, yeah, we make it very clear. You touch a kid, we kill you. Violently and painfully. Also, here is all the help you need to not do that. Like, it ties into what we were talking about last week about what actually makes a gay person gay. What makes a pedo a pedo? And can we dope them with enough drugs that that's not a fucking problem anymore?
Maybe if we pack them all full of testosterone, they'll straighten out and vote Republican.
Well, that was proven true.
There is that possibility.
Yeah.
Billy Blogs asks, Bezic, have you heard of the guy doing a PhD in wanking to cartoons of underage boys? Yeah, that guy is absolutely fucking disgusting. And he's obviously a degenerate. He's obviously disgusting. He's morally reprehensible, and he should absolutely be kicked out of his university. Next question, has he committed a crime? Well, I think that he's moved beyond just sitting in a corner with his dick in a picture book. No, this man is actively trying to gain access to children for untoward purposes, which makes him a chipper candidate.
Oh, but it's just research, bro. Yeah, well, research death.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to change your field of study to the abyss.
Chris says, I don't even know what a map is, but apparently it's a good thing I don't know. Well, I'm going to ruin that for you. A map...
Yeah, I already explained it to him.
Yeah, I did. So, for anyone who's not reading along chat, map is minor attracted person. It's a pedo that's trying to justify themselves. And it's the justification that I have the problem with.
Yeah, they're not just only trying to be justified. They're trying to push the idea that being a pedophile is somehow a natural sexuality.
Which, it probably isn't any more than being gay is. But if being gay really is an innate sexuality, then it's entirely possible that being a pedo is an innate sexuality. Hard to know. We need to research this. We need to actually do proper non-woke research and see what we can do to solve the problem. Like, do we need to give women testosterone when they're pregnant or something? If their levels are too low? I don't fucking know. But we need to be able to research this shit.
Yep.
Hello, Violence. Nice to see you.
Address it correctly.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Billy goes on to say that he's trying to normalize and get a qualification for this utter degeneracy. It's a fucking disgrace that a university even considers this worthy of a PhD. The problem is that he is a product of the decay in academia.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
But yeah, the biggest problem with him as an individual is that he's trying to normalize it.
Yep.
Which means that he is acting in a way that puts children at risk. Which means I get to go, here's the chipper, mister.
Yeah, and that's... This is why I've just become very anti-science in a lot of ways, because this is the kind of thing that they always seem to kind of end up pushing over time.
Well, that's it. As soon as you can pull everything back to the science and ignore human nature, you end up with problems like this. You end up with the degeneracy of morals. Which is...
Yeah, part of the problem is the postmodernist idea that morality is somehow not objective.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of things are morally objective. Like, rape's not great, murder's frowned upon.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, we can take a step further and look at the map problem, the idea of pedophilia as a sexual orientation, where homosexuality occasionally appears, very rarely, in nature. Pedophilia does not, because to attempt to reproduce with a sexually immature member of your species is pointless.
Exactly. And again,
Yep.
it's part of the whole, like that's the big problem with defining it as a sexuality. Because we've already, thanks to the gay movement, we've defined a sexuality as being innate and, to an extent, natural because it's innate. Okay, so it's now something that they're born with, so it's not their fault. So you can't cast moral judgments on them. No, we can.
Well,
it's like...
To be fair, it's also not a dog's fault if he gets rabies.
No, it's not.
True.
But you still put it down because it's a threat to those around it.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's where you run into the problems. Like, back in the day, they thought, like, being gay was just considered to be a deviancy. It was like some kind of psychopathy.
Yep.
And, okay, we've learnt a bit more, allegedly, and now it's an innate sexuality, blah, 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 blah. We shouldn't be trying to extend that shit to pedophilia.
And you know, I think that's something we've seen with you know, what was it you know, gays against groomers and organizations like
and
that.
LGBT
where,
drop the T, etc., etc.
Yep. Where they're suddenly, finally realizing the danger that they're in from these groups wanting to associate themselves with that power.
Like, the backlash is going to be absolutely wild, especially if they keep pushing and pushing and pushing and go, oh, pedophilia is a sexuality, and they make that mainstream, and then people just come in and go, it's a deviant sexuality, it's abhorrent, it's harmful to society, we're crushing it. Oh, speaking of other deviant sexualities, like,
yep, and it's gonna happen probably within a generation if things continue at the pace that they're going right now.
It might happen before we lose our fucking petrol cars at this fucking rate.
Yeah.
But it's also why, like I'm saying, like, the law needs to step back in a lot of places, and we need to bring back morality. We need to crush a lot of shit at the moral stage. It's like, okay, this is illegal, but you're a fucking degenerate and we want nothing to do with you because you engage in this thing that is morally repugnant to us because it's wrong. It's not a crime, it's not illegal, but it's wrong on a moral level.
And yeah, I think we need to return to moral harshness in a lot of ways.
And not like, oh, why is it wrong? No, it's wrong because it's wrong, shut up.
I don't want to have to justify things to people who kind of just want to have a win for the sake of having a win. It's like, no, this is more than your ego. Fuck off.
Exactly. And it's like, as Ardent's pointing out, because he's fucked off for a coffee and hasn't come back, where he says, Einstein said science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind. And that kind of points into what I've been saying a lot about
I'm actually here.
Oh, Ardent is here? He's just been quiet, has he? Yeah. Your camera's not running, so it's like, oh, I thought he was gone.
Yeah, no, if my camera's off, that means I'm back.
That means you're wanking? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I leave the empty chair on camera so you guys know when I'm not in the room.
Fair enough.
Sure, a likely story.
Right.
My story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, what was my point? Oh, yeah, it goes back to what I keep talking about, how lowercase atheism isn't a problem. Uppercase atheism, or worse, scientism, the religion of science, is the problem.
Absolutely.
And we get to that because a lot of people don't have an innate moral drive towards virtue. So they need a group to belong to that provides moral guidance. Fuck, I'm good. So they rely on religion. Okay, we now remove the option of religion for them by sending them to college. Okay, they're now fucking idiots who aren't smart enough to come up with their own moral code, but they've now had everything that's good about religion taken away from them. Well, what do they do next? They latch on to something that's kind of like a religion. Like wokeism. Or scientism. Or uppercase atheism. Well, it used to be atheism. Then it was scientism. Now it's wokeism. Yay for our... This isn't a slippery fucking slope. This is a fucking fall off the edge of the abyss.
But and that's one of the things I find kind of interesting about, like, some of the people on the right and their changes over the years, the ones that have, is they went from the new atheist movement to maybe there's something to it, and then here there's a moral backbone. Oh, that's the thing that is really being needed, rather than
well that's it. We need.
No, it's bad. It's oppressing me.
Yeah, it needs the moral framework without the chains and shackles of do as the church says. Like the biggest problem with religion is the church. Whatever church it is, that's the fucking problem. To an extent. Yep. But churches are also really good at solving other problems, like a place to belong to or meeting other people. Like, you want to meet a eligible woman of your age in your local area, and you're a Christian, well, fuck me, that's an easy fucking solution. Go to church on Sunday. Congratulations. Jobs are done.
Most of the time. Not all. But that's a different story.
True. But it certainly makes it easier. Like, I'm talking about when the entire... like, 99.9% of the population is Christian. And every village has a church. I'm talking about early, like, 1800s England.
When humanity wasn't completely fucked.
Yeah. Because, like, back then, like, if, like, and it changed more into the 20s and 30s, but they were still doing, like, every town had two events, generally. They had church on Sundays, and they had the town dance. Right. You're a young, up-and-coming man who's started realizing that, actually, women are fucking amazing, and you'd like one. So, what do? Well, you put on your Sunday best, you go to church, and then after church, you have a chat and you go into the dance on, I don't know, Wednesday. Oh, I don't know. I'm like, oh, I'd love to go to the dance with you, and then you dance for a bit, and all of a sudden, they're your grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, you want to meet a fucking woman? Well, you need like 6 witnesses, a fucking body camera, and enough lawyers to drown a fucking battleship. And then you're ready to leave the house and go meet the woman.
Anyone here familiar with the movie Cherry 2000?
Yeah.
I don't think I've even heard of it.
So, like, early 80s dystopian, but the point I always get kind of hung up on is there's a bar scene where lawyers are drawing up dating contracts.
Oh, you mean predicting the future?
Yeah. And I always go back to that, and it's like, well, shit. Dystopia no more.
You mean futuristic dystopia?
I would like to see accurate predictions.
Well, it's not futuristic anymore. It's fucking here.
Yeah. Damn.
Yes, this is why, well, from the point of view of an atheist, because I'm not 100% sure, but I wouldn't call myself an agnostic. I'm not that undecided. I'm sure enough that I can say that I'm certain that at the bare minimum, the Judeo-Christian God doesn't exist. I'm 100% certain he doesn't exist as described. So that means we can take all the supernatural bullshit in the Bible and throw it out the fucking window. So now what are we left with? We're left with a 3,000-year-old guide on how to get along as a society. Like, it's clearly fucking worked because it's still fucking here 3,000 years later, or whatever it is.
Terrible fashion advice and dieting.
Yeah, the diet part I've never been able to get on board with. But the rest of it, you know.
Let me explain the diet. Okay, animals with cloven hooves. Well, salmonella.
Oh, yeah, no, I know what the issue is there.
Shellfish.
If you're raising pigs, you need a lot of water.
Yeah, salmonella.
Well,
it'll kill you.
Now,
let's talk about the fashion advice. What is the advice on? That's how to dress like the rest of the culture, how to fit in. Oh yeah, it's how to fit in and be part of the social group so you have access to resources. And sex. Congratulations, the Bible's a medieval dating guide.
I mean, I'm willing to go with that. It's a far bit easier than trying to figure out the current bullshit.
Yep. But, like, that's why religions have prescriptions. It's one of the many reasons, like, Sikhs have their headdress and whatnot. It's so you can tell at a glance who's not one of you. Anyway, I think I've just successfully spent 4.5 hours telling you why everything, including religion, is about sex.
Except sex.
Yes, sex is about... I don't know. What's the joke? Sex is about power?
I think so. I'm almost not sure anymore.
But yes. The Bible, if you remove the supernatural bullshit. Actually, didn't Jefferson do that? I think Jefferson did that.
Yeah, that's the Jefferson Bible.
Yeah, okay, so if you take the Jefferson Bible, you're then left with essentially Christian moral values. Because remember, you can take all the shit about being the Son of God and supernatural, throw that out the window, and you're still left with the parables of Jesus and the life of the man called Joshua. And historians think that it's more than likely that there was one, maybe 3 or 4 guys who were amalgamated into one, but they're pretty sure that there was a man called Joshua who was some kind of cult leader, maybe, at the time. So you can take all the supernatural shit, throw it out the window, keep the rest. And I mean, you're left with, like, now that we've got science and we understand why pork's not great for you, and you should stay away from shellfish, we can go, okay.
Certain times a year, but you know.
Yeah. Like, we can look at that and go, okay, so this is probably why they said you shouldn't do these things, because it kept killing people. Like, if every time you take the family trip to the beach and someone eats a shellfish, they die, you're pretty quickly going to have a rule about not eating shellfish.
But let's admit it, there's times when it's like, maybe Uncle Bob needs to eat a little extra shellfish tonight.
Mm-hmm. Tristan says, Old Testament's not a fit guide for an ethical society. Didn't say it was a guide to an ethical one. I said it was a guide to an effective one. Because he says, Deuteronomy 14:21, do not eat anything you find already dead. You may give it to the foreigner residing in any of your towns, and they may eat it, or you may sell it to any other foreigner. I mean, let's go with the first sentence. Do not eat anything you find already dead. How is that not good advice?
Yeah, that's
a good clearly call. They have not been to West Virginia, and they're like, oh yeah, it's roadkill. You can eat it.
Yeah, knocked it over yesterday.
Well, with the roadkill again, you're looking for fresh stuff.
Well, yeah,
and it's different. There's a lot of difference between walking up to something, kicking it, and going, I can't see obvious signs of it being eaten to death. Because again, if it's been attacked by a predator, you're going to be able to see signs of that. But a whole-looking animal just lying there, almost certainly diseased, because there weren't semi-trailers hurtling through fucking Israel at 80 miles an hour in 200 BC.
Are you a transportationist?
Yes. Don't get me started on trains. Like, don't... But that's the difference. That's why roadkill's fine. You know what fucking killed it. Several tons at high speed going bang!
Yeah, that'll do it.
But if you're in Bronze Age Israel, and it's not clearly been already attacked by a predator, well, it died of disease, and diseased things aren't great for eatons. You might get disease too.
Yeah. But then again...
Oh, it's kind of like my interpretation of that quote, right? Poison the foreigner, not your friends.
Yeah. No, I mean, that... And let's be honest, it's a good way of looking at it, you know?
Yeah. Like, for starters, you can take most Genesis and throw it out the window if you're talking about real shit. Like, definitely the first couple of chapters at least, just throw it away. You don't waste your time with that. But there's a lot of stuff in the Bible about how to live in a society, specifically a Bronze Age Israel society, but it is effective. And yeah, you do run into some issues that are more or less immoral, like you can do this to strangers, but you can't do it to your in-group. Oh wait, that's your in-group again. Fuck, we're good.
Yep. Well, you know, it's one of those things where we try to make it about us in the modern context rather than try to understand the historical context, which I don't think anybody does very well.
Well, that's it. Like, you need to read it, understand the historical context, then understand what it's trying to say, and then if it's coherent and good, I don't mean the moral good, I mean good as in useful, but if it's good, you keep it.
Yep.
So, for example, like the don't eat shellfish shit. Well, you look at that in their context, well, shellfish, if it's not prepared properly, can kill you really fucking quickly. So, clearly, it's to stop people eating shellfish and dying like dumbasses. Well, we now apply that to a... So that's the historical context. We now apply it to a modern context. Well, we've now got farms growing them, they're prepared, they're treated, it's not an issue. So we can go, that was clever of them to ban that, and then just throw it away.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
To be fair, most farmed salmon is actually disgusting.
Yes, but salmon is not shellfish.
Though.
Farmed shellfish, yeah, it's definitely better because it's essentially just free range.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, it's generally like the waters are good and it's harvested. Like it's not just washed up on the shore or anything. Like you actually have to go out and get it, and that is a difference to the sea hunting tribes of Asia and whatever. Like they go out and they dive traditionally as a tribe for shellfish and shit. And that's fine because they're just picking it up off the bottom of the water. It's not just fucking floating onto the shore in Israel.
Yep.
Billy asks, what about Sodom and Gomorrah? It was probably a volcano, maybe a meteor, but I don't know, some stories like Sodom and Gomorrah make you wish it was true.
I mean, it gives one hope. Kristen, with the the garbage piles, but are they known to be Israelite tribes, or are they just tribes in close proximity? That's always kind of the question I've had.
And that's
with
also
that.
the thing. Just because they had the prescription doesn't mean it was necessarily accurate. Like, if you see 2 or 3 people eat from the pig body and they die, you don't go, well, fuck, I'll eat from the next one. Necessarily.
Also, there's no saying where those pig bones actually originated.
Yeah, not Israelites. There we go. Yeah, so maybe they didn't die the first time they ate a Bronze Age pig.
And one could make the argument, the Israelites stopped by, visited I guess the Samaritans were one of the tribes there, saw them eating pigs, getting sick, dying, and it's like, yeah, we're not doing that.
Well, that's it. Like, they didn't have science. They could just do really basic observation. If Bob eats the shellfish and then Joe eats the shellfish and both of them die on different occasions, well, clearly shellfish are bad for you, just throw the whole fucking thing out. Yeah, crows run away. He's off having a great time with his sexy woman. Bastard.
That's based crow.
Let's be honest here, gentlemen. If we had sexy women to go to, we wouldn't be here either.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I might be.
Gregor Price says, it's 3:02 a.m. and I've had 23 vodka sodas, so I'm going to bed. I would recommend against going to bed at this point. I would wait until you were a little more sober.
Before you go if you've had that many vodka sodas, before you go to bed, have a bottle of water and take some Panadol. It'll make you fucking
sleep on your stomach.
I don't worry about that shit, but no, seriously, drink some water and take a couple of paracetamol and you'll feel a shitload better in the morning. Because the paracetamol stops the swelling and the pain, and like part of the issue is dehydration. So have some water, put some beside your bed, have a couple of paracetamol, you'll feel great. You'll be able to go out and do it again.
UCI beat a 1 rip, Greg.
Tristan says, hope you don't die. Yeah, have a good one, man. Right.
Have a good one tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
Enjoy the hangover.
Right, so.
I recommend against listening to a repeat of this podcast tomorrow, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Do that another day. And make all the people that you want to suffer listen to it.
Exactly.
Yes. I'll watch my stream instead.
If you can ever find which one's the new one, because you'll never tell by the thumbnails.
Oh, shots fired yet again.
Let me see where that button is. There we go. Nobody on stream can see this, but you guys can.
Oh dear. Right. Let's. So sadly, I've again gone distracted and waffled for hours, but it was fun, so it doesn't matter. Clearly, the problem is that Disco needs to move her white pills later. So let's look at something stupid.
Yeah, we're coming up on white pills now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why do you need 30-round magazines? Well,
I love it.
The FBI unit known as Patriot Front were out LARPing the other day.
This is the most LARPing group I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can't even throw their shields.
And they're all...
Hey, don't let him in. You're staggering, guys.
You idiots not know what a shield wall is?
No.
Well, see, they're only used to...
Look at them prance!
Well, they're only used to riot shields. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, gods. Look at the haircuts.
Mm-hmm. How are they not all fucking feds?
There's a few glowies in there, I guarantee you.
Yeah, Billy's like, my eyes, they glow so bright.
Stagger right. Stagger right.
That uniform with all the shin pads and this glows so hard.
Well, that's it. And the shin pads are all identical. They didn't just fucking go down to the local hardware store and get some local smuggler store and get some shin pads. This shit's planned.
Oh, that's all uniform. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is riot control tactics.
Hey.
And there's a lot of upside down flags in the background too.
Yeah, which makes me very suspect.
And they're all Betsy Ross flags. Oh no, not all of them, but a lot of them.
Yeah,
I
more
don't
feds.
I can't recognize one of them, but it's like, I don't know. There's just something off about that.
Yeah, Theodore Pinnock is betraying us to go watch Mahler.
How
Rude.
dare he?
Can't really argue. The Long Man is, worth watching.
Here's some comments.
And-
I actually brought this on up on Reddit because this is from the Firearms subreddit. It's like, why do you need 30-round magazines? Well, when the feds show up.
Yeah.
Okay,
87,000 IRS agents. You do the math.
That's a lot of bullets.
Just doing a quick search, it said that was in Unionville, I think. Yeah, Unionville. So if anybody who is just even vaguely familiar with, looking at a map, this area is kind of on the cusp of what Virginia's, I think, called Nova, Northern Virginia.
Oh, Virginia.
And
yeah, the feds aren't up to nothing bad in Virginia.
And Unionville, looking at the map, it's close to a place called Culpeper, Fredericksburg, Charlottesville. I mean, it's right in between. And I mean, you might as well just say, it's up in Alexandria or Woodbridge from the culture. And yeah, this is definitely glowy country.
Yeah, like one guy's like, "Someone please explain to me what I'm seeing here. The USMC trained me in infantry, non-lethal weapons and tactics. Security forces and even military police. I don't think any of them utilize this leapfrog shuffle retreat. Someone says LARPing, this is fucking LARPing. No, someone else says whatever it is, it glows brightly enough to deliver measurable power to solar panels over a mile away."
I said it glowed from orbit, so that's fair.
Yeah.
There's a really good one.
Yeah, someone's like, feds doing fed shit. This wasn't filmed during
no,
the day, they just glow that brightly.
Right at the top of your page right now. Looks like a really shitty mix of drill and riot control tactics. They're probably all feds anyway. Edit. Only thing I can think of is this is their attempt at falling back, maintaining a line the whole time. That's not how it would work. You'd form a shield wall, and the shield wall would shrink backward.
Yes, like they figured out 15,000 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
I mean,
somebody else said, so FBI versus DHS, who's who?
I mean, that's the way it really looks.
Yeah, someone else is like, these are riot control drills. I have no idea why they think they'll use them, though. Because they're feds, and it's the only thing they know how to do. Then they're not trying to make them do anything new. They're just going, remember those riot control drills you did for like a day in the academy?
Oh yeah, here's a glowy comment. They got arrested trying to sneak into a pride rally in northern Idaho. Sneak in uniform?
Oh, would that be those guys in the back of the truck?
Certainly have an asterisk.
Oh yes, this photo. Yeah, totally not all fucking feds.
Yep. And Coeur d'Alene. So even with the alphabet people up there, they don't trust the feds to begin with.
This guy on the bottom of the screen, is his first name Patsy?
Thomas Rousseau, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be the fall guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is...
Oh, look, SPLC. Okay, so here's the forefront
beautiful.
Fed asset. Cool.
Yep.
Dear me.
Justin Armstrong says, so if folks on the right wing started organizing a counter Antifa group, training, etc., what would it have to look like to not glow? People not wearing uniforms, first off.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, step one, no masks. Step two, you can't all be dressed the fucking same.
You would see actual tactics as opposed to things that make you go, that's cute, they're prancing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would say if you were looking for something to be counter Antifa, it would probably be more training towards like CQB kind of stuff, unarmed CQB.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You don't want to be going in armed because then you look bad.
And you're going to be arrested right away because, reasons. You're right wing. You're evil because reasons.
Yeah. And I would even advise against even having shields.
Oh yeah, no, you saw what happened to Based Stickman, I think he was called, where he had a stick and got eviscerated by the court of public opinion.
Oh yeah, that guy. the guy whose sign they broke and then started screaming, "He's got a weapon!"
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Silly cunts.
Please.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd see a lot of Gadsden flags and patches.
Yeah.
And I would say another thing, you would not see whatever that secondary flag was showing up at all, because you'd see Gadsden, Betsy Ross. You would not see whatever the fuck that other thing is.
Yeah, if I'm
hoist.
Hey, don't let him in. You're staggering, guys.
Yeah, this is clearly right control drill.
Yeah, right on the right end.
Yeah.
No. That almost looks like a 1% or 3% flag or something, but I can't really see it clearly.
It's something like that, but I've never seen anything like that before, and now I'm kind of curious because I'm sure it'll show right up when you do just a search on these clowns.
Yeah. Let's see. What else do we have to look at?
Gotcha. It's you frigging idiots. Copying the image. I'll put it in the video chat here. It's
fascine
around a fascies.
Oh my! Yeah, this group glows. This
glows. Come on, man! I can feel. I'm getting a tan.
You got get his hand just watching the fucking video.
Good gods. I think I figured it out, though. They're not actually planning a protest. They're LARPing as Man in the High Castle fans.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at their timeline, and it's like this 2017, and have connections with the Unite the Right thing, which I personally believe was a bit of a setup anyway.
How was it not?
I did a thing on my channel about Charlottesville, and just there were articles showing up months in advance to whip people up.
Yeah, possibly later, Chris.
Yeah, and then they come from Vanguard America, which started in 2015, and all this crap. So it's like, I have a hard time believing any of this is organic.
It doesn't feel it at all, does it?
At all. I honestly think Rousseau is a patsy. He says he founded the group when he was a teenager.
He's got to be an asset. He might have started the group as a teenager, but must have been subverted almost immediately.
I'm
not even going to go that far. I just assumed that it was a glowy operation from the start, and they just used him as the patsy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm again just doing a quick search, and it's like 2015 is when all this stuff just appeared. There's no real ties to some of the older lunatic organizations.
2015. Wonder what happened around then. Nothing that could possibly provoke some glowies.
I mean, this reeks worse than the dead animal that you shouldn't eat.
Yep.
Well, these are the guys pushing the not stolen, conquered motto.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots. Not that I disagree, but
Okay.
You see why I'd be the one says he's suing us for radiation poisoning.
Try suing the FBI.
Yeah.
The Sultans of Shadilay is not responsible for any radiation poisoning, severe sunburns, or other skin-related phenomena experienced as a result of watching our show.
And
But yeah, this is just pathetic. And yeah, this is just.
Need to grab that picture. I'm going to have some fun with that later.
Yep. Billy Blogs, different Vanguard. It's Vanguard America versus Vanguard Group. Just two completely unrelated things.
We hope.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, let's stop it and look at that so I can have a bit of rage.
Canadians, apparently.
6th highest cause of death in Canada. Euthanasia. Oh, actually, I meant to do something because...
I mean, I have a feeling that we've got Trudeau front going on now. Oh God. Or when they were too sexy for their shirt.
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am too sexy for it. Ooh.
This is gonna be a spicy week.
At this point, I would like to do the slow clap.
Evolution? Okay.
It's like something Muslims do to clean themselves.
Some sort of Welsh parade.
The hell was that?
Oh, dear God!
Burn it! At this point, the
Sultans of Shadilay endorse eye bleach because, well, it's not really a thing, but you wish it was after seeing this. Oh God. Oh. Anything that will get near, or anything that's dumb enough to get caught in here.
Yes, my audio did disappear.
So
Thank you, fucking thing.
That ENM acronym stands for ethical non-monogamy.
Yeah, ethical non-monogamy. What the actual fuck?
Which basically means I fuck around and my husband knows about it.
Yeah.
Yes, which they said.
In other words, I'm a whore.
Well, I would be
as
if
I'm
anything
liking
would
to
touch
think of
me.
it. Yeah, fuck around and somebody found out.
Based Ape says, "Is it just me or is Bez's audio gone?"
I fixed it. Turns out
okay.
that OBS had decided that it wanted to change my hotkeys on me.
Congratulations.
Thanks, you bastard.
AI has achieved sentience and is now attempting to sabotage you.
I mean, that sounds about right.
That sounds fucking right, yeah.
Yeah.
Billy Blogg says Trudeau is copying the CCP, who he admires, and stealing organs. Well, they did make organ donation opt out a few years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, and then they refused to give organs to... Oh, wait, we probably can't talk about that on YouTube. But there is a group of people that they will not give organs to. Yeah.
Did a
anyway,
live stream day before last and had to delete it because of that.
Yeah. So this creature, non-binary trans woman. Please explain how a non-binary trans woman works.
Complete self...
If you don't identify with the gender binary, why would you become a trans woman? Because I thought you didn't identify as a woman.
Well, if you identify as non-binary, you obviously can't go from one side of a binary to another side of a binary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm a high-functioning Aspie. No. Secondly, only weirdos who are trying to... As someone who actually has autism, the word Aspie just pisses me off so much. No, you're not fucking special. Stop pretending it's an identity. Stop being a fucking leftist about it, and stop expecting other people to live in your delusion.
Mousecat, I'm sorry to hear that about your mate there.
Tell Dave to get a haircut and lose weight and stop being a weirdo.
and ask him about his husband and puppies. I would personally
take his puppies to the vet for some monkeypox test.
I mean, where's the lie, though?
Blogs points out that Asperger's people are high functioning by definition.
Yeah, think this thing's high functioning.
Yeah. I don't think it's functioning at all.
No, but it's probably doesn't actually have Asperger's. It's probably got some.
I have a suspicion that when it does function, you can hear it from the next town.
It's like whales mating call.
Yeah. Right. So.
Oh god, I just had a realization. This is the kind of thing that would go visit the dolphins, hoping to get the flying finger friendship.
Oh lord. Someone says, "Anna my ass." That's Peter Griffin.
Jeez, that's disturbing.
I don't know what any of these words mean. I wish I was back there.
Yeah.
No, Billy. People with Asperger's are not high functioning by default. They might be high functioning for an autistic, but they're not high functioning necessarily.
I don't know. It depends on what they imbibed or what have you.
Well, just having Asperger's doesn't make you high functioning. You can have Asperger's and
I was just talking about the high part, not the functioning.
Ah, yes. Being high would probably help,
that's
especially
not fair.
for our
People
next
who are
segment.
high can sober up.
So, did this make you want to... I can't say that on YouTube, but did this make you feel awful?
Yes.
Good. This is just a
slight... I wouldn't say awful.
Yeah, good. This is a slight warm-up for our next segment.
Yay!
Guess what time it is?
Cooking with disco.
No. No.
Shit.
It's Trim's favourite segment. No, it's not
yay.
Spider Watch, it's Non-Swatch. The Sultans of Shadilay presents Non-Swatch.
Get in the chipper, babe.
Track for this.
Yeah. Just crying sounds. Right. So, here's what we've got up. So, this one first. So, and biologist and Nobel laureate says boys have different sex characteristics than girls, and this cannot be undone. People retain their gender for life. You don't say.
Heretic!
Up next, American Academy of Pediatrics president backtracks on policy of medicalizing trans youth. Gender-affirming care can be life-saving. It doesn't push medical treatments or surgery. For the vast majority of children, it recommends the opposite. You're a liar.
Yeah. I rescind my based statement.
This is a different one.
Yes.
Next. So, yes, we don't need to read their fucking justifications, but just fuck off getting the chipper.
The chipper does, in fact, go brr.
Yes, it does. So, where does this trans degeneracy lead to? Well, phenomenally bright teen at Melbourne private school claims she now identifies as a cat, as it's revealed why everyone is being supportive.
Okay, some of those words are not correct. And I'm going to
is
go
it
with
the for
phenomenally
bright?
Yeah. Billy Blogg says this is better than Crime Watch.
If you remember back to last week, we discussed how in Victoria it's now illegal to question whether someone's trans or to get them therapy that's anything other than cutting their bits off. Well, I bet this is why everyone's being supportive.
I think I have a solution to our trans Texan problem. We should both just move to Victoria and identify as trans Texans so they'll buy us tickets.
They have to be supportive.
You'd think so.
But then the problem is we have to live in Victoria for a while.
Yeah, right. So,
that's not my problem.
Year 8, so 12 or 13-year-old student at a Melbourne private school reportedly identifies as a cat. The girl is phenomenally bright, allegedly, but is non-verbal at school. Oh, well done! She's autistic, or has some other developmental disability. So what did we talk about last fucking week? Or probably the week before, because... Yes, so non-verbal at school, which supports it. Yes, because they're required to, on penalty of crime. There have been other reports of idiots identifying as cats in Brisbane. Yay, kill me. The trend of adopting a furry animal identity is a well-established subculture.
Wrong.
No, that's different. Not all furries actually think they're the fucking animal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a fan of furries, but this is just insanity. At least furries, it's like, okay, you're weird, you do your thing, but this is like, no, you must acknowledge me.
Not just acknowledge, you must actually actively support me, or I'll take you to jail.
Yeah. So, this kid, the year 8 student who does not speak during school hours, yeah.
I mean, okay,
totally
that's
not
fair,
developmentally disabled. No one seems to have a protocol for students identifying as animals. Yeah, here it is. You're not a cat, shut up and get back in your seat. But the approach has been that if it doesn't disrupt the school, everyone is being supportive. A source close to the family told me it's famous. No, just no, stop
I
it.
have a question. I have a very pertinent. Well, the answer is always wood chipper, but I have a very pertinent question. If this child is nonverbal, how in the blue fuck does the school know that she identifies as?
Because she's disabled, and she probably sits there making cat noises, and the school's like, very good, that will totally help you get a job.
Or the parent who decided that autism was a superpower decided, no, my daughter identifies as a cat because she imitates the cat at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm willing to
You
bet
can't
that.
argue with that because there's a law against doing that. Nice.
Yeah. Like, the Herald Sun also reported there was a boy who identified himself as a dog for a period of time and had been treated by a Melbourne psychologist. Oh, look, he got treated and then stopped.
Figure.
Yeah. In March, it was reported that female students at an elite Brisbane private school were walking on all fours and cutting holes into their uniforms for tails because they identify as cats or foxes. When a girl went to sit at a spare desk... sorry, go on.
Basically, the girls have figured out how to play the system and are getting support because nobody wants to call them out and be called a phobe.
Yeah, they're getting out of schoolwork, and there's nothing the school can do about it because they're either scared of social repercussions or, in Melbourne, it's literally against the law.
Shouldn't there be some sort of penalty for damaging your uniform or altering your uniform as well?
Pretty sure it used to get you detention.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it says, when a girl went to sit at a spare desk, another girl screamed at her and said she was sitting on her towel. There's a slit in this child's uniform where the towel apparently is, a concerned parent told the Courier Mail. The school denied it. Yeah, this is totally normal fucking behaviour and isn't ruining their life and the education of the people around them. Oh, look, it's a 12-year-old female. No, wait, sorry, that's an actual cat. And now it's talking about furries.
I can't tell the difference.
Which is, furries are not the same.
Apparently neither can schools in Australia. Very basic.
Well, I've been saying for years. Oh, God, fuck.
Oh, good fuck.
Kill it with fire.
Yeah.
Fire.
But furries are not the same as
fire.
these fucking idiot kids. There's a difference between someone who wants to be an animal and someone who thinks they are an animal.
I don't want to be on this planet anymore.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. About half of furries worldwide are found in the
I don't want them to be on this planet anymore.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, here we go. About half of furries worldwide are found in the US or Canada. Oh, so it's a first world fucking problem. Who'd have fucking thought?
Hey, you guys only have about 1% of the furries. You
Too
should
many.
have a far easier time wiping up the problem.
I mean, you know what? I want to encourage all furries everywhere to go to Australia.
No. Only if where the fuck's my ticket and green card, motherfucker?
And go live as your fursona in the outback.
Yeah.
Furries eating furries is not a problem for me.
I would like to make sure that all the spiders in Australia are aware of what a furry is.
Prime Knight points out, well, human rights only cover humans. So it's shotgunned lethally.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah, that actually should be and I mean, it's a bit of a thought experiment, but it should be a legitimate concern. Like, if these people are identifying as something other than human, do they have the legal right to exercise human rights?
Nope.
No, not at all.
I happen to agree. I don't think they should. And I'm kind of with Billy Bloggs. We should just provide them with a litter tray and kibble.
Yep.
I don't know if I'm willing to go that far.
Oh, no. You cage them away from the internet, because you don't need a phone if you're a cat. Then you give them a litter tray and kibble and see how long they pretend to be a fucking animal.
Ooh, I have an idea.
I'm on board with this.
Ouchie is retired and he needs something to experiment on.
Oh, look, it's a furry beagle.
Look, Fauci, it's a beagle. Look. Prime says, well, there are a lot of unused asylums. Well, that's another problem with the world. We got rid of asylums. There are a lot of people, usually the ones who end up being strange and acting weird and then going psychotic and getting shot by the police because they rush at them with a knife. Wouldn't be a fucking problem if we actually institutionalized the people who are crazy. Yes, we need to treat them better than they were treated in the asylums of old, but at the core of it, some people need to be locked the fuck away for everyone else's benefit. They should be. They obviously need to be treated better than criminals. Have a lot of freedoms, get day trips, etc., etc., etc. But they need to be controlled.
And, well, that's the thing. It's like nobody wants to address the mentally ill in a productive manner, unfortunately.
No. Don't want anything to do with it. Ah, dear Lord. It's just fucking ludicrous.
I would almost rather go back and see Anna over this.
It's just ludicrous.
Yep.
Ah, dear.
Agents spay them. I don't know. I don't have an issue with
the
them being
Bob
neutered,
Barker approach.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not opposed to that for
just
leftists
ensure
in general.
your furries are spayed and neutered.
Well, actually, true. If they're animals, that means that they can't be allowed outside unleashed, and they must be spayed, neutered, and registered with the council.
Tattooed.
Yep.
Chipped.
And chipped.
Yep.
Preferably tagged.
Yeah.
Leash laws. What else can we throw at these idiots?
Dear. It's ridiculous, isn't
Bricks?
it?
Well, I mean, that kind of goes without saying. Well, if you identify as a pest species, like say a rat or a seagull, I will love this. It should be perfectly legal to euthanize them.
It's not euthanasia; it's hunting.
Nobody hunts seagulls. You don't eat seagulls.
Culling.
Culling. That's the word I was looking for. Culling.
Yeah, culling. Yeah.
Little
Right.
furries.
So we've seen some people
If we can get that trending on
mutilating
Twitter.
kids and letting them think that they're cats. Up next, how about female geography teacher 24 who had sex with a student 14 in a car and on school grounds cries as she apologizes for hunting down his Snapchat and daring him to meet her after class as she faces 12 years in jail.
What the?
Only 12?
Yes. First question, only 12.
Boys 14.
Yes. Not well under the age of consent, also teacher.
Yes.
Speaking of meth and HIV. Oh, her excuse is she was abused as a kid. No, that's not fucking good enough.
No. That is... That's one of the worst cop-outs I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she appeared in court, supported by her parents, aunt, uncle, and grandmother, after pleading guilty to 3 counts of aggravated sexual intercourse with a minor. You fucking bitch. At least, well, that's the one she pled guilty to.
Yeah.
She took to the stand in front of the victim's mother and cried she apologized for letting the relationship progress. It's not fucking good enough, bitch. She told the court she was sexually abused when she was in year 7 and could therefore understand the trauma she had subjected the boy to. Well, why'd you fucking do it then? That shouldn't make it worse.
And yet again, this is not an unattractive female.
Well,
Why
they're
are
like,
these women
she
doing this
sported a slimmed down figure and wore all black. Yeah, she's clearly attractive.
Well, could you kiss her ass a little hurt her daily meal? He's a child molester.
Yes.
Fucking idiots.
Yep. Stupid bitch. Oh yeah, good job on ruining your life, by the way, as well. Because you're never going to get to teach again. Well done, you dumb bitch. Oh, and enjoy your prison.
Oh, and the worst part is she's going to become a ward of the state, essentially.
Here we go.
because of this.
And here's another example of what's wrong with the fucking education system. Of the 23 classes she was assigned, 12 were in geography, a subject which she had no training in, and was always just 1 page ahead of her students as she tried to teach herself the curriculum. So she spent 4.5 years in university and didn't know the fucking basics of geography. Also, it's geography, like the easiest subject. By April, the COVID pandemic had forced the closure of schools. No, the government had forced the closure of schools, and she was required to teach her classes remotely. It was at this point in time that the lines were criminally blurred. Sure. As she became more accessible to her students, many of whom contacted her all hours of the night and day. Well, there's a fucking problem, and it's in direct violation of the ethical stand guidelines that teachers have.
Why any teacher that is that accessible to their student is a red flag.
Yes. Prime Knight points out why the whole concept of geography as a class is kind of pointless. Here's a map and a wiki page with some country's history. Go wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, like some geography is helpful, but a whole class on geography is just daft. Like, no, you put your geography in world history. Because world history is actually useful.
Because I know some of my university level geography courses basically were just glorified, cultural studies rather than anything else. And it's like, okay, I get it, but I can look at a map and I can read a gazetteer. I know what the hell this is. Why am I having to take credit hours for this?
Well, that's it. Like, the whole point of it. It's a problem with a lot of shit today. Like, even years ago, it was a bit of a problem because you can just go to the library and look this shit up. But now that you've got access to Google, why the fuck do you need to study geography at all, ever? Oh, who bought Syria? Where's Syria? I know. I'll go on Google and type in Syria. I now know more about it than you do.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so anyway, this pedophile, when school returned 6 weeks later, it was mid-May, the physical relationship between the pair started in June. Right, so they're trying to blame COVID for it. No. No! No! Fuck me dead.
Nope. COVID claims another victim then.
Yep. The court heard it was only when the victim's family members spotted him in a car park with the bitch that they contacted his mother and the entire relationship unraveled. A police statement of facts previously taken in court said that the bitch drove her pupil to a Western Sydney park, mounted him, and had sex in her car. Investigators obtained CCTV footage showing the car approaching the park, according to material before the court. Like, look at her in these pictures. She's really attractive. There is no way in hell that she couldn't have gotten sex anywhere else. Like, fuck me dead. It's like say, mostly cynically, where it's like, these women who go, oh, I can't find a man. No, you can't find a man that's good enough. It's like, how could this bitch not find any man? There were like 20 million, there were like 10 million other options, all of which would have been satisfied with you.
And would have probably bent over backwards to make her happy.
Yes. And would gladly have had sex with her in a car if that's what she was into.
Yep. But no. She's got to find, little John boy and...
Yeah.
Well, I'm in control here because otherwise I'd have to compromise and not be the center of every damn thing.
Yeah. 2 other counts of sexual abuse occurred on school grounds. Oh, of course. Oh, she'd been in a relationship for several years at the time of the offending. But, it was going very badly. And there was a background of physical abuse, infidelity, and drug taking. Yeah, but what about him?
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say.
In addition, she had an experience herself as a child. Not good enough.
And these are the same damn people that'd be like, well, that's not really an excuse for acting out. And it's like, no. You're making every excuse possible for this.
Oh, there she is with her presumed fiancé. So she'd lost some weight by the time of the court appearance, but still, that's an attractive woman. And she had a dude.
I mean, there's part of me that's like, looking at him, it's like, the way he's blurred, it's like, could this guy be of a certain Telford bent? Mm-hmm. So maybe that's what she's like, well,
origin, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
To be fair, he could be Romanian for that matter.
Yeah, true. It's just, my instinct right there was like, is this something that she's been groomed into as well?
Nice. Shortened to the point, chip the bent.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, it says that she, after returning to the class, so the court initially heard that the bitch attempted to maintain a professional working relationship with the student, who she was forced to block from the classroom online feed for repeatedly posting inappropriate content for his peers to see. But after returning to the classroom, she claims that she was trying to keep on top of the syllabus herself, while also catching up students who fell behind, including the victim.
Oh, she was keeping on top of it.
Oh, well, yeah, in the car.
Yeah.
He first found her on Instagram, but she proceeded to hunt down his Snapchat account, which is where they predominantly communicated. Oh yeah, that's totally not a place to groom someone. Secondly, I would like to slap the parents around and go, why the fuck does a 14-year-old need a fucking smartphone? Like, if I mean, at this point, do we need to make it illegal for kids to have smartphones? Like, fuck me dead.
I'm getting there. I really am.
Like fucking hell. So the prosecutor then said the bitch asked the bitch if it was correct she dared the boy to participate in the relationship, telling him via the app that he didn't have the balls to pursue anything further. On another occasion, she sent a message that it's dangerous if we get caught, but if you do it, it'll be worth it. Fucking hell.
We're still on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have they removed allowance for the GRU?
I have no idea. I don't care. We'll say it anyway.
Okay.
She groomed this child because she's a groomer and a child molester.
I just. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So the bitch told the court in her tearful letter to the family that she regrets the relationship and understands both her and her victim and his family carried the trauma of the
caught.
Yeah, she regrets getting caught. If she she wouldn't have done it if she regretted it. Fucking
And I
hell.
guarantee you, half of this kid's buddies are telling him, "Hey, man, good job. I'd have done it if I could have."
I mean, when I was that age, I would have too. Which is why it's on the
Young boys
teacher.
doing what they are, yeah.
Yeah. It's almost as if young boys are teenage boys are attracted to women, attractive women. And, here's a relatively attractive older woman who's I'm spending maybe 8 hours a day with. On her, she's supposed to be the adult.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. She's in the position of power.
Crime nights like child mode on phones can only call and message certain numbers, but he says parents should only allow kids some phone. At this point, I'm starting to think we should just microchip the fucking kids. Like, just GPS chip the fucking kid, and they don't get a phone at all.
I'll find a way to hack the chip.
I mean,
probably.
Yeah, because they're kids, and that's what they do. At the same time.
Oh my god, she's like, I'm a hard-working woman. No, you're a teacher. Who's honest? No. Reliable? No. And has integrity? No. I'll never commit an offense again. Don't believe you.
Yet to be shown. But the hard-working part, we can easily dismiss by the fact that she was only one page ahead of kids she was teaching.
Well, no, we can dismiss it because she's a teacher.
Take a weekend and read the book.
Yeah. It's geography. How stupid can you be?
Oh, but it's
not like Asia fucking moved.
Sometimes, though, you want... Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So, guess how long she actually got?
Hardly any time at all. I would say 2 weeks and a slap on the wrist. With counseling.
About that. Oh, shut up, Sydney. Morning, Harold. Oh, here we go. She was not qualified in the subjects, and her tertiary admission score ranked from 0 to 99.95 was less than 50. Right, so she's below average. She's a dumbass. That explains a lot. That explains why she's a teacher.
Yeah.
How much time did she actually get?
Wrong. Not in this article. It's in one of them, I think.
Oh.
I'm trying to find it. Which one is it? Oh, it's in the Daily Mail article, maybe. Oh, here we go. Jailed. Maximum of 4 years and 9 months with a non-parole period of 2 years and 5 months. 2.5 years. 2 years. 2 fucking years for raping a child 3 times. How about 12 years each time, bitch?
And what's the lesson she learned? Don't get caught.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Oh, she also gave the student her mobile number. At that point, she should have been thrown out. Like, at that point, you should be thrown out being a teacher. That's an ethics violation.
Mm-hmm.
And parents, this line here, the offender told the victim that he could not tell anyone about the message.
So actually grooming.
To tell their kids, if someone tells you to keep a secret, that's when you don't.
If someone tells you to keep something secret, you must immediately come tell us who they are and what the secret is.
Yep.
No matter what it is. Especially if it's an adult. Adults don't ask kids for help, and they don't tell kids secrets.
And if this chick was getting off sending videos to this young kid, why didn't
Which
just
she
open
was.
an OnlyFans?
In summarising,
Yeah.
the bitch said so she'd sent the boy photos of her genitals, breasts, and videos of her playing with one of her nipples and using a vibrator to reach orgasm. She could have sent me that instead of molesting a kid.
Exactly.
So she sent.
She could have opened an OnlyFans and made way more money than she did teaching.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dear.
Ellie asks, how much time would a man get of
the full
3
time?
times as much minimum.
Easily.
Yeah.
Oh, so the mother's culpable. The victim's mother overheard her son using his phone in the shower one night and took it away. She then saw that the teacher had sent the boy a message asking why he had not responded to her. The victim's mother asked the victim about the messages, and the victim said the offender was helping with an assignment. What was the assignment? How to get caught diddling a kid?
Clearly.
The mother also overheard the victim talking one night and saw his most recent calls with the offender over Snapchat, lasting 5 minutes and 19 minutes. Why the fuck did you not confiscate the phone permanently and first thing in the morning call the school, the police, child safety, and the fucking teaching board? Fucking put the mother in prison for fucking aiding and abetting.
Yeah.
So, after the phone calls, the victim's mother took the phone and the offender sent a selfie lying on her bed, fully clothed with the message, "I'm waiting for you." So she did, and then the mother did nothing about it.
Oh my.
In early July, the victim's aunt, who, unlike the victim's mother, is not a pedophile sympathiser, saw him entering the car and followed it to a car park. The boy's cousin and brother approached the car and spoke to the victim, and the brother also recorded a video of the offender in the driver's seat. Good boys. The mother raised concerns regarding the relationship with the principal, contacted the New South Wales Department of Education as a support hotline, and police that came involved. Oh, so she only did something after she was embarrassed that the aunt had found out about it.
Yep. Public shaming.
Fuck me sideways.
Yeah.
Oh, just scroll back up to that picture for a second. Because I was about to ask you, who's this hosebeast that looks like a trans? This is a supporter of Monica
A supporter of her, so yeah, it probably is a hosebeast.
Of course.
Yeah, probably some sort of map penis carrier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the judge, for some stupid reason, because she's a woman and sympathetic to women, accepted that she was immature and in a bad relationship at the time. No, not fucking good enough.
Yeah, I'm sorry. An abusive relationship does not justify any
No,
of this.
being immature doesn't justify it. It's a 10-year age gap. No.
She spent less than 5 weeks in jail last year, or whatever year.
Yeah, before
this is
sentencing.
referring
She will
to.
first be
And
eligible
she's
for parole in
eligible for
October
parole
2023.
In October next year.
Yep.
Good fucking Christ.
But hey, at least
So
she's
not
no
even
longer
gonna do the
eligible
2
to be
years.
a teacher.
Oh,
yeah.
wow, you know. That makes everything
But she
okay.
totally won't go somewhere else and find some other way of molesting kids. Like, and here's the thing: we've got stupid working with children checks in this country. How would clearly and even the checks they do for being a teacher didn't protect this boy.
I can't believe what the judge accepted as
Mm-hmm.
extenuating circumstances. The fact that she was in a bad relationship.
Yeah.
Seriously?
A man wouldn't fucking
Fuck
get
off.
away with that. No.
Not even close.
No, not at all. Yeah, female privilege doesn't exist. Whee!
And the prosecutor pointed out that Young knew precisely what was going on and had initiated physical contact every single time.
Yes.
That's a predatory groomer.
Indeed, it is. She groomed and then molested this poor boy. She should spend a decade plus in prison. Actually, under the system we were discussing earlier, well, it's proven that she's a child rapist, so chipper.
Yep.
Yeah, but like we've got this stupid system called a working with children check. The states have different versions. But like it's a background check, but then it goes deeper into shit you weren't convicted for. wouldn't have helped this boy. And when this bitch goes anywhere, is it going to help? No, because they could just do a regular background check. So it's pointless. It's completely fucking pointless. All it does is screw people over for shit that they never actually got in trouble for. But this fucking whore.
But female privilege doesn't exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, fucking Jesus, people.
Not only that, but talking about what a man would get beaten the fuck up every day if he went to jail doing something like this. If the genders were reversed.
Abso-fucking-lately.
Yep.
It's fucking ludicrous. Absolutely fucking ludicrous.
And it just boggles my mind that there are still people out there that'll be like, well, you know, he enjoyed it. It's great. It's like, yeah, maybe in the moment for, you know, any teenage boy, but he's permanently fucked up now.
Yep, exactly. Like, it's not a good thing. And yeah, he might have enjoyed it in the moment if he wasn't groomed into it. And I know was that when I was that age, yeah, I absolutely did want to fuck some teachers. But it wouldn't have been good for me. I mean, fucking Jesus, some of the teachers, the grooming would have taken like 3 seconds.
For the men out there, we've all sat in math class, you know?
Yeah.
Well, for the men here, we're all once a teenage boy thinking about nothing but sex. The difference is that now we think about sex and other things at the same time.
Yeah. It's not just hormones.
No. Well, it also is to an extent, because remember, we discussed the other week how if you dose a woman with testosterone, all of a sudden it's like, ooh, titties.
That makes me wonder, though, if you give a woman enough testosterone, will she sit on the corner of her own bed playing with her own tits?
I mean, a lot of women you don't even need to give testosterone to.
And if there isn't bleach, I think we should definitely conduct a...
I mean, this is a study.
Will we give the testosterone orally?
Yeah, for science.
Give me that good old science.
Prime Knight has a very good point. The natural maturation process has been disturbed, like bruising a fruit. It's a bad analogy, but it's not necessarily incorrect.
No.
Yeah.
It's absolutely correct.
Right.
Yeah, the natural maturing has been disturbed.
Going to carry some sort of weirdness.
Yeah. And the bitch used the fucking excuse that she was molested as a kid. Like, fucking Jesus Christ. Like, what are the chances? Like, that increases that kid's chance of being a criminal.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Billy Blogs asks, is it okay for Macron?
Exactly the same thing
well, it's interesting with Macron because both Macron and his wife are pedophiles.
Yeah, they are French after all.
It is tradition.
Oui, oui, oui.
Oh, mon Dieu.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is just...
sick.
Yeah, like here's another one where the defense argued it's unusual for women to offend.
A farewell present. Fuck off, you sick bitch.
Yeah, but like the defense argues it's unusual for women to offend. Not female teachers, you fucking bellends. And it really isn't.
I mean,
women offend all the fucking time. It's just treated differently and doesn't get reported.
I mean, it's not seen in the same taboo light.
No.
Unfortunately.
And, like, it, to a small extent, it's kind of understandable. Like, a 16-year-old, for example, boy, would absolutely seek sex with an older woman. Fuck, a 14-year-old probably would. I remember being 14. Holy crap, I was a hornbag. Not the only difference that's changed is I'm now fat.
That's testosterone's purpose.
Yep. Congratulations, you're average.
Yeah. It's entirely possible that it is less damaging to boys than it is to girls. That's possible, but it still doesn't make it right.
Yep.
In fact, as someone who was once a teenage boy, it probably is. It's definitely damaging, but I'd argue it's damaging to a much less, well, at least to a measurably lesser extent.
Excuse me.
Because
it's just like I just can't. I can't see any justification to that these people use as anything other than just pure evil.
No, like in the chip a bit.
Yep.
You're not a good person.
It just pisses me off that we even have to have this dynamic of, you know, the judge saying, "Oh well, it's not quite as bad." It's like, yeah, no, it's as bad or worse.
Yeah,
fuck off.
Yeah,
exactly.
what does equality under the law mean again?
That women get special treatment. Wait, no, that can't be
Yes.
right.
It's stupidity under the law is almost more it.
Yep. And Prime says, has basically the perfect argument. The innocence of child is one of the few things the state could chip the bin.
Agreed.
Yep.
Get in the chipper bint. Oh, fuck
I need
me.
a sound clip of Disco saying that now.
We've got the chipper bitch one somewhere, actually. Do I still have it available?
That would make a great soundboard.
Alright, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Get in the chipper,
Gotta
bitch!
try and find a soundboard.
I don't know if that actually played
Program.
out, but I need a decent audio program at some point. Like, I reckon I'm gonna do is when I can, if I ever make enough money from this online shit, when I upgrade my sound stuff, I'm gonna get something with a software mixer, an audio interface that's got a software mixer, so I can put like soundboards and voice modulators into the audio track, into the vocal track, rather than having to bring it in other weird, wacky ways. Yeah, Prime's happy. He got his sound right.
Catharsis. Yeah, no doubt. Okay, can we move on from this particular predatory piece of filth to a different predatory piece of filth? I'm sure there's more. Because
so we go back to Joe. Yeah, speaking of pedophiles.
Because as we all know, the Sultan's catchphrase is, "But wait, it gets worse."
Actually, it was a relatively quiet week for pedophiles this week.
Oh, thank God we have one.
Yeah. We'll talk about this one because it's slightly less infuriating and it's a discrete article rather than a series. So this is one that came crawling out of the cesspit known as The Guardian. The struggle of fatherhood is real, so why are new dads often invisible in NHS advice? Well, it's simple, because the government doesn't care about men.
You know.
Yeah, go on.
Well, yeah, very good friend of mine. He's an expecting father. Excited for him. But listening to him talk about how he is treated by both his wife, his in-laws, and the medical profession, it really has me worried about his mental health long term. Because he is basically being treated as a second-class citizen, even amongst his own family, with the exception, well, his in-laws, rather than his own parents, thankfully. But it's a very disturbing thing.
It is, and it's extremely common.
Yeah, and I'm, with the exception of another friend who became a father maybe 2 years ago. It's just such a common story where it's like, no, you might be the other parent, but well, you're the other parent.
That's it.
That terrifies me as someone who would like to have kids someday, and even more so, just listening to friends and what they're going through.
Exactly. It's why, like, men aren't getting married, getting into relationships, having kids. Every man hears hundreds of horror stories and goes, you know what? No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then add to that the propaganda from people who think that there are too many people on the planet as it is, and it kind of makes it look like it might not be a good idea to have children, because then you're adding to the burden on the world.
Yep, and then add in the fact that
it's a funny thing how women carry the baby, but the man gets saddled with the burden of creation.
Yep. Oh,
Yep.
The woman carries the baby, but man carries the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
ridiculous.
Rant over.
Yeah.
Well, for the moment, I'll probably get back on it because it's just a very stupid topic.
Honestly, I'm just surprised that the Guardian's talking about this at all. Sadly, they look at it from a bullshit. The pressure to be strong is compounded by the feeling that the emotions men are experiencing are not legitimate. Right, men must be strong. If you're not strong, you're a boy.
Yep.
And the emotions men are experiencing are not legitimate. Well, who says that? Women. It's not men. If your emotions are bullshit, other men will tell you to harden the fuck up, take a tablespoon of concrete and get your ass in line. Because that's good for you. But if you're actually fucking struggling legitimately, have a couple of pints with the mates, then start talking about it.
Yep. Because there's nothing more important than somebody who's going to tell you, hey, yeah, you're going through some shit, but hey, it could be worse. And here's something you can do constructive rather than just whinging about it.
Exactly. And another thing they don't realize is that men don't sit down to talk face to face about shit. Men talk side to side. Men will much prefer to go outside, do something, than talk while they're doing the thing.
Yep.
Yeah, as Prime says, make sure to have mates that can sympathize in its quality. Yeah, don't hang out with fuckheads. Don't hang out with those overgrown fucking children who won't give you the support you need, because they're not a mate if they're that kind of fucking loser.
Yep. And, it's one of those things. It's like, if you can, when you're out with your mates and talking about this sort of thing, they're not going to pressure you to, go and find your feelings about something or anything. That they're going to be like, all right, well, if you want to talk, let's talk.
Well, that's it. And they're not going to pressure you to talk. They're going to sit there, shut up, maybe get up and refill their beer, but they're going to sit there with as many beers as it takes until you are ready to talk and you're done talking.
Mm-hmm.
And they will quite happily sit there, as long as they've got a beer, for like 6 fucking hours, listen to you talk about everything that's fucked in your life.
Yep.
And if they don't, well, they're not a good mate. Don't hang out with douchebags.
Yeah, that lesson needs to be reinforced a lot.
Sadly, there are a lot more douchebags than they used to be.
Yep. Well, motherless homes, I think.
Yeah.
Plays a big role.
Yeah. Prime says, if they won't kick you in the shin and take a punch from you in the face with a laugh, you need better friends. Roughhousing, not abuse. Yes, indeed.
Yep. If they're not willing to throw down a pint or throw down a fun, playful punch, you don't have friends, you have ladies.
Yeah. That's it. And and if they're not willing to stand by your side when the times get tough, they're not fucking worth it. And the times can be tough in any way, up to and including violence.
Yep.
But no. Being masculine is bad. because men don't want to put up with feminist bullshit.
Yeah. You're not complying with feminism. You must be a sexist pig. It's like, I don't understand why you're talking to me. Go away, woman.
Silence, harlot!
I believe the classic interpretation of that line is "Begone, thought."
Yeah.
I mean, true.
Oh dear. Glorious. Oh dear. Well, there are some other articles. Everything to go through will take us through into the white pill time. So, does anyone have anything to talk about and or shill? That's also open to chat.
I would very much like to shill my getter, because that's where I'm selling the projects I complete. I currently have a candle holder sitting there. And folks can email me through the linked email account, or just message me on Getter. What else?
Or get your ass in the Discord and you can find him there.
Yes. I've got my live stream tomorrow as well, and I'll probably be doing a stream after, possibly immediately after White Pills, possibly a little bit later this evening. Other than that, that's me.
Yeah. Let's see. Billy says, I don't like friends, so I have to constantly battle out fights and get involved in violence society. Yeah, they're douchebags, Billy. We've talked about...
Yeah, those aren't your friends. Your friends are your allies.
Yes. Your friends won't start shit, but they'll fucking finish it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, a real man doesn't start shit, but he finishes it.
Mm-hmm.
A good friend will bail you out of jail. A great friend is sitting beside you going, wouldn't that fucking awesome?
Hey, you want to go again?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, basically.
Let's see. Yeah, I've got a bit of a project on my channel I've been brewing up here. It's kind of an exploration of, in American politics, how we got to the state we are. So I've been doing a brief historical dive currently.
So you're examining the failures of women's suffrage?
Actually, that does figure a very minor part, although if I really wanted to go into suffering of women, or suffering from women, I'd probably go back to the 1848 Seneca Conference and use that as a jumping off point, but I don't hate myself that much.
Fair enough.
But the big thing is, right now I'm kind of looking at, the origins of the progressive movement and a lot of left-wing violence that they enacted during that time. And it's actually turned into a bit longer of a dive than I expected, but it's all kind of interesting. I'm trying to sum it up in a coherent way to move on to, I think, where American politics really kind of went off the deep end, which is basically the 1960s and 70s with the hippies, and then 2006 is kind of a big change in American politics. But when that's up, I would encourage you to hear that rather than my brief spurgy summation right now.
Yeah, awesome.
And also, still working on my writings. They've taken a back burner to life and this other project, but something's coming of it here, probably by the end of September for some of it, because I've got some really profitable real life shit to do. So
very nice. Yes. Meanwhile, I am, well, it's not written in stone yet, but hopefully next Wednesday, going to do some power washing with Disco, and the week after, hopefully this coming week, Monkey actually fucking shows up and they can finish Stray. So the next week, we can all do some more Factorio because we've got to finish that. We shouldn't be too far away from that. The stupid boat chef is off on the boat, so that interrupts some of our plans, because otherwise we'd be doing the Valheim and War in the North. I highly recommend, if you want to see anti-knife ear racism, I strongly recommend going to check out the War in the North
you
stuff.
Stupid Dunedain. We know that you're one of them. Come on.
Oh, come on. You wait till you see the title of episode 2.
Walk up to Elrond Half-Elven and go, "You filthy knife-eared mongrel mutt."
But yes, episode
really
1.
Cause problems.
Episode 1 features the 2 most useless fucking elves in all of Middle-earth.
Yeah.
And episode 2 features the fucking Dunedain. Captain Dunedain. Captain Dunadick, I think. Captain Dunadick. God, he's a twat.
Yeah, but at least he's not a damn dirty dwarf.
Indeed.
Be worse. Gnome.
Mm-hmm. But yes, if you want to hear anti-elf and anti-dwarf and anti-human racism, and some sexism against the female elf.
Hey now.
The only reason you hear sexism against the female elf is because nobody can tell the fucking difference between the female dwarves and the male ones.
Not even the other dwarves.
It's the beard you see.
Yes.
So, Prime Night, my streams are Eastern Standard Time for the US.
Which is an hour and a half before my time.
Yeah. Well, after. Yeah, something like that.
Oh, from my perspective.
Yes, and where did I put it? Did I put it? Actually, let me get it up, because actually we do have a public calendar.
And I should point out to Prime Night that the stream I'm talking about is one of my random woodworking streams, which I do whenever I feel like it.
Yeah.
I don't have a regular schedule. It's just if something pops up, I typically will do it then. But I will say, with the election, American midterms coming up, I will probably plan on doing a live stream for that for a good part of however long I feel like, or have an audience that will put up with it, but
or until you fall asleep and they fortify while you're not paying attention. I mean,
well, that's going to happen regardless.
Mm-hmm.
For justice. Yeah.
Yeah.
With your wood carcass murderer.
Well, Ardent is a dedicated flautist, after all.
Yeah. I'm a flautist. I'm an aspiring flautist. So technically, I would be more accurately described as an aspiring floutwright.
Very nice indeed. Yeah. Actually, Arden, could you do me a favor and click the link in live shows and see if it gives you the correct time zone?
Sure.
Because that is our public. That is the public link to the Sans Family schedule.
Gods, where the hell is live show? Oh, there it is.
Thanks, Billy B, for the Hottentot Venus.
That was the very first thing I saw. Good God, you could put a friggin' 3-course meal on that thing.
I have seen women with asses just like that, and it's like, but why? Why do I need a serving table? Just make me the food. I'll eat at the standard table, thank you.
Yeah, I should have removed the defaulting time zone, so hopefully it'll default to your time zone.
Let me see here. 5 a.m. weekly white pills. No.
No, fuck. Well, that's unhelpful. God damn it. That's astoundingly unhelpful, Google.
Yes.
It should be given to people.
Would they
don't even see
do it any other way?
No. Of course not. But that's really fucking unhelpful.
Weak.
Let me see.
12 to 1. That's not right anyway.
Probably isn't.
I don't stream on those times.
Yeah.
I stream on half hours.
Yeah, you weird people. Well,
Kind of
remember
this.
you're a half hour off. So by streaming on the
That's
half
true,
hours,
yeah,
you're
so
actually streaming on the hour for everyone else.
Oh yeah, good point. Well, before I chastise anyone else, I'll chastise myself for being a twit. Prime Knight says no clue what that is. I'm going to assume you're asking about the term flout right. Well, someone who plays a flute is a flautist, so someone who builds flutes would be a flout right. Like a shipwright, or a wagonwright, or a wainwright, or Kurtwright. Right?
Wrong.
Okay, gents. Seeing as how we're pretty much going up on that time, and I need to get a snack before I watch the White Pills, I am going to step out now, and thank you both for having me.
Yeah,
and
no
the
worries.
Crow as well.
Yes.
And
Always fun.
I'm going to have some fun parodying that flag that we grabbed from Patriot Front earlier.
You mean glowy front? Yes.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think the palette I will use will be from one of the Simpsons episodes. Pretty sure you can figure out which one I'm talking about.
Yes. So yes, we'll probably all disappear, go get ready for White Pills. I will try and figure out how to make the bloody public calendar work in the time zone of whoever's viewing it. And if I can get that working, I will share that with everyone and try and make sure all the live streams are put in that where I get around to it. And
excellent.
Yes, with any luck, once it does that, through the magic of the internet, you'll be able to tell when shit's actually upcoming. So, yay, fingers crossed.
Okay. On that note, then, I will respond to Prime Knight, Shadilay, my friend, and rise again until lambs become lions. See you later, guys. I'm gone.
Yeah, I will probably head off, going to do some pottering around. So we will see you all next time, folks.
Indeed.
Shadilay, folks.